Let me go live here. Alrighty. Alright. There we go. And now I can fully give over to here. So, hi chat, how are we doing today? Yeah, this was crazy. This was a crazy thing. Why is it being weird? Okay, sorry, this is my chat bot is like fucking up here. Okay, hopefully that works. It doesn't look like it is. We'll see. But if not, I'll just die, I guess. Yeah. So this was the top. So EDHRec came out with this thing here, right? Now, personally, right? I mean, props to EDHRec. Got literally nothing against EDHRec, right? But it is a little bit of an issue that they came out with this and not a follow-up like article or video like immediately. You know what I mean? Like I think something like this requires context. Like context to understand where this like these thoughts and opinions are coming from and everything like that. Like, I mean, I'm on the EDHRec website. There's no article talking about this. Nor is there like a YouTube video that's up, because that would also be posted here, saying like, hey, we sent out a poll and asked everyone, these like preliminary questions. And then said like, okay, now what are your thoughts on Commander? Like how do you feel about Commander? How do you feel about these sets? And kind of like what, how many people. I don't really care about how many people. The many part doesn't really matter to me, but it definitely matters to me of just like I had a couple responses on here, right? So like I had two responses that I did to this. My first initial reaction was just like, this says more about the age of the current Magic players more than anything, as well as about like their sense of what a bad set is, right? And I think that I think that's pretty apt, right? It's just like, what do Magic players consider a bad set in the amount of like the how many sets have they like actually consumed, right? 6% of the responders are all OGs, because we all know Fallen Empires was the worst growing up. Right. Like that's one like real poignant part here, right? It's like the age of the current Magic player that is online and engaging specifically with the EDHRec poll, right? Like there's multiple filters, like going into what like person is actually responding to this sort of poll. And without like an immediate like article or YouTube video that kind of explains what this is, like I feel just kind of really I feel it's obviously like an attention getting like post title picture, right? Like obviously it clearly is. And like there's nothing wrong with getting the attention, but if this immediately also linked into just like a YouTube video or article talking about how they got the amount of people who voted on this, and if there was any explanation as to like why they voted as such, like any of those things would have added at least a little bit to just understanding why. Are there comments? I mean, most of the comments are, largely people from my own orbit, right? And also this part here, I mean, just in terms of the Universes Beyond stuff, Universes Beyond getting its own slot is contentious, we agree, but the responses for it are so overwhelming that it felt worth keeping there. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. Because it helps us understand a little bit more of, like, kind of the general issue with what we're seeing here, right? You agree with number 2? So, like, big easy Vegito, just, like, my first question, personally, is and this is not like a gate, I don't want this to sound like a gatekeeping, like, question, but what is your background with Magic? One, is it something that you've played for a long time, and something that you would say that you're very invested in? Assassin's Creed should be higher. I mean, I think that there's an argument for it, right? I think that there's an argument for it. I do want to, like, know that, because this does kind of, like, why do so many hate Aether Drift? Because you could argue that Aether Drift was the worst set of this last year, and personally, I think that if you started in the last year, you could be like, yeah, Aether Drift is the worst, so, like, boom, up there. But personally, like, I mean, I definitely disagree. I'm invested in Magic, but I'm fairly new to the show. Okay. So, right, fairly new. What is fairly new? Like, what is the time period of it? I'm glad to hear that you're invested in Magic, right? So, like, you are a person who is invested enough in the game to certainly have an opinion, right? Being invested in Magic, like, if I ask, like, my mom, right, what is, like, the worst set in Magic, she hasn't played Magic for any amount of time, nor is she invested enough to, like, give a set, right? So it's like, that's not necessarily an opinion that I would necessarily want added to a poll like this, right? But in the last 9 months, in the last 9 months, so Vegito, I play each weekend for the last 9 months. Now, see, each weekend for the last 9 months sounds like an invested person to me. But also, right, the signifier of in the last 9 months. So within the last 9 months, you've experienced like a significant number of the sets that are on this chart, which like signifies one of the problems with this poll. You know what I mean? Like, does that, like, kind of make sense, right? I've been playing Magic for a good while, like over 10 years. I enjoyed Aether Drift quite a bit. Fair enough, Black. Beerly and I have relatively similar screen names, relatively same opinions, and I have relatively same thoughts on Universes Beyond. Yeah, majority of the list, right, yeah, like, okay, you get it. Aether Drift is a fine set. I don't understand why there's so much hate. We will dive into the Aether Drift hate soon, but, like, I do just want to, like, try to emphasize the first issue with this is, again, like, the number one thing was that there is not an immediate article or YouTube video associated with this. That is the number one problem with this. Before all the cope, before all the share, retweet, etc., there is no further context with this image, and it's like, this is, like, it's necessary. You know, it would lead to a lot of views on the video. I'm sure there's a video or article coming along, so, you know, that part is fine. I'm sure that there will be one, but, like, I wouldn't have posted this without that immediate follow-up, or, like, within the next, like, hour or so. Like, this was posted at 1:30 my time. I mean, like, it's 6:30 now, you know? Like, it would be an immediate turnaround thing. But only for, I don't remember the name, but honestly, the worst set for me is the one that caused the reserve list, which is fair. And see, like, and Lover, like, that is something that's super viable. Like, that is a viable explanation for, like, why you would consider a certain set the worst set, or, like, you know, it would be in, like, the top 10. And also, like, knowing about the reserve list belies a little bit of, like, a time playing Magic the Gathering, right? Certainly perhaps being invested enough in such a sort of way where you're like, damn, the reserve list affects me and how I enjoy Magic, which, you know, a certain level of investment in that, and saying like, yeah, that's probably something that shook the foundations of Magic the Gathering, the game, enough to warrant being among the worst sets of all time. Solid doesn't really have any statistical integrity. We don't know several metrics. Exactly. Main reason I don't see why 80 is the worst is due to just not adding a whole lot. It's small. Yeah. Chronicles was Chronicles the set that led to the reserve list. I think that I think that's a very fair set to be on there, right? Because like if someone were to ask me like worst set of all time, part of my measurement of a worst set would be something that affected Magic the Gathering, right? So for those of us here that would agree with Aether Drift being number one, right? Just regardless of anything, right? If you were to say Aether Drift was the worst set of all time, what is your number one reasoning for saying that, right? Like that, I want to know that part first. And we're gonna open a little I'm gonna open up a little Google Notes thing, Google Docs here. All right. Aether Drift is just a lame theme. Okay, so let me put this in here. Okay, so like worst Magic sets. I know, like real crazy here, right? Okay, Universes was fine when you could choose to not engage with as a competitive player. That's fair. Don't think it's the worst set in the past 5 years. I mean, the vehicles were just too bland for me. Yeah, some were nice, but I ignored much of the cards. For me, Chronicles is a bad set because the reserve list is something that harms the accessibility. I feel that. Okay, so may I ask how... alright. So first and foremost, like, worst Magic sets, right? Here's the document name. Worst Magic sets in general. Now, my first metric of asking someone what they're like, what they feel is the worst Magic set is like the why, right? Or at least one of them. I think it would be like how long you've played Magic, how invested. I know it's wrong. I'm just gonna invested you are in it. How invested you are in it, and then why is your chosen set the worst, right? Like, I feel if I was to ask, it would be these three things, right? Like, how long, like, how, maybe this will be first. I think the why is maybe first, because again, I don't want this to sound like it's gatekeeping. I acknowledge that that's like difficult. I acknowledge like it might sound that way. I want to like be upfront with acknowledging that it sounds gatekeepy, but I do want to know. I feel it's a reasonable metric. You know what I mean? And in chat, in the comments, definitely don't get too mean. Okay, we're all just like, you know, Magic 30. See, now Magic 30. Now that I think that's actually pretty up there in terms of like what I would consider a bad set. You know what I mean? Are you only including draftable sets or product? Yeah, see, well, I mean, they do have Assassin's Creed on there, which was not draftable. Yes, Assassin's Creed was specifically not draftable. It was just a modern I mean, in Aftermath it wasn't draftable either, right? So I think because they included Assassin's Creed, I would say, would Magic 30 kind of count? You know what I mean? I don't know. So, okay. Aether was pretty poor, to be honest. There were some alright cards, but the set was kind of mid. Okay, and for Jock and Load, love that name. For your, I have these questions for you, right? And it's Just these questions. If you say that your worst magic set was Aether Drift, right? If your worst magic set was Aether Drift, why would you say it's your worst set, right? Anthem just simply set for one of the other Phyrexian sets, correct, for the Mars machines. So Magic 30 is a collector's set, so maybe people playing saying I've never had, well, I mean, hey, and Humbler Bumbler, that is part of like why we're kind of going through this. So the theme was silly for the format. Okay, yep, silly theme, mid cards. What else? For those of us in the chat who do agree that Aether Drift or would vote for Aether Drift to be their worst set of all time, okay, and you know, not you know, of the people who agree, what are your reasonings for that, right? Didn't really influence any format. Okay, yep. They didn't really do much of standard, right? Didn't influence any format. Wouldn't say the worst of all time, but it would have your vote. Yeah, Vegeta, I definitely want to know. I started around Amonkhet, and I wish they'd bring it back. Well, yeah, I mean, like, at the very least, Aether Drift did have some Amonkhet, right? Worst recent set, but also had Chromox. But yes, I would say any worst sets are still Dragon's Maze and Battle for Zendikar. Yeah, people hate Battle for Zendikar. But I'm not on the Battle for Zendikar train. I've been playing for 15 years and I have about 10 commander decks along with Arena and Count since beta. Okay, John DeMarco. What would you say is your worst set, John? The gold. Oh yeah. No, the chase cards were P gold. Hey, fair. That is fair. Okay, PP gold was not good. Main deck was a Patrick deck, Patrick Star. I have the Liliana Death Wielder standard precon from that deck, and I want to make it commander. Liliana Death Wielder standard precon. What? Oh, from Amonkhet? Oh, you can definitely do that. Stock up. Oh, stock up is okay. Hey, no, Kyle, that is a good point. Stock up did influence a format, so I would kind of say that, and Ketchermos ain't bad as well. So I would actually probably say like that's not true about Aether Drift, right? Like that it just none of the cards affected any format, right? Ketchermos, Gearhulks, Verges. I mean the lands, yeah, the Verges especially, right? Stock up is definitely one of them. And Ketchup did get buffed with EOE, yeah. Aether Drift has some cards that impacted standard. So yeah, I would say that the argument that it didn't influence any format is definitely like not. I would say that this has been like, you know, don't think Aether Drift is the worst of all time. It had a lot of playable cards. All right, so then like yeah. It didn't storm the format, but it's got sleeper hits perfectly. Just in and Vegeta, and yeah. Not caring for Aether Drift is perfectly fine. I want to make that very clear. Not caring for Aether Drift is perfectly fine. But I do want someone who does have the shared opinion that if they were given this poll, right? Because I'm pretty sure it's just like, you know, choose your number one, and here's like a list or whatever. For those who do have Aether Drift as their answer for worst set of all time, I wanted to know why, right? So, like, for your chosen worst set, Aether Drift, why would you choose it? Silly theme, right? Completely fair. The theme was silly. Mid cards. The cards might not have, you know, there was some sleeper hits, but in general, like vehicles, right? Vehicles were a big part of Aether Drift. It was a big part of the theme of Aether Drift. And it doesn't really seem like any of the vehicles have necessarily like landed, right? Like I think that's a pretty fair argument like against Aether Drift, right? Biggest flaw is being sandwiched between more loved and more powerful sets. True. Silly theme, mid cards, better sets around it. To be fair, I joined around Streets of New Capenna, so I don't recognize a lot of... Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair. Maybe no trickle down to older formats. Yeah, it'll stock up. Still stock up, right? I feel like the theme for Aether Drift would have worked better during the block system. Agreed. Agreed. I mean, listen, everything is better with the block system. Let's be honest, right? That's a shot. Aftermath is 4. Yeah. Aether Drift will see more love since legendary vehicles can be creatures now. There wasn't any of those to write home about. PP Gold, yeah. Few sets that explored all the Grand Prix would have been sweet. I agree with that. I agree with that. Aether Drift was your first set. Okay, and then Carson Bainfield, would you, right? Because, like, if you were given this poll of just, like, if Aether Drift is your first set, and you were given the poll, what is your worst Magic set of all time, what would you say, right? It was just a lore-heavy set and needed time to breathe. Yeah, yeah. Your friend with 18 years agrees with what, Vegeta? I'm sad it's not better. Yeah, that's super fair. Hello, Bread. Stores couldn't give away boxes of Fallen Empires. That's how bad it was. Yeah, well, we'll get to Fallen Empires. And the mechanic, yeah, the mechanics for Aether Drift were also not the best, right? Like, exhaust is nothing necessarily right home about. Start your engines is like, it's like parasitic. Yeah, no, start your engines is parasitic. Start your engines is a parasitic mechanic, right? Start your engines was a parasitic mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, speed and exhaust are not that fun. It's parasitic mechanic of start your engines. Speed / exhaust isn't that fun. Yeah. The speed mechanic was meh. Exhaust was just named. Yeah, a name way to limit cards, which, like, wasn't even, you know, had a lot of complicated and unrelated mechanics. Yeah. Yep. Loot, just loot existing and the continuous push to make him a mascot for Magic. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the theme, right? Loot-centric set, right? A loot-centric set, and there's a lot of people who don't like loot, right? Like, that is a very real... And, yeah, that is a very real component to people not liking a set. When a set is very clearly based around loot. And if people don't like loot, they're not going to have a very good, like, relationship with that set. So, like, with these involved, if your worst set is Aether Drift, and it's, like, silly theme, mid cards, right? Like, vehicles, there's a set full of vehicles, and no vehicle is necessarily memorable. The chase cards being PP Gold, yeah. Better sets surrounded it, so it's already going to be, like, in comparison to the sets around it, Aether Drift, not that great. Parasitic mechanic of start your engines doesn't mean anything unless you're playing also with speed cards, and the speed cards aren't really worth, you know, warranting start your engines. Exhaust isn't really that great. It's just another way of saying once a turn or once again, whatever. Loot-centric set. If you're not into loot, you're probably not going to be into Aether Drift, right? A lot of really good cards in it. Yeah, no, right. We did live. Someone did say that, like, the cards in the set didn't really affect other formats, but we took that out because, yeah, stock up, Ketramos, insert the other card that we mentioned here, that does affect other sets, so, like, that was the reason that we took it out. But in general, right, we can name stock up, we can name Ketramos, we can name the other card that I forgot to mention, but, like, and like Verges, right, like, you know, lands are kind of cool or whatever, but the cards that they were pushing, right, the big titular vehicle cards, meh. Start your engines, meh, you know? Yeah. Started playing this game with Lord of the Rings. Ooh, hold on. Started playing this game with Lord of the Rings. Fuck. I lost the chat. No. Unpopular opinion, you like this set? That's super fair, Kevin. Oh, well, yeah, that's super fair. Worst set of all time? Well, definitely, I mean, yeah, definitely not worst set of all time, but we'll talk about that. While Aether Drift is forgettable, I can't really name any other standard card from... Yeah, we'll get to Murders at Karlov Manor for sure. Did Aether Drift have much impact on standard? The Verges were good, but that was from DSK. No, the Verges... Oh, shit, you're right. Oh, yeah. No, the Verges just finished off a cycle that was started in a different set, right? Oh yeah. No, that's actually a good point. Right. So honestly, they just finished what a different set started. What the Starter engines do is this here. So Starter engines, in order to play Starter engines, you need to play a card that says Starter engines. If you have no if you have, you start a speed thing. Every time you deal damage once a turn, you up to 4, and then once you're at maximum speed, you do something slightly better than what you were doing before, right? Yeah. Verges were started in Dustmorn. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I would say Starter engines is a parasitic mechanic because you're really not doing it outside of Aether Drift Draft, standard limited, right? Right. For those, and just to bring up the lists again, this is how this was presented to us. How you feel about the ATL reveals? We love them, Rose Gold. We love them. Mm-hmm. It's a second effect of a if you complete a condition. Right, exactly. In some cards, it just had no ability and only had a max speed ability. It's easy to get max speed. Like, it's not the worst thing. It's not the hardest thing. You do it just by playing the game, basically. But, like, it's still forgettable. I think in Final Fantasy Hatred is more based on availability than anything. We're going to get to that. So, alright, thank you very much. So, that was for Aether Drift, right? If you were to vote Aether Drift being your worst set, you would say it's because, like, silly theme, mid cards, the chase cards, PP Gold, there's better sets around it, parasitic mechanic of Starter Engine, speed and exhaust weren't that great, and a loot-centric set. If you don't like loot, you're probably going to like the set. Okay, now, for the average person who does, like, not like Aether Drift, how long have you played Magic, right? If you were to vote Aether Drift as, like, your worst set, how long have you played Magic? That Basri was Aether was fun with Stormslayer. Didn't he? Basri had, like, an exhaust ability, though, right? That was exhaust with Basri. 91 decks. Oh, exert. I mean, sure. I mean, okay, you made, like, 2 cats, I guess. 2 cats every 2 turns. Meh. I don't like Aether Drift, but I wouldn't rate it as the worst of all time. Yeah. Since Streets of New Capenna. So that's what? That's like, how long ago was Streets of New Capenna? 2 years? Okay, I would say, like, a more recent, since 2022, that would be, like, a more recent Magic player, right? I think that most would consider that, like, within the last 2 years, right? Within, 2 years. Right, and that's anything under 2 years as well. Within 2 years, I think would be, like, the average of someone who doesn't like Aether Drift, or who would vote Aether Drift, right? Generally, the only commander I've enjoyed from Aether Drift is Nissa, who messes with energy, and that's a completely different... That Nissa was just finishing off a mechanic that was started years ago, right? You know? Thank you for the follow. Can't even name one card from Aftermath. We're gonna get to that. Okay, so we're gonna skip the number 2 of all Universes Beyond sets. I think that's a bigger conversation that we're just gonna have, like, later on down the road, okay? Just, like, later on. We'll get to that next, or soon. But Dragon's Maze being the next, like, worst Magic set. And now, Dragon's Maze, I believe, would be, like, where my answer would be, personally, right? My answer, from the generation of which I started Magic. Now, I started Magic back here. I started Magic back here, right? Like, back here with Zendikar. Okay? In the early 90s. Got you. Had some bad freaking sets. Yes. It had, Dragon's Maid did have shocks, but it was, Dragon's Maid had shocks. So, specifically, RTR had Shocklands, right? It was, like, the first time Shocklands were reprinted, and it was super cool, super hype, right? So, Return to Ravnica had Shocklands. Dragon's Maze, which was the second set, because this is back when they had blocks of cards. Dragon's Maze had the other Shocklands, right? And then Dragon's Maze was the culmination. Now, Return to Ravnica had the Azorius, the Izzet, the Rakdos, the Golgari, and the Selesnya, right? So half of the guilds of Ravnica were in the first set. And then in the second set, you had the other half of the guilds of Ravnica, right? Super cool. And then in the third set, Dragon's Maze, you had every guild of Ravnica all in there, right? So what was supposed to be interesting was that you had, you know, in RTR, you had 5 mechanics for the original, you know, for these guilds, right? You know, detain, overload, what does this mechanic sucked ass. Unleash. Oh god, that was so, Unleash was awful. Unleash and scavenge, right? And then populate, right? So you had 5 mechanics for those guilds. You had another 5 mechanics for these guilds. And then for Dragon's Maze, you bring them all together, right? So like every guild had, you know, like a couple, you know, cards to finish their cycle. You had, you know, Cypher, Extort, you had all these other guilds getting more cards into their card pool and everything. And actually you drafted them all together. You would draft RTR, Dragon's Maze, and Gatecrash all together at once. Unleash was decent and limited? Disgusting. So, you would draft them all together at once. And personally, like, as someone who likes the lore of Magic, I loved Dragon's Maze for the lore that it brought. Personally, there was a lot of things to love about it from a lore perspective. My first commander is Teysa, Envoy of Ghosts. And I still have this deck to this day. I like the lore of Dragon's Maze, but I do have to admit, Dragon's Maze was a bad set. And as someone who started Magic, you know, around this time, so ever since here, and I've been playing it all throughout, all the way up to here, right? Dragon's Maze is my worst set. If I were to be given this poll, I would immediately say Dragon's Maze. Right? So I would be in that 6% here. Because my generation of starting Magic the Gathering is with that kind of like second big wave. Right? And yeah, Dragon's Maze was bad. Yes, it had Shocklands, but they were like, you know, 10% of every like box or something. They were super hard to get. The draft format like was not made better by Dragon's Maze. If anything, was made worse. The cards in them just like were not good capstones, all the mechanics. It was bad for a lot of reasons, right? So I would actually say Dragon's Maze. The reasons I would say it, the only chase cards back then, the only chase cards were Shocklands, right? Chase cards go Shocklands at like less than 10% of boxes or some shit. It was like awful. Right, you basically don't even mention that it had Shocklands in it because it was just pointless, right? The cards were not good for like didn't add anything to draft. Made draft experience worse. That's greater than? Thank you. No, what? No, I would rather. No. Flip it? Okay, I'm just gonna trust you. I have not had to type in a greater than or less than symbol in years. Yeah. Oh, right, you'd rather eat the 10%. Yes, that's what it is. Anyway, it made the draft experience worse for sure, right? There's that Selesnya card that was hot for a while. I remember that one. That was, Oh, no, actually, if we want to talk about Selesnya cards that were hot and, like, ruining the format, Voice of Resurgence? This guy? Voice of Resurgence? This thing was a problem, dude. Voice of Resurgence was awful. I know chat can, like, not see it. Hold on, let me... Voice of Resurgence? Big problem. Big problem with Voice of Resurgence. That was really, really bad. Like, I mean, standard cards can be powerful, don't get me wrong, but this was like the only card worth having. Like, you have all these mythics and rares, and it was like garbage, 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 garbage. Amara Tandris, Emerald Tinnitus over here. They issued an apology. Mark Rosewater made an apology tweet about how bad Amara Tandris was, because her as a character in the lore books that they were making, she was integral, she was impactful, she was supposed to have Voice of Resurgence's ability. You see Voice of Resurgence here? Whenever an opponent casts a spell during your turn, blah 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 blah, make an elemental creature with power toughness equal to the amount of creatures you control, right? You make a token. There's right here in the art, right back here. I know it's hard to see. Turn your phone sideways. It's hard to see, but this art right here of that's the elemental token from the set in the background. She was supposed to have Voice of Resurgence's ability because she was supposed to be making these tokens, right? But at the last second or whatever, they switched out. Okay, they switched out Amara Tandris' ability, put it on Voice of Resurgence, made it a 2/2 non-legendary creature that you can run as many copies as you want, and it like destroyed Standard for a long while because it was so freaking strong. And hey, this titular character of the set, 7 mana for a 5/7 that says prevent damage to tokens. Awful. Yeah, they like, Mark Rosewater tweeted an apology for the card, for this card not having, like, for not being good, for literally not being as good as the lore of the character. That's how bad it was. Like, and that says a lot, right? That says a lot. That says a lot. So, all right. Ugh. We're gonna, yeah. Literally. Literally apologize for bad cards. Literally apologize for the bad cards. I mean, the card in Pioneer Renota? Really? That's crazy. Okay. The rest are just kind of like whatever. I mean, yeah, it's just like, it's fine. Council of the Absolute, what an awful mythic. Reap Intellect? I don't even remember this card. Notion Thief is cool though. I mean, it definitely had an impact on Commander, right? Like, you know, that's definitely like true. Debt to the Death List and all that. Like, it's a Commander playable set. Master of Cruelties, like, yeah, no, it is a Commander impactful set. That is not like up for debate. But yeah, the only chase cards were Shocklands, and they were in less than 10% of like product or some shit. It was like a less than 10% chance to get them. The draft experience was made strictly worse with Dragon's Maze because those cards were bad. They actually apologized for bad cards in it, right? Voice of Resurge. Voice of Resurgence was Voice of Resurgence was awful. Well into development that Maze Runners should all be the same rarity, which means that they had to be rare, and Mythic Rare wasn't possible. This resulted in making some changes to turn the Mythic Rare Maze Runners into rare Maze Runners. One of the swaps was Voice of Resurgence with Amara. As many have guessed, Amara originally made the token seen in the background of her art. It wasn't a straight swap. There was lots of messaging with both cards. That's what happened. Yeah. Massaging of both cards. Yeah. Yep. Remember when we had Priceless Treasures in Zendikar? It wasn't Priceless Originals? Oh, yeah! No, we did have that. Yeah. Okay. And for how long have I played Magic? Since 2011, right? So, like, 2011. So, for those of you in chat who would also be with me in voting Dragon's Maze as your worst set, right? Because, like, your frame of knowledge is probably limited to, you know, when you physically played Magic. For those of you who would also agree that Dragon's Maze was your worst set, when did you start playing Magic? Thought Karlov would be on your list. That was close to being on there. You know why? Because... And that is actually pretty fair, right? Like, Connor. I do despise Karlov Manor by like a lot, a lot. I was not invested in Karlov Manor's like draft format. I Dragon's Maze was more formative for me personally. In a lot of ways. So I definitely have a much bigger like relationship with it, and being able to say like, yeah, this like kind of really ruined my vibe a lot. But Karlov Manor is up there. Like, it is up there. We'll have arguments for Karlov Manor for sure. Dragon's Maze was literally when I first started, when you first take your book, started in 2012. Yeah. Super fair. It's like Words Magic set Dragon's Maze around like the 2011 mark, that kind of big set, that first kind of like resurgence of Magic. What do you think of Tarkir Dragonstorm? The set was great. I mean, the set is better because Tarkir existed, and original Tarkir was so good. But like, I mean, it has some issues. It has some freaking issues. And how invested, I mean, I was heavily. And I think that most people that have Dragon's Maze as their worst set is only because you were heavily invested in like the draft at the time and standard at that time. Favorite precon from Tarkir Dragonstorm? You're running Taval at the moment. Favorite commander? I made the Narset and Shaiko as like a flurry deck, and I think it's fun. But I'm most excited for finally building Felithar? No. That's not her name. Felithar? Felithar, yeah, Felithar. And I got a super dope Dragon's Maze deck box from it too, which is dope. But Felithar is my favorite from Tarkir Dragonstorm. Remember the party mechanic? I did not like the party mechanic for a lot of reasons. Okay, so you built Areni. You want to build a deck where you didn't have to think a lot? Certainly Areni. Okay, next set down this list. Fallen Empires. Now, this is where I need to... I gotta trust the old heads here. Alright? Show me Fallen Empires. Because, like, I remember Fallen Empires. I don't actually... What is the art for Fallen Empires? That's, Don't look. Which one's Fallen Empire? No, that's the Dark. Which one's Fallen Empires? The Crown? Okay. Oh, wow. It's like literally when they started doing Mythic Spoiler. Woo! These sure are lands. I would not be able to tell these two apart, to be honest with you. Is this by the same artist? Okay. They're by the same artist. Okay. I would not be able to tell these two apart at a glance. Yeah. They are the same card? Oh, yeah. It's literally just a different color. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wow, they had multiple types of lands in here. They had these like sacrifice lands, and also, damn. Those lands aren't these ones up here are not half bad. Personally, I think that these ones up here are not half bad. These though, storage lands are like pretty shit. Maybe it's alliances I'm thinking of. The same type of card, yeah, the same cycle. It's just old heads being mad, I'm convinced. Wait, for what, Steve? Well, hang on. There's a couple of good cards in Fallen Empires. Those cycles are bad, yeah. Yeah, Deep Spawn. What's the best card from Fallen Empires? High Tide. Okay, hey, listen, we do have High Tide from Fallen Empires. We can't say that Fallen Empires did not impact and him the Turok. That's crazy shit. That's crazy work. Goblin Grenade. We definitely can't say it didn't impact outside format. Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful art. I mean, we don't make shit like that anymore. Oh my gosh, the money singer. That's funny. Hey, Carlin. Homerid's Rise? Yeah. Sea Singer! I remember Sea Singer. If I remember, I mean, I used to put it in the Merfolk deck, and then I took it out for literally every better card. Orcish Spy looks adorable. Breeding Pit. Huh. FF was a good set. It's just a shame that they made it the current year and not like 5 years ago. What, are we talking about Final Fantasy? Or what? Historically, him the Turok and Goblin Grenade saw a ton of play along with the best card, High Tide, of course. But yeah, not much here. And most cards were bad even then. Most cards were bad. So even like back then, most of these cards were bad, yeah? So, alright. So for worst Magic set, Fallen Empires, right? For those of you who say that Fallen Empires is the worst set, what is your reasoning? What is your reasoning for it being the worst set? WotC is so money hungry? Meh. EDHRec, we did talk about EDHRec. We talked about EDHRec. This is the original, the initial tweet for those tweet for those who are joining us just now. I think it's because it followed so many banger sets. Oh, really? So part of what makes Fallen Empires worse is that banger sets were around. They also increased the print run drastically, Fallen Empires, so nothing had any value. Okay, so increased print run led to low value. Stores couldn't give it away. Okay. Stores couldn't. Oh my god. Hello? Give it away. Stores couldn't give it away. Every set before it was good. Okay, every set before it was good. You could buy Fallen Empires packs for 99 cents for years. Years, I tell you. 8 cards per booster. Damn. 8 cards per booster. That's pretty bad. Hey, Taco Tony. Super small set, yeah. Been playing since 95. Seen plenty of trash sets. Okay, oh, hey. Would you say, Threat, if you were, you know, given some like worst set of all time, would you vote Fallen Empires? I know that you've seen plenty of trash sets, but if you were just given a, you know, hey, worst set of all time, go. From your knowledge of Magic the Gathering, would you say Fallen Empires? They dropped the power level substantially. Small set, okay. Lower set. Instead of making more cards, they just printed the same card with different art. Oh, same cards. Oh wait, was this that set? Were they? Wait, oh, was Fallen Empires? Yeah, like legitimately, it was the same card with different art in order to like pad it. Is that true? Was that this set? Because I've heard of that before. Man, that's a lot of elvish. Jesus, okay, like be a little more creative, right? Homerid. I mean, like, I like typo sets, but like, Jesus. Check out him to talk. Oh yeah, and no, was this the card? God, all of these arts look so similar. It's like so hard to tell. Oh yeah, Sea Singer. Didn't I just say I like Sea Singer? No. Yes? Can I just type in Fallen Empire? No? Okay, fuck me, I guess. Oh my chat, bro! No way! You're so right! It's literally Combat Medic 4 times in a row, dude! Okay, yeah. I mean, okay, yeah. No. That's crazy. For, 3 Pharrell Zealots? That's crazy. They literally to pad out the set, they made the exact same card with different art. And it was 8 cards a pack. That's crazy. Wow. Literally same cards, diff art. That's crazy. Karlov Manor's not the worst. That is, yeah. Wait, Duke Vulture, what else? They do that now too? Shut the fuck up. Okay, wait a minute. Shut up. Okay? No. Okay, but they do it like way cooler though. Okay, you're right. They do that now, but like, but not like, not to this extent. In all fairness, not to this extent. Okay? Like, the art's radically different-ish, kind of. It's like a full, like, it goes, like, modern day Magic, and you're new to Magic, welcome, Diggity Dude. How new to Magic are you, by the way? Yeah, they do it now, but they got, Yoji Shinakawa on the art. Yeah, Shinakawa, yeah, so, like, I mean, you know, who's really losing here? Digi? Thank you, Digi. Art for some of them is cool. No, listen, this art is cool, right? Like, you know, like, listen, Combat Medic 1, that art's sick. I mean, I can't, you know, this art's sick. And this art for Combat Medic is also a Combat Medic. Okay, sure, right? But this is also a Combat Medic. And I actually really like this one, actually, like a lot. Like, this is cute. This is really cute. Okay? But this is also Combat Medic. You have played for a couple months. You have a couple of decks. And you're lucky to have roommates. Yay! I'm glad that you have roommates too, Digi. I'm glad that you're able to play a lot. Be gentle, my baby. You're holding my childhood here. Hey, user. I'm just. Hey, listen. This is the tweet that's starting it all here, right? You know, from the poll that EDHRec did. You know, they were asking people the worst Magic sets of all time. Disproportionate, in my opinion, said Aether Drift, right? We talked about Aether Drift, we talked about Dragon's Maze. For those that played Fallen Empires, I want to understand why. Like, for those who would also vote Fallen Empires, if they were, given this poll of what is your worst set of all time. And I'm trying to understand why. And I gotta say, yeah, like, 3 arts of the exact same card in order to pad out, like, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. 4 Akathian infantries, 3 Akathian javelineers. Oh yeah, that's right. There's 3 Akathian money changers. Yeah. Yeah. Check out Prophecy cards if you want to see some Garbo. True. The Gonti Precon. Nice. The Gonti Precon's pretty cool. Hot take, Universes Beyond needs its own league of band. I would agree maybe with that. Kind of. I don't know if actually if I agree. The Bumble Precon. I love a Terrabex deck, which isn't built well. And you remove such you borrow the Bumble Precon? What's the Bumbleflower Precon? That's a good one. Should Portal 1 and 2 should have been on the list? I don't, I mean, would anyone here vote Portal 1 and 2? I know I have, like, just the highest, people here to vote. Yeah, High Tide has 3 different arts. Homerid has 4 different arts. Yeah. Sea Singer does have 1 art? Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is... Yeah, padding out the set by reprinting the same card with multiple arts. Like, I can imagine on paper that that's pretty cool, but I think Magic is doing it a little bit better now with multiple arts, because, like, there's promo art, there's regular art, and then there's promo art, and something like that. But, like, literally, this is Hymn to Torok, okay? Hymn to Torok 1, which this art is sweet, okay? Right? But then here's also Hymn to Torok, and this is also kind of sweet, too. But then here's also Hymn to Torok, and this is also sweet. And then here's also Hymn to Torok. I actually like this one the least. And this art's still cool. I just actually like this one the least. Got some real three Wolf Moon vibe? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I think I like this one the most, the Wolf one. Initiates of the Ebb on hand. There's 3 of these. Like, this art's sweet. Discard as salty as fuck it is. This card is... reminds me of Star... Oh, look at this bug-eye, dude. This reminds me of Star Wars, The Last Jedi. Therefore, it loses. Okay, this one's sweet as fuck, actually. This one's cool as hell. Okay, so from a competitive standpoint, this and Homelands are so bad compared to the other 2 sets in the original Type 2 format that they force players to... Oh! That's right! That's right. Okay, so Adam said, because Adam was playing that right. So from a competitive standpoint, this and Homelands were so bad compared to the other sets in the original Type 2 format that they forced players to include a minimum 5 cards from these 2 sets in their decks. Now, of course, they just shoved them in their sideboards, but I digress. That is right. That's right. We got to think about that, chat. Like, so Homelands and Fallen Empires were so bad and selling so poorly that in the standard environment back then, that they made rules that in order to play competitive Magic, you had to have a minimum of 5 cards from those sets to play standard, right? That's crazy. That, like, imagine that nowadays, right? Like, imagine a set is performing so poorly sales-wise that you had to include, like, Magic's just like, we need to push these cards, we need people to buy them. You have to have a minimum of 5 cards in your deck. Thank God for sideboards, I guess, but, like, Aeolflile and Serrated Arrows artifacts that every tier 2 deck played in sideboards just to qualify. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that I mean, hey, chat, to me, that's crazy. That's wild to me, you know? Like, that is more just than anything. That one screams to me like, this is the worst set of probably ever, you know? Oh my god, hold on. Trying to find something here on my controls. There we go. Yeah. Wait until they make Universus Brionne cards that make Homeland Fallen Empires valuable. Maybe. I mean, that'd be crazy. They don't need to do that today. They just printed Vivi. Vivi. Well, Vivi doesn't have to be in every deck, right? But I mean, that's pretty bad. I mean, yes, like literally actually forcing 5 card minimum into standard decks. I mean, I mean that enough. Like, these factoids enough make me say that Fallen Empires is definitely up there for worse, right? The set was more disappointing from my memory was Alliances. Alliances definitely had like only 1 good card from it or something like that. Hey, Pappy. Recency bias on the list, but Effie and Homers are actually the worst. I agree. Recency bias, and someone else said Regency bias and everything too. Like a response down here. Like Shivim says, "Oh look, it's recency bias in action." Agreed. But then someone says, had to look up. I think they meant recency bias. Okay. Recency bias is the tendency to overvalue the most recent information or experiences, leading to skewed judgments and irrational decisions, such as investing in a hot stock after a recent rally, or fearing sharks after watching Jaws. Yep, I mean, hey, I think that's fair. I think that's kind of like a fair estimate for what might be going on here. Right, Force of Will, but there's plenty other nice cards like Lake of the Dead. Okay, so maybe not Alliances. Rampage was bad. Imagine online random bulk and show you the trash sets? Yeah. And just get a bunch of Fallen Empires cards. Arcadian Mass Blocks didn't make the top 10. See, that's the thing. That's the thing about this poll here. Is like... And they haven't released like an article or a video about like how they got this poll information yet. But... You know, it just seems that, like, a lot of people who are on EDHRec in Magic's more recent, like, explosion in popularity are more recent players. Now, it does mean a lot, though, right? Even though there's so many recent players who are playing Magic the Gathering and voting on these sorts of polls, it is important to realize, yes, Aether Drift, I believe... I think it's fair to say that Aether Drift is being, like, unfairly pushed to the top because... it's due to only so many, like, recent players taking part in this poll. And then the All Universes Beyond sets, that's a different conversation. Dragon's Maze being at 6% means that there's also still a significant amount of people in Magic who are from my generation who have Dragon's Maze as their top worst set because, I mean, for my generation, starting in that second big renaissance... Of Magic the Gathering with the Return to Ravnica set and blocks and all that stuff. Yeah, Dragon's Maze is like really up there for being like just notably the worst, like the worst set for a long time, right? And then the next 6% equal with that, right? Equal with that second wave of Magic players is the more original wave of Magic players who remembers Fallen Empires and all of the awful things that Fallen Empires did, right? Increased print run, massively increased print run from the sets in front of it that led to incredibly low value. Stores couldn't even give Fallen Empires away, it was so bad, right? Because it was just overprinted that much. Every set before that in Magic was good, basically. So Fallen Empires being like the first real big crater. 8 cards per booster. That's more of just like that's more of a older set sort of thing, so I wouldn't really count that. Just a super low power level. Just in general, the set was super low powered. Literally, to pad out the set, they printed the same cards 4 times in a row just to get more cards out there, right? Which is not great. You know, not great. Even if you say modern day Magic does that, modern day Magic still has 300 brand new cards. And then there's alternate arts on top of those 300 brand new cards. But the initial 300 cards in the set are still mechanically relevant in there, right? But if each of these cards like counts as like, hey, we made 200 new cards, but 4 of them are the same card, that's not good. Literally the same card, a different art. And then actually making the rules, because the set was selling so poorly, making the rules that if you wanted to play Standard, you had to have a minimum of 5 cards from this set and then the also equally bad set Homelands in your deck, whether it's in the main board or sideboard, in order to qualify to play like Standard. That's crazy. Personally, I think that qualifies for being the worst set ever, right? Like on a card basis, awful. On a meta, what this does for Magic the Gathering financially, awful. What it does to stores financially, awful. What it does to the company financially, awful. And then what the response of Magic to get people to buy the product anyway is so force people to play these cards in Standard, awful. I think that means like, hey, that's worst set material for me. I'm just saying. When did I start playing? In 2011. I started playing in 2011, which kind of puts me in the realm of Dragon's Maze being my worst set. Because in terms of what I played through, what I lived through, what I like physically dealt with when I was invested, Dragon's Maze. The upset people tend to be louder too. Also, I recently played Dragon's Maze Draft for the just for the memes of it. Huge disappointment. Correct. Seems like the vote didn't get many yeah, well, they didn't tell us the qualifiers. There might have been qualifiers for this, Or it might have just been like, hey, you, 5 Magic players off the street, you know, you, and you, give me your worst set. 2 people said Aether Drift, and 1 person was old and said, like, Fallen Empires. What are you talking about? And then, like, hey, 2/3 of Magic players say it was Aether Drift. Worst set ever. It's like, you know, that it might have been that simple, or it might have been like, how long have you played Magic? Okay, well, here's all your votes that, you know, based on how long you played Magic and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. They didn't have an article or a YouTube video explaining this, which is, I think, the worst thing to have done. To leave this with no explanation. To just drop this picture and just be like, hey, figure it out for yourself. OTJ was worse than Martyrs of Call of Manor. I disagree, but we'll talk about that. So, Fallen Empires. For people who vote Fallen Empires for being your worst Magic set, your personal worst Magic set of all time. Sorry, my eye is like irritated. How long have you played Magic? How long have you played Magic? For those of you who are voting Fallen Empires as your worst set. I think they're releasing sets too quickly. I mean, that's super fair over that. That's like incredibly super rare. Fair. Off and on since 1994. That's like kind of beginning, right? Like, I mean, all universities. Yeah, I know, Steve. We're gonna go over that. We're saving that conversation for the end. Glad to see that Aftermath made the list. Yes, I mean, thank God, right? 30 years-ish? Right, okay. So, like, pretty, like, foundational, you know, long time. Since 90s, basically. Like, since the 90s, whether it's like early 90s, late 90s. I mean, I guess, like, early 90s. We'll say early. Personally, I think it's Homeland's #1 skidder, and then #1 shitter, and then Fallen Empire's #2, 94 till now. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, pretty fair. I've thrown away more cards than most people have owned. Hey, listen, it happens. Assassin's Creed, that is on the list. Assassin's Creed is on the list, and we will get to Assassin's Creed. We will get to Assassin's Creed. But next, chat, Final Fantasy. Oh wait, no, sorry. You were people were invested. Well, how invested were you? Yeah, I mean, very. From start made people less invested. Okay. So now, Final Fantasy. Ice Age, though? No, just wasn't on the list. Started with Unglued as a set? Damn, that's crazy, Pappy. Battle, BFG? Battle for, big fucking guy. FF was, move on to the, FF wasn't bad, move on to the, honestly, fair point. So Fantasy will be interesting to hear your side, because other than price, I liked it overall. Chat, let me know what you feel. Before I give my rundown spiel on it, before I like fully give my rundown spiel, we're on #5, Final Fantasy. Thoughts? That set sucked, but it's in, oh, hold on, we're talking about BFG, big fucking mount. Right. Remove Vivian collector booster scalpers from Final Fantasy. I'm super happy with this set as always. Spider-Man is in it. I know, Chef. That's a good name. 2 cards has made a hole. Right. Mostly just frustrating because it was more popular with collectors. It was hard to get. It was just a set from a gameplay perspective. It's not even close to the worst set. Saga creatures are kind of neat. Vivi's crazy power creep and scalpers buying merch was the worst parts of FF. Price-wise, FF was awful, but the cards were fun. Lots of playability, but I couldn't afford anything. It's the finance and scalping that makes it seem as bad. I'm agreeing. I'm vibing with all of these words. Vibing with every single thing you're saying. As of thus far. As of thus yet. I've not bought any Final Fantasy. Been catching up Edge of Eternity. It's a good set. I like Edge of Eternities. Alright, so it seems like the main consensus is there is a Spider-Man set? Yeah, and it comes out in like a month though. It's on here and it's literally not even out. That's like such crazy work. Like crazy tech, honestly. Crazy tech. Magic has gotten weird. Yes, your name is gonna get weirder, but yes, the answer is yes. In fairness, though, just for your name, in fairness, it is still Magic the Gathering. In terms of like the cards themselves, still make sense. They haven't completely jumped the shark in order to make Spider-Man be like the most gangbuster selling set ever. The cards themselves still are Magic the Gathering. So if you want to hold on to some level of copium, you can still play your Magic the Gathering cards with the Spider-Man card. And like, hey, listen, Spider-Man still dies to Doomblade at the end of the day, okay? He still does. And that's like, okay. He's a 4/4 with vigilance. Alright. Like, gameplay is great, frustrating that they up price the standard set, yeah. Is Living Energy and Aether Drift just awful or what? Living Energy and Aether Drift, should I be buying? Oh, no, Chance, no, if you like energy, if you want to mess with the energy mechanic, buying Living Energy and Aether Drift is perfectly fine. No, that commander deck was good. That commander deck was good. Don't listen to this. Just don't listen to the poll. That commander deck was good. People just talked about Universes Beyond. Hard to take this poll seriously. Sold my collection for 2G like 8 years ago. I haven't kept up with it really since. Hey, I'm glad that you got 20G from it though, for sure. They got forced to engage with the set. So yeah, I mean that's something to say about this, right? I love that there's more energy. I agree. So bad marks against Final Fantasy, from what chat is saying, right? It's just like, yeah, price of product, right? Is like the #1 thing with Final Fantasy being like, you know, not that appreciated, right? Price of product, scalpers, just in general, like you would say that like would go hand in hand, but like the fact that there were specifically scalpers, people outside of Magic the Gathering injecting themselves into Magic the Gathering just for the sake of being able to like flip it, is something that Magic just a new thing to contend with the most amount of players ever. You know what I mean? So like that's a separate, like a whole, like, yeah, it affects the price of product thanks to scalpers, but scalpers specifically having to deal with them is just a newer thing for Magic on that level. 2 bad marks for the set, and neither, yeah, exactly, 2 bad marks for the set, and neither of them are gameplay. Neither of them are gameplay. That's so true. General vibe of Lord of the Rings is positive, and the Shadow Masters and amount of play. Right. Scalpers also affects availability. Right, exactly. Scalpers equaling availability and like price and everything. Yep. They only scalp the secret layers though. Well, not for Final Fantasy. No, I mean, like for all Magic, you know, yeah, they're scalping secret layers, but for Final Fantasy, they were scalping everything, right? It was a standard set. We're used to paying higher prices for special sets. Exactly, right? Yeah. Universes Beyond in standard. Like that is a mark against it, right? In a way, you know, there's cope to have for it, but a mark against it is definitely like, it's the first Universes Beyond in standard. Then that is a mark, you know, yeah, like that is a reason for people to like it left. Also, isn't Final Fantasy getting a second print run and the more product? I don't even remember. I don't know. I don't remember the shit. Premium pricing for standard set is nuts. Yeah. Yep. Oh, just price of product. You got it. I don't consider that a mark for which one. Oh yeah, no. Same-ish, Steve. But like, I can see where people are coming from with that. It is the first time it's happening, right? Like, if you are any level of apprehensive about Universes Beyond being in standard, you're gonna look at the first one and just be like, ugh, you know? That's fair. That's fair. It's just the first one. By the time we get to like the 5th or 6th one, I'm sure people will be like, you know, it's just like, it is what it is at this point. But being the first one, yeah. I mean, the way I see it, if it's IP you don't like, don't buy or play with the cards. Or, I mean, well, part of it's like an IP that you physically don't like, or just an IP that you're just not interested in, right? Like, there's a toss up there. If you just aren't interested in Final Fantasy, then like, okay, whatever, you still just buy Magic cards. If you vehemently hate Final Fantasy, which I think is just like a lower amount of people, then like, sorry, you have to deal with it for a long time. But like, I just don't think that is like the biggest issue. Remember the Walking Dead hysteria? That was quaint. Yeah, I know. The good days, honestly. People didn't feel the same way about the Walking Dead Secret Lair in comparison to how they feel about standard legal Final Fantasy. Well, I mean, it was the first big major tiff with Secret Lairs, though. Like, that was the first big Secret Lair controversy, the Walking Dead stuff. So in terms of like, dude, people not feel the same way? I mean, well, Walking Dead is like specifically Commander and Legacy style stuff. So like, when you're talking about how much that the amount of people clamoring about that versus standard, like, obviously that's a bigger difference, right? And then, like, you know, they're not the same thing. I wouldn't really compare the two. I think that they're not comparable. I brought the Walking Dead out of spite of old men being angry. Good. I feel like they eased into having more modern settings with neon. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit Moslander. Yeah, I mean, they did for sure. Although Duskmourn kind of suffered from that more than Kamigawa and Capenna. Duskmourn was like the worst of the what you mentioned. Duskmourn was the worst way that they took to try to modernize, you know, get us into modern settings with Magic cards. One of the worst. People tend to be upset until there's a property they're excited about. True. Yep, absolutely, Sparks. Yep, Then they suddenly back down. Exactly. And then, like, it'll be like, oh, they're making this thing. It's like, I hate this. And then, like, 2 sets later, oh, but I love Lara Croft. I'm so happy that she's here. And then, like, after that, you'll just see tweets of just like, it's not for me, but, like, I'm happy for everyone else. It's the rotation. It's the rotation. We're used to it by now. You want a Dragon Ball Z set? I mean, that'd be crazy, but like, I'm here for it. Fuck it, bro. As long as I can get Super Saiyan 3 Goku. And oh my god, if I can make a Super Saiyan 2 Gohan deck, that'd be crazy work. Final Fantasy was one of your favorite MTG experiences. I've been playing on and off since '93, and I think it's number 2 for you. Ravnica being your favorite. That's awesome to hear, Scoop and Source. That is a unique perspective, and I'm actually really happy about that. Final Fantasy was your favorite one of your favorite MTG experiences, and you've been playing off and on since '93. I think it's number 2 for me. Ravnica being your favorite. That's dope as hell, dude. Honestly, Scoop and Source, that's sick. That is a cool opinion. I like that a lot. Thank you for sharing that. It just shows you how diverse Magic players are, right? Like, you could have someone who like, if they gave you this list, Scoop and Source, if you were given this list, right? No, sorry, not this list. If not this list. What would you say was the worst set of all time? Right? If it's just like, boom, I approach you on the street with a microphone, and I know that you're a Magic player because I smell it on you, and you say, this is the worst Magic set of all time. What is your answer, Scoop and Source? Zipsino says Karlov Manor. I'm just waiting for some Scooby-Doo or set Secret Lairs. I'll take either. I mean, I would do I mean, they probably couldn't get Scooby-Doo. That's why we see so much in Karlov Manor. Was Duskmourn too full of our world's 80s culture and tropes to feel like its own world? Mosslander, yeah, that was one of the that was definitely one of the biggest drawbacks with Duskmourn. I'll show you in just a second. Worst set of all time for me, it's the Unstuff, Unfinity, Unglued, etc. Fair. And you know what? Hey, that's fair. Those are sets. I absolutely respect that opinion. I super respect that opinion, especially from someone who has played since '93. Those sets coming out would feel like much more of a not a slap in the face, but like like kind of a surprise for you, for sure. Duskmourn was mechanically great, beautiful. Duskmourn was great. Almost definitely your pick for worst set, Hamza. Yeah. Hazamus, yep. Duskmourn had an amazing limited. I agree with that. Hot take, Wilds of Eldraine. They had a lot of great reprints, but the set was like non-set bonus, so highly unlikely to pull cards. I did not like Wilds too much. Magic 30, worst set bar none. I agree with that if that was like a list. Worst set homelands. You can think of the unsets for full art lands too. Ooh, wait. Yeah, okay, but that's like a good thing though. 8th edition? Ooh, that's damn, that's crazy. Duskmorn brought us Valgavoth. Duskmorn is great. The worst thing about Duskmorn is the acrobatic cheerleader. This in terms of Duskmorn and its setting and how much like it just does not gel vibe with Magic was this. Or like this is one of the most popular ones, especially popularized by Tolarian Community College. This in and of itself was just like, okay, dude. Like I don't understand the vibe that you're trying to go off with, you know? I like Survival. Survival was cool. And yeah, Survival should pop off with the station mechanic. I don't know if it is yet, but it should. 250 booster is not playable? Garbage, yeah. The whole uncube that people love drafting from? Yeah. EDHRec is worse than Fallen Empires? That's... Okay, Funky Brewster. Please explain. I like, truly. What is your reasoning behind that? Because that's an interesting one. Modern Masters 2015 kind of sad, at least from a value standpoint. Wasn't that our first reprint set? I forgive it for that if it's like the first one. It was. Oh no, that was the second one, right? I forgot. It was bad though. It was bad, but nowhere near worst though. Nowhere near worst. Hype for Avatar to bring me crazy Azula. There's gonna be so many Azulas, and they're all gonna be crazy. Commander's Quarters tried to make a new format after seeing acrobatic cheerleader. Give the infinite yeah, that's a good one, Steve. Given the infinite multiverse of Magic, the cheerleading thing doesn't bother me too much. Fair enough. EDHRec was bad on release, but got better low-key. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Iconic Masters? Oh, yeah, that was good. Or, I mean, bad, I mean. Anytime I go to the store, there's just mad EDHRec packs and nothing else. Yeah. Iconic Masters was the blue package, or was that the purple one? Fallen Empires has more playable cards. It gives us him, Goblin Grenade, High Tide. Okay. Now, as a counter to that, Funky, for people who have said that Fallen Empires is their worst set, I've gotten, like, now, the worst set, they haven't qualified what they considered the worst set, but a lot of the answers that were given for Fallen Empires being people's worst set are on a meta level and also like card level. Increased print run, leading to low value to the point where like stores couldn't give away enough packs of Fallen Empires, right? Okay. Every set before Fallen Empires was like kind of on an up and up, so Fallen Empires being like the first kind of like major drop off in Magic was kind of leading, you know, doubling down on how like bad it was for people. A low power level set, which we know no one likes a low power level set. A lot of the cards from Fallen Empires were the same art. I point you to Combat Medic. I see 4 different arts of the exact same card in order to kind of pad out the set. That's not Daijobu. And then where the fact that they had to force, in order to sell Fallen Empires, they were forcing standard players to run a 5-card minimum of cards from either Fallen Empires or Homelands in order to move product. Now, for me, I think that those like things there lead to this being way worse, whatever that means, than EDHRec to the general perception of Magic the Gathering. You know, EDHRec flavor fails because they retconned in an ancient race in planes we've been to before. Yes. I miss the old story arcs, Wrath, Cycle Frame. Yeah, Homelands was the worst. That is on the list. If the Duskmorn characters had the vibe of the world they were pulled from, it'd be less drying. Correct. I think the introduction of IP outside Magic, that's become the set focus, and then doing it in secret layers were set decisions that I felt disingenuous. And I think it's all about time for a more widely adopted community-built game mode of in-universe cards only, similar to EDH Rise. that scoop and source, that is a separate discussion, and that might actually be part of the whole, like, you know, people voting for all Universes Beyond sets discussion. But yes, I can see what you mean, but I also see why it's a really tough sell. Has anyone said Wilds beyond besides you? No. I think the worst set ever is Edge of Eternities. That's objectively not true. I mean, that's just not even true. Do you play Commander? That is my main form of content. Yeah, I love Commander. I have too many Commander decks. In fact, I just got brand new sleeves from Dragon Shield today to re-sleeve my Merfolk deck in. Just didn't enjoy Edge of Eternities. The chase card, the Void, was an edict effect. It was also just like no one cares about that card. It's whatever. It's like if Commander wasn't such a big deal and Standard mattered like it did then. I mean, we'd be in a different world though. Odyssey and Invasion Block was amazing. The reason you think it's mid and not bad is the fact that it was a pure cash grab for reprints. Which one? Rainbow. Started Commander in 2013, 2014. Nice. I started Commander around the same time. Mid and Vow were worse than Wilds. No. You know, no. Double feature is worse than all of those. Why is Double Feature not on this list? That's unhinged. Double Feature, bro, absolutely should be on this list. Nah, forget Wilds of Eldraine. Double Feature is definitely worse. Double Feature is definitely worse. If we want to talk about sets that had too many reprints of the same card, literally Double Feature. Jesus. Double Feature was awful. I liked Aether Drift. Double Feature is awful. Hot take, Wilds of Eldraine and Aether Drift were designed similarly. The few chase cards were the reason to buy a pack. Just WE had better chases. That's reasonable. I can see that. Third anniversary is definitely the worst. 300 for a pack. Yeah, we will add our own at the end of this discussion. But definitely, and I'm gonna make tabs for it right now. Definitely, Magic 30 is on this list, and Double Feature. Like that'll be our own additions to this list. But right now, I'm going down this list and trying to like gauge chat's reaction to it for sure. So want to buy a box of Double Feature just to marvel at the sealed box's stupidity? I mean, it was really bad. Was a failure because Mid and Val were so bad? I mean, yeah, if Mid and Val were better. It's like saying that Star Wars Episode 9 is the worst because, like, just in general, the prequel series was bad. And it's just like, the sequel series is like, not great. And it's like, yeah, you're right, but also, number 9 is the worst. It just still is the worst. Double Feature is like the worst though. Like it's just the worst. What about 30th could have been amazing, but 30th could have been everything else, right? Tempest was bad. Pretty sure Dragon's Maze is around the time I started playing. Same, Rainbow. Honestly, really like the set though. I also like the set, but I chose Dragon's Maze for being the worst, at least like my initial being the worst, because of more of a meta reason, and also when I was getting into Magic, like everyone said it was the worst, and I lived through the reasons why it was the worst, and that's why I have a much stronger opinion about Dragon's Maze being the worst. But if I was an older Magic player, I would have said Fallen Empires immediately, because I would have been like, I played through Fallen Empires, I know why it's the worst, I get to compare it to everything else, including Dragon's Maze, and I would still say Fallen Empires was the worst if I was living through that time. They should release Game of Thrones. Yo, honestly, Penta Ninja, I would be all over Game of Thrones. I'm like, without a doubt, I would eat that set up so fast. Hold up, Voice of Resurgence is bad? Voice of Resurgence was back-breaking to the format, right? To all of Standard then, that was the Shieldred of the set, was Voice of Resurgence, right? And there wasn't really many other, I mean, there's just nothing to do about it. There was, like, Voice of Resurgence was you just couldn't do anything about it. I would say Voice of Resurgence was worse than Shieldred, actually. Voice of Resurgence was worse than Shieldred because, one, it cost 2, okay? You could run multiples of it, okay? Right? It just beats you to death, right? Which is the most universal way to win a game of Magic is just beat your opponents to death. And the Voice of Resurgence led to people just beating you to death, which is a higher way to win than Shieldred is, right? Voice of Resurgence was awful. Yeah. And also, yes, the sets in front of Voice of Resurgence, the sets in front of Dragon's Maze, sets in front, and yeah, actually, and after were godly. The sets in front and after Dragon's Maze were good sets. Return to Ravnica, big explosion in Magic's popularity. Dragon's Maze, more of that, then just like an immediate drop off with Dragon's Maze. Or, sorry, Gate Crash was the second part. Dragon's Maze immediately fall off. And then after that we had Theros, god tier. Beautiful. Yeah. So that helps also like making Dragon's Maze be remembered as like really, really bad. Flip side of the list would look like what about the most loved MTG sets? Honestly, you know what's crazy? You bring up a good point, Rainbow. It's like if you did this in reverse and asked the same group of people their most beloved Magic sets, I feel as though all of the people who said Aether Drift would say that Final Fantasy was their favorite, and that would make it to the top, right? And then, I mean, all Universes Beyond sets, like, I mean, I think people would, when people are actually asked what their favorite set is, I think that they'll be more introspective, and because people will be more introspective, they wouldn't just blanket say all Universes Beyond sets, because, like, I think that's, like, low-hanging fruit, personally. But I think Final Fantasy would be listed on the top 10 most favorite sets, considering the answers we got here, you know? Like, that would be up there. I mean, you know, Assassin's Creed and, like, a lot of, you know, these wouldn't be on there, but, and Dragon's Maze wouldn't be, you know, a lot of these wouldn't be here, but Final Fantasy would actually still be on the list for most beloved. Throne of Eldraine, Lorwyn, Time Spiral, Ravnica. Yeah, well, hey, that's the reverse list. Courier is your favorite? That's awesome, actually. Oh, Bloomborough would be on the list for sure. Bloomborough would be on the list, and they wouldn't even be wrong. New Phyrexia is your favorite? Oh, Mirrodin? Hey, that's hot. That's hot. Oza. Enjoyed Aether Drift and I put it around middle, but I don't like vehicles and focusing on them, plus the art made the set feel unmagic. Like, yep, we do have that in part of the, like, silly theme sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. So, back to the general discussion. For people who agree, with Final Fantasy being the worst Magic set of all time, if you are in this chat and you agree with that, can you give me a reason outside of what we have here as to why? No one has anything wrong with Bloomborough. It was god tier. It's definitely not the worst. I agree. But I thought Final Fantasy did. Yes, it did. It did the best ever, Zap. It did the best ever. But it doesn't. I say Vivi, but that's a recent development, so I don't count that. And honestly, listen, just like one Vivi card, I mean, I don't play Standard nowadays, so I don't know. But I did play Standard when Voice of Resurgence is out, and I feared Voice of Resurgence more than I feared Vivi. I would have nightmares over Voice of Resurgence. Not really over Vivi. I'm just like, whatever. Fuck Sephiroth, miserable piece of shit. He's fine. I think Final Fantasy was amazing set-wise, but I don't think it had a very healthy impact. It had a healthy impact on the meta outside of certain things. It had a healthy impact on some aspects, obviously, like Magic's popularity in general. But of course, yeah, there's the teeter-totter of just like, does the set increase our popularity, but like, it's, you know, we printed 2 strong cards, you know, there's always a balance there. But I would say like Final Fantasy is just like not the worst in that teeter-totter. Why is Spider-Man on the list though? It's not even out yet. A fact that we will explore soon. It did the best ever because a lot of people who didn't even play Magic and bought it. Yeah, oh yeah. Bloomborough was so pushed, the sets around it didn't have anything to deal with it. Bloomborough was perfect though. Didn't help with the scalpers? No, it didn't. Personally, I really like the saga creatures. Saga creatures are cool. So, I mean, so the thing is, chat, now, part of the reason why I asked this question, if anyone's watching, and you're going to leave with anything here, right? Even though Final Fantasy is on this list for, like, worst of, like, in the worst of all time, right? Like, 5% of the people polled, whoever they were, put Final Fantasy as their worst set of all time. And now I have chat here, okay? And I'm asking chat, just like, give me bad things about Final Fantasy. Even if this is not your worst set, just give me bad things about it. Let's just try to get into people's minds. Price of product, sure. Scalpers, right? Having to deal with them in a way that we've never had to before. Sure. It being the first Universes Beyond in standard set. And I think being the first in any big change is fair to kind of fear. Fine. But is there anything about the Final Fantasy set itself making it the worst? Is there anything truly bad to say about Final Fantasy? Not really. You know what I mean? Not really. I'm not seeing it. The only thing I really didn't like about Final Fantasy was the fact that so many people went up to events and stuff with no clue what was going on, and you'd be playing a draft having to explain how to play the game. Yeah, I could. That's a good problem to have, personally. I think that's a good thing to have, a good problem. Suffering from success. Art is amazing. No, the art is amazing. Card's good. I think the Final Fantasy was initially intended to be a standard set. I don't know how far back they made that decision, Hosa. I don't really mind that. Everyone is new much, yeah. Final Fantasy, one of the best limited in a while. People like, okay, limited was good. Cool. Thank you for the follow. Shows that Hasbro there's a man for high cost UB products more than Universe. Yeah. Oh yeah. New players are not negative. Yeah. Agreed. We need new players, and yeah. We don't have to belabor the point about new players. We like new players. It is a good problem to have, but I can understand. And honestly, the fact that that's one person's worst thing, right? Like, the one thing that they would say about Final Fantasy is that, like, in their personal experience, they're trying to play competitively, and 10 people walk up to them in a competitive environment, even though they don't know what's going on. I get that, right? Like, that if that's the worst thing to say about something, that's still a pretty good set. And I can respect that issue. Like, having, like, oh, like, yeah, listen, for me, Final Fantasy wasn't that great because I really did have to, like, explain a lot of things to people, like, more than ever before, even though I was playing in a competitive tournament. Fair, dude. Hey, fair. Hey, I get it. There's nothing wrong with that opinion. Tarkir was a banger. Yeah. For me as a player, the up support for denial based Spellsinger decks, I'd rather not. Yeah, well, personally hate all UB, but that's not the cause of sets. I don't like the Fortnite feel, and we will talk about that, Funky Brewster. OG, the new Tarkir are probably in your top 10 favorite sets. That's cool, Inspector. That's good. I don't like Universes Beyond, but it just because it takes away from the feel of Magic to me. If you like it, that's cool. Yeah, Cody, and we will go over that because people did have, like, number 2 was just all Universes Beyond sets, right? Like, people, 5% of Final Fantasy, 5% said, 3% said Aftermath, another 3% said Spider-Man, and then 9% were just like, fuck all of them, right? And, like, damn, like, all right, go off. It's not Fortnite feel, it's the Super Smash Bros. Feel. Wait, but okay, wait, hold, oh, hey. No. Steve, that's not... Okay. Okay. That is a segment for a different time. I said it as a compliment? Okay. Okay. We're gonna put a pin in this. We're gonna talk... This is a completely different video. But... Smash Brothers is a game that is meant to be, like, from the ground up. Smash Brothers is and has always meant to be this multiversal game, right? It was meant to be that. Fortnite was born as something else, and then due to the financial implications of all this universe, the IP, eternal IP stuff, external IP stuff, became something different to the point where you forgot about the original game. Magic is not there yet, not even close, but I think that is more. I understand the comparison to Fortnite, or the fear that it'll be like the Fortniteification of things, more than the Smash Brothers thing. But at the same time, on the counterpoint, Steve, for me agreeing with it feeling like Smash Brothers, is that Smash Brothers is still a fighting game. At the end of the day, it's a fighting game that makes all of these characters work, right? Like, no one's like outrageously unbalanced at the end of the day. It still kind of comes down to your skill with it. And that's what Magic is. Magic is still a game where you can play Magic the Gathering, but someone can like a specific playstyle in Smash because they like Link, or they'll choose to main a certain character and master that skill set because they like them, and that's how they get into Smash. And they're still playing against fucking Donkey Kong, they're still playing against Mii Fighter, and that's fine. Like, it's a playground that's balanced no matter who they add, and anyone can play. And that's Magic the Gathering. That's also kind of like Fortnite, because, I mean, Darth Vader doesn't do more damage or some shit in Fortnite. But, like, that is a comparison that tracks with it feeling like Smash Brothers. But that's a different conversation. A whole different thing. But I thank you for bringing that up. I thank you for bringing that up, friend. Truly. Like, I thank you for bringing that comparison up. MCG is a multiversal game too. I just hate playing with skin cards like SpongeBob. I mean, well, the worst part about the SpongeBob card is that it's a card that, like, people will buy it for SpongeBob, and then they'll try to play Magic with it, and they gave them one of the most complicated, crazy commanders ever. And it's just like, okay. That was a dumb choice. Universes Beyond is not a problem. It's not a problem. I do think that they're overdoing a little bit with the amount. I feel that, Fadi. I feel that. Unholy Mess, that is VV and Standard, is currently... See, but that's a standard... Like, that's a current thing, right? Like, Standard will always have... Or, like, it's not uncommon for Standard to have cards that are, like, the tentpole card that's, like, ruining the format. My brother in Christ, I have not played Standard, like, recently. So, like, I might be wrong, but I can almost promise you, like, I would go to bat and say that Voice of Resurgence had a worse impact on Standard than VV has. Like, truly. In the blinds, I would make that claim, personally. Do we think that they'll ban VV, or do you think they can't because of the IP? They can't because of the IP, because it's the most recent set. But once there's more sets, then they can. As a kid, before there were more good CCGs, my friends wish that MTG would do other IPs. I mean, I also like it, you know. Didn't see Portal on the list. Not enough people play Portal. Not enough people had access to Portal. Wizards really should have predicted so many people would buy the Final Fantasy set and printed a lot more than they did. Honestly, Rainbow, they might have printed as much as they could have, is the thing. They might have actually... I mean, we don't know the numbers. We never will. But, like, there's a chance that Wizards did print as many as they could. You know, like, they might literally have done that. And you just, like, it's still just, like, that doesn't account for everything that happened. Primetime was worse than Vivi. They banned the One Ring? Not in... Well, that's... Well, in Modern, that's... I mean, yeah. Unban Primetime? No, don't. The card and how it locks other decks out of the format when we were just... hit Standard with 7 bans. Yeah, but that's also the kerfuffle of Standard being as long and as short as it was and is and all that, too. Alright, there's a lot with Standard going on right now. It's Homelands. Homelands was rough. No value in the small packs. That Homelands is on here. Homelands and Fallen Empire for the old heads that remember. Honestly, I would personally combine Fallen Empires and Homelands together. I would combine number 4 and number 9 together to be a 9%. of participants, 9% of participants are older Magic players that have the breadth of history to actually call forth the worst sets. Like they are comparing everything in Magic from its basically its beginning, right, all the way till now, and they have decreed with their knowledge, their old wizened white beard, they've been like, in my experience, I've seen the breadth of history, and I am telling you that the worst sets were the ones that almost destroyed Magic, and that is Homelands and Fallen Empires. I would combine these two. Number 4 and 9 are the same answer. They are the same answer. Because they would all be here for the exact same reason. If you said Homelands was the worst set, it's because of all of these. It's for the exact same reasons. Right? Increased print run, lower power level set. I don't know, maybe it's the same art on different cards. But like, also the forcing of the 5-card minimum to play standard, you know? Hating EDHRec is just popular right now. It was a fine set. Agreed. Bongo. Renaissance was neat? The fuck is Renaissance? Sorry, in 2015, I don't want to say worse, but underwhelming was Really? Kaldheim. That goes crazy. I just hope that they do ban Vivi and not ban all the cards around Vivi. Once Final Fantasy stops being the most, like, more recent set, I think that they'll do that. Homeland sucked if you want to see, but I did want to see more of Old Grotha. Yeah. Reprint set for foreign languages. Was that Homelands? Oh, Renaissance? Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. How's Final Fantasy on the list when it brought in so many new players? It's on the same list because for all the people who said all universes beyond sets. But anyway, okay. Well, so I want to move on. And that is a good question. Why is Final Fantasy on this list? Well, honestly, we couldn't even figure out why. Other than price of product, dealing with scalpers on a scale that we never have before, and it being the first Universes Beyond set in Standard, so you have all the growing pains with that. Chat has not really been able to give me much of a reason, you know, just for chat. Obviously, it's not the whole breadth of Magic, right? But, like, chat hasn't even been able to give me, like, a real reason as to why Final Fantasy was bad, right? It's just the world around it. But why Final Fantasy, the set itself, was bad? Yes, people would also rate it as the best set of all time if this list was reversed. Exactly, 100%. You hated Elrond's Epiphany decks in Kaldheim? I mean, if you want to talk about extra combat decks being the fucking worst, you know, I mean, you started in 2015? You started in 2015? Didn't they have, didn't they have, the extra turn card? Wasn't that the 2015 extra turn card with Sarkhan on it? With Sarkhan on it? Nah, I don't, I don't play paper because I don't get scammed. We got a lot to unpack there, but that we don't have the time for that. Isn't Baldur's Gate a Universes Beyond set? Shh, they're not ready for that. They ain't ready for that. Mechanically, Final Fantasy was fine. Art ranged from heckin' great to PS... Yeah, PS1 screen grab garbage. I don't like the screen grabs. But, so yeah. So, for what we're talking about here, chat. No one in chat has actually said that Final Fantasy is the worst set. There's no one in chat has this opinion. Or at least they just didn't share it, right? No one has the opinion that this is the worst set. So, let's see. Why could it be chosen as the worst? Why could someone choose it? Or honestly, what problems would people even have with it? What problems? And honestly, if I put this right here, Vivi, right? Like the fact that amongst the problems that we, like, you know, people allegedly have a Final Fantasy, like, yeah, okay, I get Vivi, right? Like Vivi, crazy work. Vivi's crazy. Okay, like like one card, like one chase card being like a bad bitch, like, okay. That's my thing for Dragon's Maze too, you know, like history repeats itself. The one titular card pushes everything out of order, out of whack. Same thing with Vivi, right? So like, you know, things happen. Things just happen, but like, you know, yeah, there's just gonna be a chase card sometimes. Before Final Fantasy came out, people would have said Brothers War or whatever it was for Shieldred, right? Like they would have said Shieldred, Dominaria Shieldred. You know? I think Spider-Man also got a lot of hate because of oh, yes, we will talk about why Spider-Man's on the list and why it's bad. Like, yes, we will talk about that. The weird thing they did with bundles? Yeah. General Universe is what got Final Fantasy on the list. Right. And that's just like the most recent one. Yeah. Given that Spider-Man is on there, I can't really take that poll very seriously, you know. But like the reason that the poll, at least for some, I mean, listen, as a content creator, I do have to take the poll kind of seriously. But again, I want to emphasize here that the biggest issue with this poll, the number one issue with this poll, is that there was not immediately an article or YouTube video, I'm refreshing right now, accompanied by this picture to explain how they got to these numbers, right? Because a lot of what we're doing, you know, me, every other content creator, everyone reacting to this picture, we're just left with so little context. So, like, I mean, you know, a lot of us are just going like, oh, it's just new people and or old people and their hatred of global hatred of Universes Beyond is like makes this the number 2 slot stupid and I don't respect it. Oh, it's only new players who are pushing EDHRec to the top. They don't know what a real bad set is, so I don't respect it. Like literally, steps 1 and 2 have what equal numbers? Hold on, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, everyone who hates Universes Beyond, like all Universes Beyond sets, also hate Final Fantasy, also hate Assassin's Creed, also hate Spider-Man, right? So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20%. The number 2 is actually 20% of this, right? So you can say that it's just old fogies that hate everything new. And that's equal to 20%. And then you can also, in the same breath, because we have no context for this, 16% say EDHRec is bad because it's all brand new players who don't know anything about Magic, and oh, they think EDHRec is bad because like it's because they've only been playing since EDHRec, right? Like you have both sides saying the same thing about the other because we are left with no freaking context for this. And I think that's not good. Okay, like, you know, like and also I just want to say it's 2025. It is August 25th in the year of our Lord 2025. And I'm talking about a poll without context that immediately pits 2 different aspects of the player base against each other, blaming each other for just blind hatred over X, Y, and Z. And it's 2025. I'm not... this ain't a vibe. This ain't a vibe. This does not pass the vibe check. I'm just saying. It ain't a vibe. Let me refresh this. I just want to see, was there a video associated with this? No. Like, there's not. There's no tweet, there's no video, there's no article. There's nothing. I don't like that. It does not pass the vibe check. It does not pass the vibe check. You know? That's all. That's all. It doesn't pass the vibe check. I love EDHRec. I got this website open all the time. I know the people who write articles. I know the people who make the video. This is obviously not hate to them. They're adults. They know I'm not bashing them. But this here is not great. It's winning because we are here talking about it. Yes, we are. We are here talking about it, but I am, at the very least, trying to be some level of voice of reason, or at least giving my take on it, to try to, like, understand, like, to unpack and give a voice to why this is a bigger issue than just, I can't believe new players don't know what a bad Magic set is. You're just, if you think it's EDHRec, it's because you're 12, and if it's, oh, you just don't like Universes Beyond because you're 50. It's like, no, like, that's not it. That ain't it. That ain't it. I am happy to see 3 and 4. Personally, I'm happy to see 3 and 4 because I know 3 is my generation of Magic. The second Renaissance is Dragon's Maze. The OGs, they know it's Fallen Empires and Homelands. Remember, chat, 4 and 9 are the same. 4 and 9 are the same, like, back to back. Those two together almost killed Magic, sort of thing. So this is number 9 together. Okay. Wonder how many players do follow the story for sets that are not Universes Beyond. I mean, as a Vorthos player, I know that there's a significant portion who likes the storyline. I mean, listen, the best story... Look, as much as, you know, Universes Beyond does take away from Magic story, if you claim to like the story of Magic and you didn't listen to the Edge of Eternity's stories, you're not putting your money where your mouth is. I'm just saying. Edge of Eternities has been some of the best lore that Magic has been able to produce in years. The best storytelling in years. Because they got to take all of Final Fantasy off, right? You don't have to make a story for Final Fantasy. They got to take all of Final Fantasy off to quadruple down on Edge of Eternity story-wise, and it was golden. So if they get to keep doing that in the future, it's almost worth it. I'm just saying, it's almost worth it. If we skip one set per year just to let the storyline be, like, baked in a hyperbolic time chamber for an extra 3 months, it's almost worth it. Worst flavor, worst mechanics, worst storytelling for what? Worst as in, oh, also, yes, Dennis, yes, correct. The part of my issue with them not having an article or video to explain what the worst meant, or, hey, maybe they didn't even say this, right? Worst is just whatever your opinion on it is. Which is why, for Final Fantasy, my chat is not amongst the players who find Final Fantasy to be the worst set. My chat demographics are skewed all over the place, but no one here has actually said their vote for worst set is Final Fantasy, and we have tried to list the problems that were bad with Final Fantasy, and even this list right here just comes down to more meta reasons. Price of products, scalpers, the first Universes Beyond in Standard, so you got Growing Pains, and then Vivi, right? Like, just one tentpole card of Vivi, and it's like, okay, like, so is this really the worst set ever? Not as far as my chat's coming is. So, and then, how long have people played Magic? Literally all over the board. All over the board. My chat is skewing from people who have played Magic since the 90s and people who are brand new. And not a single damn one of us would say Final Fantasy is our worst set. You're surprised Streets of New Capenna didn't reach the top 10 worst sets. That is crazy talk. Cauldron is more of a problem than Vivi? Yeah, I know. Maybe. I feel like the set is a design is not bad. Correct. You're bracing yourself to be an MKM apologist. You better brace yourself. And how invested? Literally all over the board. Actually, no, we're all invested. All invested. Grossly invested. Sorry. We are all grossly invested. And none of us can actually name why Final Fantasy is, like, the worst. Okay. On to... Alright, so now we talked about Final Fantasy. The next is... Okay, Karlov Manor. Alright, chat. Alright. Karlov Manor. Karlov Manor. Other than the Isekai S title... Markov Manor. Step 1. Too many hats. Literally, the quintessential, I will die on this hill, chat. Murders at Karlov Manor is the quintessential hat set, right? There is no other set that is more hat set than Karlov Manor. It just is not. There is no argument. You can say OTJ and I will fight you on it, okay? You can say Aether Drift and I will fight you on it. But Karlov Manor is the biggest quintessential example of hat set. It is the hat set. And I don't believe there is a real argument against that. No. Hey, Starlord Ash, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. And my main argument, my biggest argument for why Karlov Manor is hat set more than anything else, like more than truly anything else. Where is that damn Sphinx? Where is that Sphinx? There's a, oh my god, this right here. Okay. This. Okay. This. A weird detective. Okay. A weird detective. Versus. What are we talking about? Versus. An actual... Angels don't count. They're born on the plane. Versus someone out in the actual desert with a desert hat. A detective hat on a weird detective. Versus someone who literally is in a desert plane wearing a hat that is meant for the desert. Which one is the hat set? The flavor text also says it all. I was gonna try to not. I'm not gonna. You know. Yeah. But like, you tell me which is the hat set. Okay. That's my argument. I'm not gonna belabor this point that much more. All right. This is the hat set. I'm not even gonna say the first. The hat set. Quintessentially. Yes, OTJ has more hats because they are in the desert. They are in the desert. It is hot there. They are in the desert. Yeah, per capita they have more hats, but why are there any hats for vampires on Ravnica? They're on Ravnica. That's a normal thing. Huh? Why? How does... no. We're done. We're done. Colonel, I don't make the rules. How else are you supposed to know that they're detectives? The creature type! Also, just don't do detectives. But the creature type. I swear to God, if Massacre Girl had a hat, I'd like flip. Okay, anyway, back to this. So, there's a difference between we have... there's a different... Yes, all... Yeah, okay, yes. Okay, yes. Grizzly's saying it. There's a difference because we've been to Ravnica so many times before that with no hats, and now magically we all have hats. Yes. Now, people on the internets argue with me, okay? And I appreciate the argument, right? I still stand with what I feel about Ravnica. As my background with Magic and Ravnica, right? Ravnica was the third block that I was ever a part of. I was a Zendikar, then Scars, and Ravnica. Oh, Innistrad's in there too. I wasn't super involved in Innistrad. Ravnica was the first time I stepped into a card store, okay? So in terms of being like a formative experience for me, and especially playing drafts with other people and standard and all that stuff, Ravnica means a lot to me, right? But as a second Renaissance player, Ravnica, for me, are the guilds. The guilds are what make Ravnica Ravnica to me. And no matter what anyone in the world could explain to me, there is... I can never not see Ravnica as about the guilds. There's people who are older in Magic, right? Older people in Magic have argued with me, and I think it's a fair argument that Ravnica is actually not about the guilds. And people on Blue Sky and Twitter will say this all the time. They'll say like Ravnica is not about the guilds, and I want to tear my hair out. They'll say that it's not about the guilds. It's about Ravnica started as a detective murder mystery, and it started that way. Why? Oh, right, because yeah, it was 4, 3, and 3. Crazy work. You know, it's a detective mystery. Like Argus Koss is the main character from Ravnica, and he starts out as a detective, and he finds out about Zadok, the leader of the Dimir, and it starts this whole blah 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 blah. It's a pseudo detective mystery thing. Now, and they'll also say that like it's about the people who live on Ravnica, not about the guilds and all that. Again, I disagree. I personally, even with my context of like Return to Ravnica and then going back to OG Ravnica and looking at this and going like, okay, but that's a guild leader, that's a guild leader, that's a guild leader. These are legendary creatures within the guild. These are guild mages. These are epic spells from the guilds. There's a watermark on everything. I personally don't understand. I cannot put my brain into the body of someone who doesn't see Ravnica as being about the guilds. I just can't. It is a mindset based on when I got into Magic and how I contextualize Magic that does not coincide with that mindset, okay? So, just to let people understand where I am on Ravnica. Now, as someone who cares about Ravnica being about the guilds, okay, the guilds of Ravnica are oh my god, there's a third set of Ravnica. That's right, I forgot. Like, we have to go up here too. The guilds are Ravnica, and we have seen that for 3 sets in a row. In my opinion, maybe if you're an old head and you say that Ravnica's about the people and you say it's not about the guilds and you want to fight me in the street, that's fine. I'll fight you. Maybe you could argue that about the first original set, but you cannot. There's no argument with Return to Ravnica and then Ravnica 3, where it's just more guilds upon guilds upon guilds, okay? And then you get War of the Spark. It is guilds everywhere. So throughout time, we have guilds, okay? And we have 10 guilds balancing out, going to war, whatever, right? Guilds and guilds and guilds. And then you're telling me for one set, my ass gets dragged into Karlov Manor. What am I looking at, dude? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What do you see here? I see a guild leader. I see guild leaders. I see legendary creatures. I see guild mages. I see legendary spells that exemplify everything about the guilds. I see the guilds with their own mechanics. I see the same thing in the next set. I see that here. What? Something went wrong here. I see that here when we return. I see that here when we return again. I see that here when we culminate the entire return. I see that here when we come back for the 3rd time. And then again. And then even in War of the Spark, I still see, I still see the guilds. I still see the guilds. I still see the guilds. Okay? A little bit more character-centric, with Atomic and all this stuff. I do like that we do see more street people. Don't get me wrong. I do like that we see more street people. I am appreciative of that. Remember, oh my god, hey, remember, just, I want to, as a quick aside, remember when the lore of how Magic people, like, Planeswalkers fight, is that they're summoning, like, a memory of, like, people that they know into the zone, into the battlefield to fight? So that's why you have a Johnny's Pride mate, a cat soldier, fighting on Ravnica because the Johnny summoned him. Ravnica doesn't have Leonin. Yes, Ravnica doesn't have Leonin, and they're certainly not dressed like that because a Johnny summoned him. Okay, but now we have people just walk. Whatever. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I still see people. I still see a little bit of guild. I see guild members, but yeah, there's still more people on here. I will warrant that there is more of a ground aspect on this, but I still see guilds present, right? And then now, I open up Karlov Manor. And what am I seeing here? Where are we? What plane is this? Tell me what plane this is. What plane is this? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Here, what is this? I recognize what Selesnya looks like. I know what a Selesnyan outfit looks like. So I can see that. Alright, what else? Who's this guy? That one? That one? This Vyashinu? Wasn't the story that guilds fell after the invasion? No. The guilds are still very much alive and well. They're literally still alive and well. They're actually alive and well. No. Which would also be awful, by the way. Like, that would be also high-key, low-key. If the guilds themselves didn't break apart after the War of the Spark, where 5 of the guilds were actually in league with the planet-destroying dragon that started an interplanar war on their home turf, if that's not what make the guilds fall apart, but like an invasion from people who are even more planar destructing, who kill everyone indiscriminately, no matter whose side you're on, if that would break the guilds apart, no. In fact, a guild leader getting killed kicked off the story, and the guild leader was behind it. It sure did. It sure did. So it turns out it is actually about the guilds in a way, but the set we see is a bunch of people in detective hats, I guess, trying to figure out who done it. Who done it? Who done the thing? Rakdos, patron of chaos. Let me put it on here. Oh wait, I should just look through this art. Rakdos, patron of chaos. The literal guild leader of the Rakdos. Do you see the Rakdos symbol on this card? Do you see, Ross, if anything, that brings the guilds together. Do you see the Rakdos symbol on Rakdos, the leader of the Rakdos? Anyone? Anyone? No? Crazy work. Interesting. Okay. What about, let me look for more guild leaders, huh? Let's see. Niv Mizzet's there should just be like a guild pack symbol, personally. Niv Mizzet should have a guild pack symbol, but that's whatever. Lazav, Wearer of Faces. Do you see Lazav being the leader of the Dimir? Anything like that? No? I always look at the set as they were moving towards a more modern society as they progress out of the way. Every single other plane in all of Magic can be your story about moving away from what you were into modernization. There is only one plane in the entire multiverse that we know of that is able to separate itself on the axis of 10 guilds. And that's the plane that should be the modernization set. No. I do not agree. I cannot. No. 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 Make that Kaldheim or some shit. But Ravnica? No. No. Bro's forgetting that's a whole plane outside the city. Are we talking about the Ghost Quarter that got ripped off, or um, Modernization Conflict? That's not even Conflict. That wasn't even Conflict in Kamigawa. In all honesty, or do you mean OTJ? Is that what you mean? I thought he was remade and then killed again immediately by Bolas. What, Lazav? No, Lazav is fine. Niv was killed. Yeah, Niv was killed by Bolas and then got remade. Yes, correct. Oh, hey, who's leading the Is It, by the way? I mean, the last time we saw Niv Mizzet, you know, is the Guild Pact. So who's leading the Is It? Is it this guy? The guy that dies in the story? Is it Kylox? Who is this? It doesn't matter. Kylox is dead. Okay. Well, what's like the Is It League up to? I don't know. Raul Zarek, that is true. Is Raul in this set? Raul's not in this set. Raul's not in the set. Raul's not in the set. You know who else is leading a guild? Izoni, leader of the Golgari. I guess. Guild symbol? No. Yeah, Raul was in Bloomborough. Okay. Alright. Okay. Anyway. Back to my... Aurelia. The law above. She's still the guild leader of the Boros. Nothing changed. But her watermark sure did. Because this is a detective mystery set, I guess. Because it's not about the guilds. So anyway, my intense hatred for Murders at Karlov Manor, from a Vorthos perspective especially, should be quite clear. Now, worst magic sets, Murders at Karlov Manor. After my ranting and raving, so you're just upset that they chose Ravnica to be the setting of the set? That's one of it. I mean, that's one of them. Yeah. I mean, that's one of it. It's a Vorthos fail, yeah. But that is one of them, Steel Shot. That is one of my biggest gripes. As a person who really likes the story, that is one of my biggest gripes. Is that the setting for the set was... It's not that it was like... It's not just that it's an old plane, right? And now they're just doing something new. But like, it is a plane that already has an identity, right? It is a plane that has one of the most unique identities in all of Magic. And it was completely disregarded. To do what? To literally have a set that is all about hats. No, like, Ravnica deserved better. Right? But Judith, though? What's she doing? It's the worst Judith... It's the most least played Judith version of her. Judith is doing spells now? Don't talk to me. The only thing I don't like about they abandoned most of the stuff that it had, like detectives and suspects. Correct. Walty definitely screwed the proof by switching to Capenna. Yeah. Also, yes, Capenna was supposed to be the detective set, right? So, like, I do acknowledge that, like, Capenna, like, Ravnica was done dirty because Capenna was look at this guy. Like, tell me this guy, this goblin right here, and how he's dressed. Tell me that this isn't Capenna. Tell me that this isn't Capenna. This is from Capenna. This is a Capenna art piece. But whatever shifted with Capenna had to go into Karlov Manor, and that's made Karlov Manor even worse. Again, this is another Star Wars thing where it's just like Episode 9 is the worst Star Wars movie ever made. Objectively, on every level, Episode 9 is the worst Star Wars movie ever made. Now, was it made worse? Like, what led to it being the worst? The fact that the prequel trilogy in general was doing wacky stuff, not planned out, yada yada yada. Yes, 100%, right? But that doesn't change the fact that Episode 9 is the worst Star Wars film ever made. And that's the same issue that we're having here. Are there reasons why why Murders at Karlov Manor, like, failed so much, right? Like, was it supposed to be, was all this detective stuff supposed to be on New Capenna. Absolutely, for sure, right? But it wasn't. It's here on Ravnica. They chose to put it on Ravnica, and Ravnica suffered for it, right? Was the top 10 list yours? Why? No, the top 10 list is EDHRec. It is not. It ain't mine. We're arguing against it right now. So, yes, there are reasons why Capenna is, or why Capenna, why Karlov Manor is what it is. Also, there is something to be said about, there is something to be said about, not this one. That's sick art. There is something to be said about, Arena. There is something, you know, a little bit more about how, like, modern day Magic and its changes do kind of affect things. This is an Arena card, right? So just in terms of talking about flavor, I know I'm hitting on the flavor train a lot, but it is who I am. This is Teysa. After the whole Karlov Manor thing happened and she got murdered and blah, 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 blah. After all of that, right? And you literally see Teysa die. You see Teysa die in the middle of the set, right? Like, you get this art of Teysa right here. Being dead. Big plot. Teysa's a beloved character. She is dead in this art, in the set itself. And I think you can technically see that she is a ghost here in Call of Surprise Witness. I don't know if this is just like, you know, there's a trial and then you just summon Teysa's ghost as a surprise witness. I don't know why it would be a surprise. We're literally on Ravnica, whatever. But you don't see what Teysa is doing at the end of the set unless you go to Arena, where you have a legendary creature version of her as a ghost. Dying but being a spirit is such a cop-out. It's literally Ravnica, so it makes sense. It is not a surprise witness. It should be the most straightforward witness. Arena only cards. Arena only cards is part of what makes alchemy. No, that can't be real. This is not OTJ. No, that doesn't make any sense. No, that can't be it. That just must be tagged incorrectly. No, that's not it. I don't believe that. I don't wait, what? Wait, that's Vona. Wait, what? Well, a strike against your beloved OTJ. Wait. Oh, so did they put alchemy cards for not the set that it's from? Hold on, what? Why is Grenzo here? Why is... They lumped them together. That's one strike against OTJ. That's one strike against OTJ. But yes, arena only cards. Oh, and let's not forget about the Clue set. Let's not forget about Clue. Let's not forget about Clue. Has no play in its side too? Gotcha. They just do it by year? Okay. Strike 2 against OTJ. Holy cow. No, that card's good. And then also... Jesus Christ. Get me to the set. Yeah, there's... Oh, but there's Alchemy Murders at Karlov Manor. What are we doing? Wait, is this the sexiest I've ever seen? Okay, hold on. That's mine. Yoink. Yoink. Download. Saving that for the collection. Okay, Okay, that's hot, actually. That's a sick-ass Sphinx. Saving that in my sexy Sphinxes folder. That's cool as fuck, actually. This art's good. That's good art. Anyway, why isn't Taste a part of the set that has Taste... that... what? Yeah, oh, Amara, Voice of the Conclave? In the Alchemy set? The literal lead... the new leader of the Celestia? I'm angered. I'm angered. I'm angered. I'm angered. I'm angered. I'm angered. Tagit... oh my god. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I'm just getting angry. I'm just getting angry. So Alchemy is a problem. The clue boxes were great when they were being dumped for 19 bucks, free borderless shocklands. Yes, I did like that. Now, I like these. I actually have nothing wrong with this. I actually like this. I like that each of these arts is people in Ravnican garb. There's no... I don't have a single thing wrong with these cards at all. I'm not even mad about this stuff. Like, whatever. I like little side product mini games that you can get. There's nothing wrong with these. I do have the slightest issue with the only place where we can get cards that have watermarks on Ravnica is here, in the clue set. Lavinia is the guild leader of the Azorius. We only see her as a detective. I'm angry. Anyway, okay, back to the thing. Arena only cards, lore is dreadful. If I had to guess, they were refining the design for Taste and it wasn't ready for Alchemy. Maybe that. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good guess. The clue box, yeah. Okay, so if I were to vote Murders at Karlov Manor being the worst, and if anyone in chat also votes Murders at Karlov Manor being the worst, why? What would your reasonings be? Murders at Markov Manor also, I mean, like that... I mean, we've not... I mean, yeah, I think, like, that's definitely a mark against this set, for sure. It is the quintessential hat set. Arena-only cards was a problem. The lore is dreadful. Lore is dreadful. Ravnica was not the OG setting and doesn't fit. Ravnica was not the OG setting, right? Mechanically, mechanically the set is underrated. How do you feel about the mechanics of the set, right? Like, we have, detect, I mean, well, okay, I mean, do you like Collect Evidence? I mean, Collect Evidence is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with the mechanic. I just don't, I have never seen a Collect Evidence card used in Commander. Like, at all. You know what I mean? So I just don't know if that's, like... if it's a mechanic that mattered outside of its set. I don't think it's parasitic. It can be used anywhere. Just no one wants to use it. Disguise and Suspect? Disguise and Suspect are derivative. I would say derivative. Derivative. Oh my god. That's a lot of YouTube chat. Sorry. Derivative mechanics. Disguise and Cloak, right? Oh, Suspect for sure. Yeah. Collect Evidence is okay. More Morph-likes is great. Cases are hidden. Cases are fine. I think cases are fine. They're like sagas. Cases are just like sagas to me. And they're playable. They're playable in any realm. Like, I mean, everything's playable in any realm where you can play them. But, like, I think cases are unique enough. Cases are like classes, are like sagas. I think those are fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with cases. I like them. Wish they would have done more of them. Yeah. They're more like classes. Yeah, they're more like classes. They're more like classes. And classes are fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah. No, you're good, Cheese. Jesus Christ, I like that. Derivative mechanics of Disguise and Suspect. I mean, they're... okay, Cloak. Cloak is just Megamorph, right? Cloak is just, like, Cloak is just as unexciting as Megamorph is. You know? I think that Disguise is fine. What is Disguise? If it's not... what is Disguise again? Cast this face down for 3. Oh, it's Ward 2. Wait. Oh, Cloak is just disguised, but from the top deck. My bad. Yeah. No. Disguise and Cloak are both derivative. Face down Ward gets Ward 2. I don't care for that at all. Like, I don't care for that at all. It's just face down Ward 2. It's literally just morph with Ward 2. You know, like, were there that many Ward cards, like, face down cards worth even killing in the first place? I don't know. They didn't do nearly as much. It didn't feel like they did as much as they did with it. And I didn't play the draft format then, so I don't know. But like, I certainly have fond memories of cons using morph and even maybe megamorph. But the several levels are. I love the suspect precon though. Yeah, it makes morphing yourself feel less bad. I mean, cons did it just fine. Cons morphed just fine. I don't know. Like, was removal heavy on whatever. I mean, the thing is, like, something would be face down and have Cloak, and it's like, okay, well, my removal spell can't get it, but then you flip it face up, and it's just like, okay, well, now I'll remove it, right? Like, what? How big of an issue was Niall? Your opinion means a lot. You don't have to give me your hottest take if you don't want to, but this is the new discourse. My main argument, my number one argument against this right here, what you're seeing on screen, is the fact that there was not an immediate follow-up article or YouTube video giving context for this here. Is that fair to say, Niall? Is that fair for someone who was as clued in as you are? For my biggest gripe to just be the contextlessness of this picture in the year of our Lord 2025. Because there's a lot going on right now. Yeah, this is the fire that's happening in EDH world. Yes, it is ludicrous, Niall. And everyone here agrees. Everyone here agrees. Ludicrous. Zero context is wild. Yes. Like, I'm telling you, like, I'm refreshing this page every time I look at it. No article, no video. It's just a picture dropped out in the open. And it immediately, yes, I agree. It's just dropping chum into the water and just letting people feast. Listen, but the engagement could have been to an article. It would, and should be to an article, to a YouTube video. I know it's rage bait, but where is the rage going? Where are you directing anyone to? It's not directing people to an article on EDHRec about this. It's not directing people to the YouTube. It's just going nowhere. And it's just, I mean, I'm not a business person. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, if it's necessary or not. Whatever. I'm a bleeding heart liberal. But, I'm, like, they should not have done this. This, and, like, listen, I'm talking about it. Listen, I have a like, look at my cool little like main screen. Like, look at me. Like, I'm buying into it, right? I'm buying into it, but I'm trying to be my best self, okay? I'm trying to be my best self on it, all right? Don't at. I'm trying to be good about it. But, like, this, they should not have done this. Are there people calling it out for the lack of context in the thread? No. Well, yes. Well, no. I am. And in my response to it, I am. Right? I guess, kind of. No, I probably should have said it better. But no, they're not. It's just an insane list. No set in the last 3 years is worst of all time. Yes. 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 Niall, you get it. You get it. Yes, correct. There is problems with this. Now, it's not even a counter list, right? But like, I'm asking people, it's just like, hey, listen, if you were to vote for this, like if you were to vote for EDHRec to be your worst set, right? If you were to say EDHRec, why? Silly theme, mid cards, the chase cards are PP gold, better sets around it, sure. Parasitic mechanics aren't great, right? Loot centric set. If you don't like loot, you don't like EDHRec. Fine. Those are reasonable things that evolve the actual set itself, both internally and a little externally, that I could see like why someone would say that's the worst. Fine. That's an argument. Next up, I skipped the all Universes Beyond. That's a different conversation. Dragon's Maze. If you're from my generation, the second Renaissance, great movie. The second Renaissance, Dragon's Maze is your worst set. It's my worst set. And you know, just like from the heart, that's my immediate worst set. I remember Dragon's Maze. I remember how deeply it hurt me. Voice of Resurgence is a bitch, okay? Absolutely. And for these same reasons, the chase cards were Shocklands. Barely. Made draft absolutely worse. They literally apologized for bad cards. Voice of Resurgence. Voice of Resurgence. And then the sets in front of it and after were great, right? Beginning of one of the best standard formats ever, right? And I've been playing since 2011. That kind of informs my decision. And heavily invested. EDHRec, most with this decision. I appreciate you, Niall. You're the best. Thank you. Good luck with the research. Thank you so much. But that's what's happening in EDH now, today. If EDHRec is your least set, you're more likely to have started playing within the last 2 years. Super fair. If you've been playing from the very beginning, right, and being invested, you're probably going to say Fallen Empires is the worst set ever. And you're saying worst set not just because the cards in them are bad, right? Not just because cards in them are bad, but because this was when they overprinted the set so much that it damaged the stores, local game stores' ability to sell Magic, right? It was the first, like, basically one of the first really bad sets ever. They actually just made the same card over and over again with different art to pad out the set. They actively changed the rules to force people to buy Fallen Empires. This is a very good argument for it being the worst set of all time. Because on a meta level, it almost killed Magic. That's worst. But to have that opinion, you probably have been playing since the early 90s, right? Your mindset of what the worst set is goes to something that almost killed the game, whereas my mindset for worst is just like the thing that when Magic was getting its second big breath of fresh air, the worst thing I've ever seen. My first interaction with a truly broken 2-mana card that warped the whole format around it. And if you're brand new to Magic the Gathering, EDHRec is bad, but if you're no, then EDHRec is your worst set ever. But you know, because I mean, you just don't have a context for more than that, right? And then when we talk about Final Fantasy being people's worst set, no one in chat could even say that Final Fantasy was the worst set, right? I had to ask chat, what could people say about Final Fantasy? And a lot of it has less to do with the actual set itself and just more the price, the money, the external reasons around it. And then Vivi, like, okay, sure. And that's it. You've been playing since 94. Hey, listen, Brett, it's all good. You are not the first one to say that you've been playing since 94. The fact that BFZ is not on the list is kind of amusing. Yeah. Because the people who are playing during BFZ were playing during Dragon's Maze, and Dragon's Maze is worse than BFZ. And also, it's not modern. They're not polling modern players as well. EDHRec wasn't bad, it was just mid as hell. Correct. Final Fantasy was amazing. Exactly. That's why no one could really give me like what problems did Final Fantasy have, or like why it would be the worst. It's just what problems did it have. Started playing during Dragon's Maze. A man of the people. All right. Sorry. Back to Murders at Karlov Manor. Okay. So. Started during Strixhaven? Nice. Nice. Agreed. Journey to Nyx was rough. Journey to Nyx was rough. Journey Tunics was rough, but it's not the worst set. Shuckin', not sir. It's not the worst set. It really isn't. It's not the worst set. It didn't come close to killing Magic. It killed 3 block structures. Maybe you could say that. You could say that it killed 3 set blocks. You could say that, and that is honestly one of the worst things that ever happened to Magic. That is true. Started in Concept Arc here. You started in the best, and it's all been not uphill since then. And not necessarily downhill, but it has not been all uphill. Cons was perfection. I only play Pauper anymore? Gotcha. It's not, but I put it at 10. Honestly, for that reason, yeah, correct. That was one of the worst things that happened to Magic. Okay. Also, I'm sorry that the background hasn't changed. Let me give you something different. Maybe I lied. Ooh, uh-oh. My backgrounds. There we go. Green. I got you, green. Please respond. Okay. I mean, Fifth Dawn was rough. Judgment was a little meh. Apocalypse was at all our third sets. Yeah. MKM does not belong in this list. I'd sooner put Dark Ascension. Nah, MKM. Nah. Actually, we said this Modern Horizons killed Mother's identity. Hey! That's true. Shuckin'. That's a good opinion. I'm down for... Hold on. We're gonna put this into, like, our own category thing. Yeah. Modern Horizons. As the start. Honestly, the start to, kind of like a different downfall of a different format. Yeah. Alright, so if... Unskilled Commander, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate you. Does Modern have a good representation these days? No. No, it does not. Original Kamigawa was not so great. I mean, it was nothing but ninjas versus samurais. Yeah, but it didn't kill Magic. Anyway, chat, thank you very much for the raid. A big old spicy raid. Appreciate you. Alright. Back to the task at hand. Make a raid. Hell yeah. If you were to say that MKM... Does anyone here say that MKM is the worst set? Does anyone say that? I just want to... Is there anyone of the opinion in the chat that MKM is the worst set? Correct, bad. There is not good data given. No, this has some good cards. Okay. Sorry about the lights activated stuff. I think MKM is bad, but not the worst. I'd say it's the worst in standard, yeah. You could get behind it. Fair enough, Anna. Appreciate that. Okay. So even chat doesn't really come to the conclusion that it's the worst set, but do we agree problems that the set had? Well, I mean, I certainly agree with the problems that this set had, but do we agree with these things here? Markov Manor having the worst name ever is awful, right? Being the hat set. Arena only cards. I mean, I guess I'll take that off. I'm mad about the arena only cards, but that's probably just me. The lore is dreadful. Ravnica was not the OG setting. Yeah. Trying to fit Ravnica into the hole that it wasn't supposed to be in caused the set to be worse. Isn't there the Clue Edition? The Clue Edition was kind of cute. It was just kind of cute. You didn't need to buy a single thing from it because none of those cards were standard. So it was just cute. It was just truly just extra shit if you wanted to. I vibed with the list so far. The hat thing was so lazy. Agreed. I don't like the separation of arena and paper. You and me both. I think points 2 and 3 are 4 are legitimate that can plausibly be filed in their lore. 2 and 3. Not the hat set. No, the hat set is its own separate level of fucked up. 4? Oh yeah. Ravnica, yeah. Okay, fine. They're kind of like the same thing. I'm just gonna I'm gonna keep them separate, but you're right. Derivative mechanics. Yeah, disguise / cloak is just nothing. It's no real thing different with morph. Morph is like fine. Morph as a mechanic is fine. Disguise and cloak is just the same thing with... Who cares? Right? Disguise and cloak is interesting. Morph is interesting. Disguise and cloak is not. Disguise on Etrio is kind of cool. That's fine. That's fine. Cloak... morph is cool. Morph is cool. How do you feel about post fire design? Post Eldraine being destructive for standard. We feel bad about it. We feel sad. Yeah, so we're not happy about it here. Okay. Any other reasons why Markov Manor? Any other problems with Markov Manor? How was the draft experience? Was that good or no? I don't know. Would love to see a modern / push Ixidor. I agree with that. We'll just detect everyone. Pre-release was fun. Okay, I mean that's cool. Was limited fine? Draft was morph plus pack or busy. Okay, didn't draft it. All right, fair enough. Personally liked MKM draft, but consensus seems mixed. Hey, that's fine. Then I wouldn't really put it on the problem that the set had. If it was a decent enough limited format, then fine. On power for a pre-release. All right, fair enough, Anna. Thank you. All right, then there's no then really it's just a flavor. Like the flavor of MKM is what drags it down so much. It's kind of the same reason people have issues with Aether Drift. But Aether Drift also had mid cards. PP Gold is not great. Mechanics are worse, maybe. You know, it's kind of the same thing. The flavor is not good. MKM Limited was better than ONE Limited. Fair enough. But yeah, a lot of it's just flavor bad. Flavor tastes bad. Okay, how long have we played Magic? I mean, certainly I've been playing since 2011. I mean, I guess to hate the flavor of Karlov Manor, you'd probably have to not like Ravnica, or you'd like Ravnica. I'm just gonna say 2011. It's me. It's my personal gripe. How invested? Too much. Morph haters didn't like MKM. Morph haters didn't like MKM. They're fine. I'm okay with that. Morph haters are wrong. But Disguise and Cloak are boring. Okay. Next on this list, Karlov Manor, Aftermath. Okay. Alright, well we can... Aftermath is, I think, an easier discussion. Aftermath was... When the hell was Aftermath? Right. Aftermath was not good. Homelands chased me out of the hobby for 30 years. Yeah, that, Homelands and Fallen Empires, I count as the same one. I count as the same answer together. Because together, they were both the things that almost killed Magic. You only got 45 cards to look at? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's so true. Duplicate the template, MKM, and then... Oops. This is, Aftermath. Alright, worst Magic set, Aftermath. And I think chat can have, a decent... We can have a decent discussion about Aftermath. Unprofitable mini set with normal pricing. Yep, I mean, that... undraftable mini set with normal pricing. Low variance for pulls. I mean, literally 45 cards. Literally 45 cards. Cards that did not change the game. At all. Can we even see... I'm even just, looking at Standard. Was there even anything in Standard that, gave two fucks about Aftermath? Or, Commander. Narset. Okay, yeah, actually, yes. Okay, yes. I take that back. Commander was positively affected by this. But that's just Commander. What isn't... what doesn't help Commander at the end of the day? It's just that a lot of these cards probably could have just been put in the set, you know? Or, I'm in a vacuum, I'm okay with sets that sprinkle on capstones to certain mechanics. Listen, I liked Dragon's Maze for certain aspects, right? I'm okay with sets that, just sprinkle the finishing touches on different strategies. I'm, kind of okay with that. But not at normal price. Not when it's only 45 cards, you know? Like, only 45 cards? Not really, man. Like, you missed me with that. You missed me with that. And if you're gonna do that, then, like, go even harder, you know? After more, like, afterthought. True. Many planeswalkers to spark with little or no explanation or backstory. I mean, the explanation was just that they lost other sparks. Is my Atraxa a worse set? I mean, I do hate it. From 2023? No. No, it's not. Dragon's Maze was good for Maze End. I have a soft spot for Guild Gates. Right. It added capstone cards onto mechanics, and that's like one reason to like Dragon's Maze. But it's still a bad set. It still is like a bad set for like every other reason. I do like the other arts in here. I mean, the arts are cool. But, yeah, I mean, the arts are sick as fuck. But, like, these 45 cards is bad. Just 40, literally 45 cards only is bad. Right? It's not good. 45 cards for normal pricing. Crazy work, right? Even though it's the Aftermath. Okay. Aftermath was the end of the big old Phyrexian War, right? Big giant Phyrexian War. Many planes across the multiverse scarred permanently, right? Now we're about to go into a new arc where there's portals to other worlds, and we go into Kellen and we see one set at a time, right? Even though there is a set called Aftermath, the only Aftermath we see is that some planeswalkers have lost their spark. But we don't see the aftermath of the actual sets, of the actual worlds that were attacked, right? If it was a true set, because like we've all said, like the Phyrexian invasion needed to be like 3 full sets, right? Like even if it was New Phyrexia, and then the actual invasion, like everyone's fighting, and then a third set where you truly see the war end and its aftermath, and like how is Ravnica responding? How is Ikoria responding? How is Innistrad responding? How do all of these people, all of these places and faces and names that we've seen fighting for their lives against the greatest evil the multiverse has ever seen, and we as players actively took part in that battles, get it? What is life like after that? Here are 45 cards about how the Planeswalkers lost their groove. Okay. What do you mean? Right? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Aftermath was limited. There's no story. There's like no real story, right? Like, Aftermath was just the Planeswalkers losing their spark, but nothing about the worlds. But nothing about the worlds that we, oh my god, just fought for, really. But really, I think that's more of a mark against March of Machines. That's not exactly true, is it? They sold it as the Aftermath. Like, it's literally a set called Aftermath, though, is the thing. And they do have characters. It's like, oh, there's Danitha, there's Arnie Metalbrow, there's Jurina Kudrow, they're alive. Oh, cool. Awesome. How's Dominaria doing? With their, like, 12th invasion from the Phyrexians, are they doing good? Last I saw, Shieldra was the size of a continent. Is that, like, all good? Like, you good? You good? Did you know that there's still vampires? Apparently Markov vampires on Innistrad, I suppose? Like, wow, that's some sick lore, I guess. Urborg scavengers? I guess they're having a good time. At least the scavengers are having a good time. There's still dinosaurs left somewhere. Isn't that awesome? Nissa is mad at something? Cool? Pretty sure Homelands and Fallen Empires are the worst, which we have on the list. That is on the list. Shieldred got... Right. No, Shieldred did get got by Elish Norn. Did she finish destroying Dominaria before that happened? Yes, no, maybe? I don't know. One of the worst sets was Fallen Empire. Story was there, but no cards of substance. We do have very good arguments for Fallen Empires. So don't worry, Minty Fresh. That is on there. Right, that's not all of the sets. Having only 45 cards isn't enough. Hey, West Coast, appreciate you, bud. There are some cards pointing towards the aftermath, and right, some cards, but we're paying full price for 45 cards that don't do that. Hold on, but not enough. Not enough. Especially since the following sets nearly disregard the entire Phyrexian invasion. I also want to double down on that, right? Like, the sets after Aftermath don't talk about the Phyrexian invasion. That's also a mark against the Aftermath set, not for, like, rising to the occasion of giving us the capstone to this giant multiversal war. Bottom 5 if we have Conflux and... Hey, Conflux too? Damn, what was wrong with Conflux? I hate that Jamara phased in as a full plane when it was part of Dominaria. Listen. Yeah. Yes, Brad. Yes, you are correct. Well, it phased into the plane that is... the planet that is New Mirror. It don't... Pricing and set size are really such a big issue that the other complaints can be directed back towards... Yes, they can. They can. Literally being 25 cards, yes. So, we'll do... I mean, cards that... the cards... No, cards at least affected Commander. They didn't... I don't know if these affected Standard. Alright, hold on. Let's do... You are right. Let's see. The lore was lackluster for being the aftermath of... For the, like, the capstone. Stone of the... story, really. The lore was lackluster for being the capstone of the Phyrexian story. How about that? There we go. Nissa affected Standard and Modern? Gotcha. Conflux block was rough. The story was very all over the place, in your opinion, and the cards were horrid? Really? I didn't know that. I don't... there was even a story for Aftermath. Lore issues were March of Machines. Aftermath was touted as being the thing that would end it, that would answer questions. It is still an, like, again, this is another Star Wars thing. Episode 9 is the worst Star Wars ever made. It was partially the worst because the sequels trilogy isn't that great, but 9 is still objectively the worst. The Phyrexian invasion should have been 3 full sets, and it should have... If it was only going to be 2, then the second one should have done more to, like, do more. But the third set is still there, being like, hi guys, I'm here. Here's how the story ends. The Planeswalkers don't have their sparks. Goodbye. That's not okay. That's what makes Aftermath not good. That's what makes Aftermath bad. I can, Sparks. I think they got a writer from Invasion Block and they said, what if we did Wrath again? Was it another overlay? Legit, one card got played regularly from Aethermath. It was... Yo! Actually, that throwback is crazy, though. The throwback is kind of, like... That throwback goes hard. Yeah. The throwback is crazy. But it could have just been... Like, it could have been literally in any set, you know? It doesn't feel like an Aftermath. They skipped possibly one of the largest parts of the story and just went here. Yeah. Okay, so those are my points for Aftermath being, like, definitely at least, like, it's the worst part of the set. Is there anything else that chat could somehow Palpatine is still alive? Yes. Should have been an Ixalan? Yes. Yes. The sets after it. Well, before and after. Nah. No. Any other reasons why Aftermath is, like, really bad? Hey! Fisher Magic, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much, Fisher Magic. How you been? Should have been an Ixalan, no one with a question. Well, I mean, the art does depict Ixalan. It's literally on it. Like, that's a temple in the background. It's from Ixalan. Fisher Magic, thank you very, very much for the big old spicy raid. I hope that you had a wonderful time playing Magic. And it's really great to see all of your beginner school video things. Those are really cool. Thank you very much for posting them to YouTube. They've been great. And I hope that you have a wonderful night. And I don't know if I'll see you at PAX West, but I'll see you at Atlanta if I don't. Small set, small list appropriate. Yeah. The fact that it was spoiled, like, way early, or, like, largely spoiled way early was, like, not good. And then that did lead to the whole situation, but that's just not part of it. No, Orlando next weekend? Yes, in Atlanta? Gotcha. Okay, well, enjoy Orlando. And I will see you in Atlanta, alright? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. Wait, really fast, before you go. What is your worst set? What would you vote? Not just this list, Fisher Magic, but what is your worst set of all time? Your personal opinion, not just from this list. Yeah. It kind of was Sparks. It was the first time in a while. But Fisher, if you could tell me your worst worst set of all time. If you're still there, I might have missed you. Okay, I might have missed you. All right. Anyway, Aftermath, bad set, undraftable mini set. No one likes this, right? Of course, if where the data comes from this list, that's the thing. That's the thing, Chris. And I've been saying this ever since the beginning of the stream. The problem with this list, it's less about the list and the fact that they have not come out with a YouTube video or an article explaining this list. That is the problem. That is the biggest glaring issue with this list, is that there has not been context given for it. Right. Exactly. Lilia would be Marcadian masks for you. Ooh. Where the data comes from. Right. Like, we don't know, Chris. All we get is just, like, we asked people, it was the worst, which is not good data. That's not good data. Not good data. Okay. Nothing more to say about Aftermath. That's fine. It was, like, I mean, the format of this set was so poorly received that they just never did this again. But the fact that they tried, the fact that they thought that they could do mini sets with normal pricing is really bad. Anyway. Okay, so now, next on the list to talk about, Assassin's Creed. It's basically the same thing. Right, Assassin's Creed, right, they already printed Assassin's Creed, but Assassin's Creed is also pretty bad. Is it the worst, though? Is it the worst, though? Is anyone in chat, would anyone in chat say that Assassin's Creed is the worst set? Would that get their vote for the worst set ever? Where the hell is it? No, it's way too far. When was Assassin's Creed? Should have the symbol. I recognize what the symbol looks like. Is that after OTJ? Oh my god, it was after OTJ. Jesus Christ. Wasn't the reaction to Assassin's Creed Aftermath Assassin's Creed so negative that it changed OTJ? So it was the reaction to Aftermath changed OTJ. So they did the big score as, like, you know, basically like chase cards or whatever, not as a separate product. So yes, for me the main reason Mark of Manor is the worst set is that apart from the Urza Saga, it's pretty damn lackluster. Not to mention the story seems to be on the level of filler season of an anime. Correct. Agreed. We basically did mention that, yeah. A bad set in every metric except the card. That's honestly pretty true. A bad set in every metric except the cards. So it like the cards are okay. Now, Assassin's Creed was released as a modern set, right? If you look at all the advertisements for Assassin's Creed, it was all about how this set is skipping standard and going straight to modern. Now, should they have just simply advertised, hey, this is basically a Commander set? Should they have done that and just said it was Commander product? Yes. They should have, because that would have been honest. But they marketed it repeatedly as modern product. Play Assassin's Creed in modern. Supplement your modern cards with Assassin's Creed. Printing this set directly into modern. Modern, 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 modern. It should have just said Commander. Because these cards, and please correct me if I'm wrong, have nothing to do with modern. Right? Is there a single card in here, much less two cards, that are modern playable? Direct to modern, more expensive than Aftermath. Yep. I'm not personally mad that it costs more than Aftermath per se. I'm okay. Thank you very much for the follow, Lilia. I really appreciate it. I'm okay with this set being its own price, right? It is Assassin's Creed, okay? It's a Universes Beyond property that they made a whole mini set around, and these full art lands are beautiful. It's just a Commander product, and it should have just been labeled as a Commander product. The bird in Cover of Darkness, really? That bird? Like Sinua? Really? If you say so. Oh, Cover of Darkness is crazy. Yeah. Reprint quality was honestly not bad. I don't think that the set itself was bad. Like, especially at that time, right? Like, Universes Beyond... Why do I have my headphones in? I don't even know. Universes Beyond was... There was only so many ways that you do Universes Beyond when Assassin's Creed came out, right? It was Secret Lairs, where you take just a couple of cards or characters or whatever, you make cards out of them, right? Just like a small collection of cards. Like anywhere between 1 for Lara Croft and then reprints, and then like, you know, a set of 5, right? Fine. You wanna go out and get an IP, and you just want to basically make special cards for them in Magic. I'm okay with that with Secret Lairs. Fine, whatever, okay? Then you go to Doctor Who, where it's just straight up, and Doctor Who and Warhammer, where it's like, hey, these universes are big enough to warrant full Commander decks, but not necessarily big enough to warrant the Lord of the Rings, right? They're not full set size. And I'm like, you know what? That's fair. Warhammer is full set size, but they just didn't do it at the time, whatever. Doctor Who, I don't really, you know, I think that the Commander sets were perfect for Doctor Who. Perfect for that. They didn't need to make a set out of it, right? I don't need my Doctors to be draftable. I need them to be flavorful. Perfect for that. So that's like the middle ground at that time. To do Universes Beyond, Commander sets. Fine. Then you get the Lord of the Rings, which is a full 300 card set, because the Lord of the Rings universe is definitely big enough and varied enough to warrant 350 cards, right? You can get 300 cards out of Lord of the Rings, and that's fine with me. I'm like so fine with that, right? Yeah, boosters for Doctor Who? Did they? It was just reprints of what was in the Commander set, so that's fine. Yeah, Aftermath did have banger cards. So it was either a big set like Lord of the Rings, a full 350 cards, Commander only product in the medium range, and then Secret Lairs in the small range, right? And I think that's fine. Then the Assassin's Creed right here, which is what we're looking at, Assassin's Creed came out with its own mini box, right? That was only Assassin's Creed cards with some reprints, but still all Assassin's Creed themed. It was in admission, how many cards was this? How many cards are in here? 309. Without like they're not draftable. So it was an admission that they, in order to make this still flavorfully like salient, but like in order to keep it flavorful, they couldn't make it draftable or whatever. Maybe that's their excuse. Fine. That, honestly, I'm still okay with that. I like that there was an in-between of Commander only and full Lord of the Rings set that was just, hey, do you like this one Universes Beyond? Here is a full set that's just these cards. Now, I'm not someone who drafts a lot, so like my opinion of like something not being draftable doesn't like hold a lot of sway for me. So like temper your expectations with my explanation. I know that this set not being draftable was like the like big thing that was a problem here. Like I acknowledge that. I get that. It just didn't, it doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean anything to me that this set was not draftable. I was okay receiving a set that was just a specific universe that had new cards and old cards. I wish that it was just straight up said, hey, this is a Commander product. Because the fact that it had that it was modern principle just didn't mean anything. And their reasoning for increasing the price of this product was saying that it was for modern. Because it's printed directly into modern, it deserves a higher price. It deserves a modern master's price. And that's just not true. Right? Like, that's just, I mean, it's just not true. It's just not true. These cards have nothing to do with modern, you know? So it was not, on one end, not making it draftable does matter to some people. Doesn't matter to me. Personally, I like that, but it matters to some people. And I get why people, are against it for that reason. And then I'm against, they should have just said it was a Commander product, because saying that it was modern and therefore demanded that higher price is just not true, right? It just isn't true. So like those are my reasons for, like, those are my problems with the set, right? So Masters modern Masters price for something for Commander product, really. For Commander product, right? Final Fantasy did have a fun draft, yeah, for sure. Second Sinister the only most, is it really? That's crazy. Modern Masters price for Commander product. Don't worry about my spelling. Not draftable. The first non-draftable set like ever, right? Like non-draftable at all. What else? What else would lead like Assassin's Creed to be like? I think there's a fair argument for Assassin's Creed like being labeled as the worst, right? Like in the top 10 for it be, and it is Aftermath size. That's right, Aftermath style. The last remnants of it, thankfully. Modern Masters price for Commander product. Not even printed in the standard, but we didn't want that at the time anyway. We barely want it now. Referencing Commander on the non-Commander product is a weird choice. Yes. Yeah. 100% Sparks. No, you're so right. That's a huge part of that. You're so right about that. Literally partner with. Partner with is in the set. Partner with is specifically a Commander-centric ability. I guess in the silent rules, right? Partner with, free running, exactly. Partner with, free running. You may cast this for its free running cost. You dealt damage with your assassin or commander. Yep. Super into MTG. Why is Final Fantasy considered bad? So, EDHRec, to help you, you're not super into MTG. Welcome, hello. Why is Final Fantasy considered bad? Actually, so here is the reason for people who are people in the community who are actively sitting down and discussing this. So they just came out with like this weird list of just like, hey, people. They just asked people like, what's the worst set ever, and then like 5% of this said like Final Fantasy, right? Um, Asking chat for a reason. I asked chat if there's anyone in chat who would ever say Final Fantasy is actually the worst set. No one in chat said yes. So it became, well, what problems does the set actually have? And the best we could come up with for the actual problems with the set is that the price of the product was the highest it's ever been, right? Like, especially for something like supposed to be like gettable for literally every type of player. It was outrageously expensive. We have had to deal with scalpers in the Magic community on a level that we've never seen before, right? It became more of a financial siren call to people who don't value Magic in any way, shape, or form more than ever before. And this was the first time that a non-Magic property, like a non-Magic IP, was standard legal, right? So like people, you're playing Magic at your local game store and you're like, let's go to Friday Night Magic, I want to compete against other people, and you run into Cloud Strife, right? So those are the only like real problems that like one could kind of have with Final Fantasy. And notice that none of those options are about Final Fantasy being bad, right? So to answer your question, why is Final Fantasy considered bad? It's only the economics of the set itself and almost nothing about the actual cards. The draft format was fun. Standard is fine, whatever. Not counting Vivi. That's that's option 4. But like the actual cards themselves, perfectly fine. The actual play experience, perfectly fine. Very inventive for standard, commander, blah blah blah. All of that. It's all non-actual relating to the Final Fantasy set stuff that makes Final Fantasy like the worst. I actually appreciate. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy. So all in all, don't worry about it. Anyone who's really that mad, just be like whatever. Literally, just give them the whatever. It's more about economics than universal. Yeah, and UB itself. Correct. Yeah, chat gets it. I'm glad that chat gets it. Thank you all. You're saying the scalpers are more extreme in Magic than any game except Pokemon for years. That is saying something, but like just the scalpers were just kind of able to be in their own lane, sort of thing, you know. Like they just, it was just more than ever before. They were dipping into people, into literally Timmy going to a card store and picking up a standard pack. Like the scalpers were affecting that market more than ever, and that's what's like that's what was different. Why you're purely MTG and MTGO and MTGA player? That's fair. Number 3, similar to why The Walking Dead was poorly received. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, Hannah. Yes, that is also why because it was the first Universes Beyond, right? Like that, that's super huge. Yeah, correct. Apart from the precons, I've never had a good booster pack pull of Final Fantasy. Maybe it's a luck issue. Honestly, Taylorhead, same. I don't open shit from Final Fantasy. I only get like random packs from like cons. Like I still have packs from like some con I went to, like in my drawer or in my thing over here. Like I still have a bunch of packs from some Magic Con, one of them, and I just don't open them. I just like keep them here. It's like kind of crazy. I probably should open them. I have Assassin's Creed packs, collector boot. Oh damn, shit. Why do I not open these? I'm crazy. I have New Phyrexia, All Will Be One collector boosters. I'm crazy, chat. Duskmourn collector boosters? Damn. Anyway, what was I on about? Oh yeah, I have bad luck with packs. I'm crazy. I'm just sitting on so much value. Basically, the only way to get cards nowadays is to pre-order them when with the SKU code. No, it's not quite like that, yeah. I don't know. That's probably what they have to do in like Pokemon or some shit. But the WotC refusing to do something about Vivi, right? And then that's why Vivi's also here as like a problem, right? But like that Vivi's on here because like that's a singular card and that's within modern memory. I think that Vivi is skewing these numbers a little bit too, because it's just like, okay, like that's the problem of the day. But like, man, Dragon's Maze was a problem because of Voice of Resurgence. And personally, I'm more scared of Voice of Resurgence. Voice of Resurgence would give me nightmares. Vivi is like just an annoying bitch. Just another Shieldred. Voice was awful. Buy singles, yes. You buy singles using at coolstuffinc.com using code Kuro for 5% off. Please and thank you. See both Spider-Man and Avatar being hit by a fair amount of negativity since it's getting to the point of multiple sets. Spoiler season, yes. So Lilia, yes. The Avatar preview season being so far ahead is also like really annoying. Like, yeah, it's hype, man. Like I get it, but it's the marketing behind these things is also leaking into the enjoyment of things, which is just like, honestly, if that's not 2025 in a nutshell, I don't know what else is, right? Like, I don't know how better to, like, 2025, I'm just trying to enjoy Magic the Gathering, and the marketing of things, like, just the marketing department is, like, making that harder to do. Is that not so 2025? Right? Like, just the external, whether it's the politics of the situation or just the capitalism of the situation, it just hurts, right? Like, it just takes away from it. I would have been hype anyway. Asking people at the point blank, I can't give you good results anyway. Yes, correct. Your primary game is Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not comfortable answering that question about Yu-Gi-Oh! Without going on an hours-long dive. Yeah, exactly. I love trying to process Arena Masters to Edge of Eternity's Alchemy, Spider-Man, Avatar Last Airbender all at the same time. Correct. Never-ending spoiler season. Correct. Never-ending hype season gets tiring. If it's not a new set dropping or getting spoiled, it's Secret Lair, and then somehow this pops up, right? And it's just like, all right, like new Discourse just dropped, you know? Yeah, I know, SSA. Just know that you're amongst friends here. Listen, we're all in this together to get through this together, and just keep on enjoying Magic. And I don't mean like keep your head down and enjoy Magic. I'm saying we are locking arms to remember and enjoy the things that we enjoy about Magic. Like, yes, it is an eternal hype season. Come to Kuro Hitsuki on Monday so we can talk about Magic and be like, all right, listen, I know that your social media just blew up with 50 more cards. We come to Kuro Hitsuki, let's talk about them. Hey, let's break down what happened in Avatar today. These 12 new Avatar cards came out. This is what the new bending styles do. Let's talk about some Katara. Cool, we're having a good time? Awesome. Let's play some Commander the next day. After that, let's do some deck reviews. After that, let's talk about the next spoiler thing. But, like, we try to make it more condensed and just, like, parse this shit out. Crow, gotta keep the engagement engines running. If you don't have a set to talk about, it's gotta be Discourse. This was, personally, and, like, listen, I was pseudo excited to make this, you know, to make this damn thing, right? And, hey, listen, YouTube video coming in here, right? But even though I did make this as the picture, we're clearly, like, it's still the Kuro Hitsuki spin of just like, hey, let's, like, break down everything here, right? Like, we're still having a discussion. It's not me just going, like, anyone who voted for Aether Drift is just dumb and 12 years old, and then everyone who hates all Universes Beyond sets is just old and scared of change. And the only real answer is Spider-Man, because I don't have Spider-Man product and I'm not an ambassador. Like, no, that's not what this is gonna be. This is Kuro Hitsuki yapping for what, 3.5 hours straight, just to be like, all right, let's actually, like, break this down. Chat, why? Fallen Empires is on the list. Fallen Empires is right there. Number 4 is one of the most reasonable ones. Fallen Empires and Homelands I count together. I count 4 and 9 together. because they're both together the worst set. New shrines for my shrine deck coming in my avatar, baby. Yeah, sure. I'm not faulting you specifically, but the article itself was so horribly needless and apropos of nothing. Is there an article? Because there is no article. There's no article. That was the issue. The biggest issue, and I keep saying this, the biggest issue is that there is no article. One in the World is Fallen Empires. Did I totally miss that? Fallen Empires is like from the beginning. Like from... When? Hold on. Let's scroll down farther. Literally here. Literally, like, this is where Magic began. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not gonna count that. Here. Fallen Empires is back here. Okay? 1994. Alright? So, yes, Fallen Empires is bad. Bad. And we describe it here. We describe it here. Why it's the worst set. And people actually do say that Fallen Empires is the worst. I say, and I'm on Dragon's Maze train. People are on the EDHRec train. Alright. Where were we? Assassin's Creed. Aftermath style. Fallen Empires is older than some of the people. Some? Okay, Sparks. Some? Alright. The list is on the screen. No, you're good, Joe. You're good. Because of Final Fantasy, and I'm a big Final Fantasy. Any suggestion on other sets for a beginner? Ooh, Aaron Winchester. I did see your name, and I'm just like, is that a Final Fantasy reference? If I was to suggest another set for a beginner that's not Final Fantasy, like, you know, you're already into Final Fantasy. I don't think. For a beginner, I think that Foundations. Hold on. I'm getting there. Hold on. Calm down, chat. You're freaking out. Chat, you sound crazy. Hold on. Foundations. There we go. So, Foundations is what I would is what I would say, right? So, as a brand new, like, just whatever, right? You liked Final Fantasy. Welcome to the Magic the Gathering community. I hope you have a wonderful time here. Truly, it's the greatest trading card game on the planet, right? Damn, Chaos Vision, good to see you. Foundations is Magic's like any new player should be able to buy a pack of Foundations from their local game store. And you will see the basics of Magic in it, right? Like, there's cards that tell you, you know, they give you the rules. Like, this is what Vigilance does, and blah, 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 right? Foundations is a big step to, if you open this, you kind of understand how, like, White works, right? Like, you open a pack of Foundations, and you're like, okay, White cares about life gain. It cares about tokens. It cares about damage to attacking and blocking creatures. I get that. Okay, cool. What's blue do? Drawing cards. Okay, cool. Putting cards into my hand. Can't be countered. Flashback. Okay, got it, right? Google. Hey, Google. Stop. So, you'll get your basics here of Magic. So, I would say, for a new player, Foundations is perfectly fine to get. It'll be like standard for like 5 years or whatever, and it gives you the basics of Magic if you didn't pick them up through Final Fantasy. Isn't super heavily on complicated themes or mechanics? Correct. Does not need to be. Foundations is the best core set that WotC ever printed. Yeah. You beat out Magic by 4 months. Yeah, I know. I'm born in 1993. I forgot when Magic came out. Actually, I could see. Actually, no. I don't feel like looking. Pretty partial to M10. Well. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, I mean, M10 was good. Thank you. I was looking at Foundations and Innistrad. Yeah, if you do you mean like original Innistrad or like Crimson Vow and Midnight Haunt for Innistrad? Because at a certain point, right, like if you were to buy packs in Innistrad Remastered, oh yeah, that did happen. If you were to buy packs of things, yeah, there's nothing wrong with Innistrad Remastered. Knock yourself out. And Ravnica Remastered. Honestly, fuck it. Remastered sets are fun. If you were to buy packs of something, Foundations is fine. If you want to buy singles, that's when it's just like, okay, like, hey, go to content creators like yours truly. Let's start like trying to help you build commander decks and stuff like that. Okay. Right, big score. Anyway, back to Assassin's Creed. Anything else bad about Assassin's Creed? Modern Master's Price for Commander product, not draftable, Aftermath style, which none of us like. I mean, it's just like, just no modern cards. Like, there's just, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's just in the Modern Master's Price for Commander product, I guess, right? Commander in the modern set. Yeah. Alexios, it's a commander card. I mean, like, I don't think, I mean, that's why no one's really arguing that Assassin's Creed is the worst set. It didn't threaten Magic's existence, and it was just, like, a waste of time. And I don't think Magic, like, lost $1 billion. I think it's just, like, advertised wrong, right? Like, it was just advertised incorrectly. It was just advertised incorrectly. And not draftable, so it's just like, okay, like, no, then makes people want it even less. And then Aftermath style, no one likes Aftermath. But like, so like, in terms of like, does Assassin's Creed deserve to be like in the top 10? I mean, maybe if it just like ekes out into 10 of just like being bad, like it's just a bad product that no one wanted to buy, sure. But like, I don't think anyone should vote Assassin's Creed being the worst set. Does that make sense? I don't think that Assassin's Creed should be anyone's vote. Like, your ticket for president. Wow, I picked up a piss card from a your vote, your one singular vote for president of the worst Magic sets of all time, and your ass put in Assassin's Creed? No. Not really, no. No. That's a wasted vote. That's a wasted vote, personally. That's just a wasted vote. It's just simply like, the context of Magic is so much bigger, and it's just not this. Like, it's not all contained. The worst ever is not contained all in Assassin's Creed, you know? Assuming people only get one vote, I'm surprised that DFT got 16%. There's no context for this. There's no context for this. There's no context for this. There's no context. They didn't make an article. There's no YouTube video. They didn't give us context for this. I don't know if it was ranked choice voting. I don't know if it was just presidential voting. Homelands is right there at 9. The next one. Homelands and Fallen Empires are the same. 4 and 9 are together. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Looks like piss with ink. Yeah. I could see a YouTuber doing the research for their personal top 10, choosing Screed as 10, but not being the worst. Correct. It can be in your list of the top 10, but it cannot be your worst card. It cannot be your number 1. Okay. We talked about this. Alright, Assassin's Creed. We don't really have much more to say about Assassin's Creed. Even then, like, again, the thing with Assassin's Creed has nothing to do with the actual cards in the set. The Magic didn't go broke because of it. Magic didn't destroy entire formats because of it. And, like, the cards in it are just fine for Commander. Like, they're fine. They're great, honestly. It's a Commander product. So it was just marketed wrong, not draftable, and no one likes Aftermath styles. Like, that's the worst you can say about Assassin's Creed. It's just so whatever. Like, it's nothing. It's a nothing burger. Other than Fallen Empires and Homelands, this seems to be, yes, correct, Lulia. Yes, correct. Well, no. Dragons, if you are from 2011, if you are from the second renaissance of Magic, Dragon's Maze is your choice, and that makes sense. That's not, I mean, like, recency in terms of from the beginning of Magic, sure, that's recent, but like from a generational shift in Magic, Dragon's Maze is your option. Because it's like it's mine. Okay, what's the next one? Homelands? Homelands is the same as Fallen Empires. Like, oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. If we were to, if people are voting for Homelands, you're in chat. If you vote for Homelands, what are your reasonings for voting for Homelands? I'm not disagreeing. I want to know. Like, what is your reason? Let me for voting Homelands. What made Homelands in particular your worst thing ever? Oh my god, they did double print cards in this one too. Jesus. Not as much, but... Homelands, low impact power. Okay. OPL, yep. There's nothing playable in standard. Okay, nothing playable. Just nothing playable, right? Homelands is so flavorful. Who cares about value or good cards? I mean, listen, I took off lore reasons for like other sets, but I mean, like, if Homelands has fine lore, then that's just like not one of the reasons that it's like one of the worst, right? It's probably the one set that I can't even remember the best card from. Well, obviously everything I do is Commander, so what is the... What the fuck is this? All Falcons get +1+... Okay, yeah, so if someone is trying to meme and wants to force people to learn about banding, okay, like if you're just really trying to be oh so funny, tee, fine, you know, you get to be that guy, right? Is that all the value that Homelands has in Commander? Literally just being able to be that guy? Cool, dude. Oh, Joven? There's not more Joven in Aaron the Relentless decks than this goofy ass? God, that's annoying. Ravika deals 2 damage to target creature player and does not untap during your next... I mean, Mono Blue Burn is kind of funny. Listen, see, now this is a challenge. I like challenges like this. I like challenging decks, you know? But... Chandler? Yeah. I mean... Arini Sengir? Grandmother Sengir? This is a bad side. Hang on, you called you call it Joven but not Chandler? I just know more Joven players, personally. I have played against Joven more often than any of these fuckers. Jesus Christ, this is so goofy. Magic is so unserious. Magic is so unserious and I love it. Ishin Shade, really? Like, that has more decks in it? Really? Ishin Shade has more decks than Joven? Really? Do I just not understand Magic players? Why? Who cares? Whatever, man. This is fun. Like, look at them. This is funny. What? Like, I know it's only 169, but like... Who is made excited by this card? Just Shade Typal? Is that it? Like, it's just Shade Typal? Like, I guess. Shades don't really have, like, that much of an identity. Whatever. Just a product of its time. Mediocre bad cards with drawbacks, cumulative upkeep. Yeah. I guess. It's fine. It's fine. Cannot be the Shroud. Target player... Wait, what? Shroud, and until end of turn doesn't have Shroud. Okay. I mean, that is funny. I mean, this is funny. See, so Homelands is just like the funny deck. Like, it's just the funny haha place. It's bracket 1. Homelands is just a bracket 1 home, which is fine. That's fine. Let it be bracket 1. It's the home for the bracket 1 player. And I appreciate them. They're the foundations of Commander. Yeah, you can do Shade Typal and he's pro white. It's not nothing. Yeah, I mean, I guess. That one man and one woman vanilla is one of the most played cards in the set that's telling, even though though it mostly tells in Magda. Yeah. Remember saving for a booster box as a wee lad and opening this doo-doo pile? Carapace, yeah. It takes place on Ugrotha, which is Dominaria, I think. I mean, back then everything was Dominaria. It's just a new continent of Dominaria. Feels like a video game where you just like, oh, you unlocked a new part of the map. Wow, crazy. New set. MH2 and MH3 are the worst sets because they ruin Modern. That's fair. We do have Modern Horizons in here as like for our own set, or for our own thing. Okay, so for Homelands, for those of you in the chat, worst, and then also apparently this was also was this the 5-card minimum thing? Was that also in Fallen Empires and Homelands, or was that something else? Or was that Alliance? No. Was that also Fallen or Homelands? That was a while after, right? Oh, I guess it wasn't that far. Yeah, I was probably still within that range, right? Okay, yeah. That's still, yeah, it's pretty bad. Alright. So yeah, Homelands is like, whatever. There's not even like memorable cards. I mean, literally chat is saying like they can't even remember most cards from here. Yeah, it's just not great. And again, more art of just like the same. I mean, I do like this panorama. Like, it's cool, but not great. Hang on, Apocalypse Chime. Merchant Scroll, eh? Merchant Scroll is pretty good. How much is that right nowadays? I have one. Dang, this ain't shit. Wall of Kelt. First printing a memory lapse. Yeah, that's true. Counter target spell, put that spell on top of its owner's library. That is funny. That is funny. Whenever creatures put into the same graveyard, the same turn, yeah. Look at that. The really Sengir I remember being playable. White and green. Yeah. That's crazy work. Sengir Aristocrat. Yeah, I mean, like, I recognize the art on these cards, but like, yeah, none of this is good stuff. I wonder if I sorted it by price, what's the highest price card in here? Damn, $11. Even after all these years, $11. Wow. And it's just propaganda in black. Like, wow, cool, I guess. Not good, just neat. Correct. Just neat. I mean, didgeridoo, right? Anyway, okay, so yeah, low power level, nothing playable. I know that's like kind of the same thing, but like seriously, just waiting for some good Minotaurs to be printed. The world has been waiting for good Minotaurs to be printed. Okay, let's not, you know. Yes, like the answer is yes, but like, come on, we've all been waiting for that. All right, Theros was waiting for that. Mogus, God of Slaughter, is waiting for that every set. Also leeches, get rid of poison. Yup. Yeah, Homelands and Fallen Empires are hand in hand for their reasons to be like the worst though. So pretty much like all this stuff is like the same. Like it's the exact same reasons. Not surprised I'm surprised Born of the Gods on that list because again, if Born of the Gods would have been your pick, it's because you started Magic in 2011, and therefore Dragon's Maze is your 2011 answer. Born sucked. Journey to Nyx sucked harder. Dragon's Maze, it was the titular bad set, though. The titular set. And in 2011, players only have one vote, and it's just Dragon's Maze. Okay. Homelands was there. Okay, and then now I do want to hit on this, chat. All right, it's time to talk about the Spider-Man part. What are we doing, chat? Chat room. Chat room. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Naming Spider-Man. Like, oh, come on, man. No, Journey is the third set. Born of the Gods is the second one. Look, I don't have anything bad to say about Homelands. I just don't think it's good. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, but we're talking about Spider-Man now, chat. Why is this on this list? Why? Is this... Now, again, we have no context of who they asked. We have no context of who they asked, what they asked them, right? Or, you know, if this was a ranked choice vote, or if this was just like, here is your one ballot, put the worst set ever in, and this is your one and only vote, and 3% of voters chose Spider-Man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But Spider-Man does not belong anywhere on this list, right? Even if it's recency bias, right? Now, like, obviously recency bias plays into this entire list. Obviously it does, right? However, the recency bias, like, you have to just basically not have played Magic within like 10 sets, so it's just like you named the only 10 sets you've heard of. So like Spider-Man's on this list. Or no, there's not even a real or. The or is just like dumb. But the only reason that I can even talk about Spider-Man being on this list, and this is something that we kept talking about. Remember when we were doing, like, when I was reviewing the Spider-Man cards, and like every 10 minutes I had to keep on like answering someone going like, why do these cards look so bad? Why do these cards look so bad? Why do these cards look so bad? And it's because, organized by release date, it's because the first cards we saw, okay, in fact, hold on, I think Spider-Man preview sets and SPE, yes, is this what I want? Yes, so why can't I organize it better? No, hold on. I forgot how to... SPD? What is the special set? I thought it was SPE. Alright, people are unexpressed by the welcome boosters. I had like a whole point going on, and now I'm just like lost. What's this set sometimes? It is SPE. Okay. SPE. How do I get it to search for both at the same time? Because now it's just searching for things that have both, that are in both sets. Which is infuriating. They had like a preview thing. Anyway. Okay. Or? Is it or? Sorry. Or... No. Because now I've typed in all cards that... Okay, thank you. Game, paper. Let me just copy paste that. Okay. Thank you. I had a whole... The paper part is whatever. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. Sort by release date. Okay, so back to the point. Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. The reason people are so against Spider-Man, right, is because the first cards we saw out of Spider-Man were the intro deck boosters, right? Like, the first cards that we saw It wasn't this Gwen Stacy, right? Like the multicolor, working with casting from Exile and all this cool stuff. It wasn't this Gwen Stacy. It's this. It's not even that Gwen Stacy. It's the mono red one. Why does this still feel not correct? God, yeah. It's this Gwen Stacy, right? Like, this Gwen Stacy is the first Gwen Stacy people saw, right? So when they did the preview event, right? When they previewed Spider-Man, it was at San Diego Comic-Con. And they gave you welcome decks, right? Like, literally Spider-Man welcome decks. They like literally welcome decks, right? The welcome decks for Spider-Man is what people were given at San Diego Comic-Con, which there's nothing wrong with that. Welcome decks are great. There's no commander product for Spider-Man. It's just welcome decks. Wonderful, right? This is to get people into Magic the Gathering to help them learn to play, right? These aren't going to be good cards. They're not supposed to be, right? It's just learning cards, introductory cards, right? So this Gwen Stacy right here, people's first interaction with Gwen Stacy is this Gwen Stacy right here. 5 mana 4/4 with Menace, and when Gwen Stacy attacks, she deals X damage to the defending player, or X is the number of attacking creatures. And that's the more playable one of these cards, by the way, right? People were mad that the first Spider-Man Peter Parker they're seeing is a 5 mana 4/4 with flying that says when you gain life with a counter on something and it gets indestructible until end of turn, right? And every single time we were reviewing a card, we were going over, we're making commander decks out of these intro decks so people can learn to get into commander. Every 10 minutes I had to stop, and people are just like, why do these cards look so bad? Why is Spider-Man so awful? It's because the first things we saw was intro product. And that's fine. I'm okay with seeing intro product first, especially because it's being given out to new players at an event. That, you know, that's whatever. But it speaks to the fact that it was on this list, that so many people, their perception of Spider-Man, so many people just saw this one card or these couple of cards and said, MJ is a 3 mana 2/3 that just says gain life and vigilance and get a counter. Dog shit, bad, awful, worst set ever. Enough people didn't learn somehow that this was just intro product. So in their mind, like, all these Spider-Man cards are bad? Really? Enough people, even though they saw Spider-Man 2099 be boring as sin, right? Fine, whatever, nothing exciting about him, for sure. But in the same breath, right, like at the same event, at the same time, Spider-Man 2099, this one from the actual set, a rare from the actual set, was revealed. And this one's way more of a playable commander, right? It's doing some wacky stuff. You can build a commander deck around this. They saw the first one and said, wow, Spider-Man is awful. Gonna be the worst set ever. And then also saw this one and said, oh, this is intriguing. But my memory and my vote for the worst set ever is gonna go to Spider-Man still? Like, you remembered the worst part and didn't learn why it's the worst part? What's going on here? How could this be in your 3%? I just don't get it. And I know, like, one could argue that people were just being funny, you know, like, people were just trying to, you know, just troll the system or whatever. They're 3% of any group of Magic players who are being asked what their what the worst set of all time is. 3% of them should have a set that they hate more than trying to be funny with Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? There there should be enough of a visceral, like the set at the tip of your tongue. You should want to give that answer more than the troll answer. I just, so that leads me to believe that it's not people trolling, it's people that actually believe Spider-Man's the worst. And I don't get that. I don't get that. Like, of all of these, I think this one is truly the most baffling. And I don't think that's even like crazy to say. But we gotta just like acknowledge what it means for 3% of this vote. I know it's just 3%, you know, the low is 3%, but like it's still 3% of people either just don't know shit about magic, so they're just like, oh, fine, Spider-Man, just write that down, or they just wanted to troll, which is again 3% to be a troll. Like, that's crazy. You people who hate Spider-Man should just hate EDHRec more, honestly. Right? Like, right? For every one person who wants to say Spider-Man's the worst set, they should also be like, wait, no, EDHRec, I hated EDHRec, and put that as their answer. My guess is, since the first thing they saw is the welcome decks, people thought the set was not great. Right. That is my argument. That is my argument. That is my argument. My argument is the only reasonable explanation, backed up by the experience that me and chat has had. Because every time we're looking, it's the first times we were looking at Spider-Man, it was all like, these cards are bad, blah blah blah. People saw the first Spider-Man cards and they were all intro deck cards. Craven's Cats, this card's awful, but it's a common. It's in the set, so like, okay, you can draft it, whatever. But it's just intro deck stuff, right? People saw intro deck things, and for whatever reason, they forgot that they did eventually see good cards like the Soul Stone. Like, did those people not end up seeing the Soul Stone? Did those people not end up seeing the real Gwen Stacy card? Did they not end up seeing the real Miles Morales card? Are they just stuck on the bad, like the 6-mana bad one? What about this 3-color one that's like way more exciting? Like, did you just stop at the first bad thing you saw, just write the entire set off as being garbage because it's underpowered, and then just never look at it again? Was that it? Like, was that all you had to see to just write the thing off? Like, that's crazy to me. Half Doc Ock's abilities deals villains. We'll have so many more cards of power. Yes, we will. We have so many. I mean, seemingly that's what happened, right? Like, I don't really have like a better explanation, and from the lived experience that I've had, yeah, it's just a lot of people's first experiences were with cards that are bad, with the biggest quotations I can give, and instead of understanding that this is intro deck product, so it's not indicative of the set, they're just like, yep, set's bad. This Venom card, awful. A 6/4 for 6 that like has a marginal ability. They're the type of people who would see this card, right? Who would see Venom, 6/4 for 6 with menace. Whenever a creature dies with +1/+1 counter on Venom, if that creature was a villain, draw a card. The type of people who would look at Venom and say, there's no villains in Magic, this card is trash, and then write off the entire set. Those are the people who voted for Spider-Man to be like the worst set ever, right? The people who can't even contextualize, other than the fact that they can't contextualize that this is an intro deck product, right? but even put two brain cells together and go, wait a minute, there's probably going to be villains in the set that's not out yet. So maybe the power of this card would get better when more villains show up. But the people who could not rub those two brain cells together voted for Spider-Man to be the worst set. I know that there's definitely people who, you know, the all anti every universe beyond set is like its own crowd, and that's not people who are that's not the crowd who's not putting two brain cells together. But the crowd who their vote for the worst set is Spider-Man. They're not putting them together. I don't understand any other way to look at this than to say it's just people who saw that the Mary Janes is a 4-mana 3/3 with like that's just dog shit and said, yep, that's the whole set. That's all. That's all. That's it. That's it. That's it. Like that is the only explanation. Because you can hate Universes Beyond, but you would just say all Universes Beyond. Or you would say Final Fantasy because that's something that's literally out in standard right now. And you can point at it and say everything, the sky is falling because it's out right now. But Spider-Man's not out yet. So you can't even point at that and say the sky's going to fall when Spider-Man comes out because you haven't even seen good cards. Because you don't believe that there's good cards. You believe that they're all bad. It's incoherent. Incoherent. It's just dumb. I don't get it. I don't get it. Even though Final Fantasy is mind-numbing since the price jump with VV notwithstanding, the set was great. Yes, correct, Lev. We have been all about how Final Fantasy was perfectly fine. I've asked chat up and down. It's just like, is there even something really wrong with it? And it all just comes down to the price. Question for you, Kuro. Do you think that frustration around the universes beyond sets can be partially attributed to people being underwhelmed by their favorite characters, not specifically Spider-Man? Not to a degree that is realistic. I think that enough players, enough people can just could go like, hey, I don't care for VV. Listen, I only like Final Fantasy 12, and Final Fantasy 12 was like done dirty. Okay, fine. I can still, Yashola is still hot. Okay, like, okay, fine. Like, yeah, sure. Final Fantasy 12 didn't get shit, but Yashola is hot as fuck, dude. Okay, so like, I'm over it. And I think that most Magic players are in the same position. I certainly hope so. Even if their favorite character for some reason wasn't amongst the main characters that they did make cards and then multiple cards for. If you are somehow more eclectic, if you didn't like Kefka in Final Fantasy VIII and you didn't like Celis or Terra or every other character that came out that they made, then like, fine. I'm sorry that you fell through the cracks, but like, who's your second favorite? Oh, it's Kefka. Okay, well then you got two Kefka cards. Like, what's wrong? So I don't believe that that's enough of a contingent. If you wanted a better Yuffie, wouldn't that color your impression to... Okay, could I have wanted a better Yuffie, whoever that is? Sure. I want a better Vaughn. I absolutely want a better Vaughn. I hate this Vaughn. But like, fine. But she's hot. So, like, I'm okay with it. Like, okay, I just chose the next best thing. Fine, whatever. Balthiar and Fran, like, did not get, like, aren't really super indicative of Final Fantasy 12. That's fine. Yashola is beautiful, and she's drawn by Magali. Who cares? You know? We're talking about rational people? Excuse me? Excuse? Yeah, I'm talking about rational people, too. Aether Drift Defender till the day I cross my mortal shell. I mean, that's fine. Aether Drift deserves to be defended. So anyway, chat, as we were back to the overall of this, there's nothing wrong with these sets. Homelands, we talked about. Oh god, we were talking about Spider-Man, right? Yeah. There's literally nothing wrong with Spider-Man. If someone were to say that Spider-Man is the worst set, it is only it is only conceivable because you saw the starter deck cards, thought they were bad, and wrote off the set entirely. And that's it. That's it. That's the only explanation. And how long have you been playing Magic? For 2 days. And how invested are you in it? You just follow Rage Bait. No, sorry, your older brother plays. Your much older brother plays, and you heard him complain about Universes Beyond. There you go. Is this inaccurate? I'm being a little facetious here. Tell me if I'm being wrong, but like, am I wrong? I don't think I am. Spider-Man came out? No! No, it didn't! It didn't! No! No! It strictly did not. I'm so angry. No, it didn't. How could you hate this? Who could hate this? You're just wrong, dude. Still got another month till it releases. The previews start at the beginning of September. Shock seems like a decent card. I don't know how to respond to you, Sparks. Yeah. You know it's a reprint, right? I don't know. That threw me, actually. Sparks is like, right? Shock seems like a decent card. There's no lightning bolt. Yeah. Bro, I don't bro, I can't, bro. Listen. I don't have the time to discern seriousness, Sparks. I'm sorry, dude. Come on. Look, 3% of the voters said Spider-Man. Come on. Shocker having shock art is cheeky. It's perfect. Matching Black Bolt and Standard. I mean, we'll see it eventually. You stopped on shock. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I can't. But yeah, like, it's just crazy work. It's just crazy work. Anyway. So yes. This is being facetious and a little mean, but the only reason I can conceive that someone would say Spider-Man is the worst set, like that their one vote for the president of worst sets is Spider-Man, is because you saw the starter deck cards, you thought they were bad, and then wrote the set off entirely. Which I do blame you for. I do blame you, and I do judge you personally. I judge you on a moral and maybe ethical level. And politically. Oops. Okay. Even the sets being currently spoiled, correct? I think the major takeaway is that the internet and social media were never truly indicative of the feelings of. Oh yeah, no. I mean, again, you know, just to reiterate, and let's refresh the front page here again. No article. The number one issue with this is that there was no article or YouTube video, that follow-up that explains how they got this, you know, what to any context whatsoever. None was given. It's just a picture that's posted, and that's not okay. And that's the biggest problem here. Right, EDHRec does have a large voice. A lot of viewers will soak it up. And the thing is, the viewers were not guided to a YouTube video that explains the poll. The audience is not guided to an article that explains the poll. It is just an image here that will get everyone talking. Fine, no one's immune to propaganda, but I mean, it's just only like without any context whatsoever. It's just mean. Like, it's just mean. It's mean to not give any context for this. They speak for the respondents to a poll that they held at some unidentified time or place with some unidentified criteria. That was a rage bait post and we all ate it. Guilty as charged. I'm okay. Whatever. No one's immune to propaganda. But the rage bait should have led to an article or a YouTube video to make the fallout from this not be as toxic as it will be. But what's the engagement, Sparks? What is the engagement? Where are they going? People will see this, be mad, share it on Reddit, and it's like, okay, do I go to EDHRec to figure out why people are so dumb? Do I watch the latest video and leave an angry comment and say everyone that hates Universes Beyond is old and dumb? No, I just like reply. That's it? Like that, I mean, where are you dragging me to? Let me double check. No YouTube video. I mean, the YouTube videos go on their page, so you know, should be there. No. I mean, it's just not there. There's no video. Now they drop a video about it, people absolutely watch it. Right, but it should have been there from the beginning. Riziki, that and what is with the percentile being before the number. Huh, yeah, they even wrote it that way up here, too. Wait, yeah, they even wrote it. Yeah, wow, no, that that fucked me up. that messed me up, bro. You're right about that, Hugs. Yeah, good call. You're still surprised Prophecy and Cold Snap is not on the list? Okay, LevDev, I'm gonna let you read this list one more time. I'm gonna actually make it bigger for you, alright? I'm gonna let you read this list one more time and tell me where you believe the votes of the player base who even remember Prophecy and Cold Snap went, and tell me why you think it's not on this list. It's done in foreign country, but I could what? I didn't. Hey, this is on Blue Sky. I'm not looking at Twitter. I'm not opening that. I'm not opening that on stream. You kidding me? It's like saying SpongeBob is a good joke this bad. That's crazy. Point. Yeah, thank you. Shout out to Nerdy Math Partner who saw it and pointed out. Shout out to your Nerdy Math Partner. Yeah, no. Wait, hold on. Wait. You see that right there? The 16, it says 16% normally, and then the rest is backwards. I'm so angry with this post, dude. Oh my god. I just saw it, yeah. I just saw it. I know, dude. It's just... I know. No, I'm okay with soaking it in. I write articles for EDHRec, so like I'm not like this is not like I ain't mad. Like I got articles in the bank, bro. You can find me right here talking about the mechanics of stuff, okay? Like don't worry about it. Like I'm Gucci gang. I don't know like who did the, I'm not within the scale of all of this happening. I'm not saying like I'm on the inside or anything like that, but like I respect EDHRec. And yeah, I only want to say this one more time. It is 2025. It is August 25th, 2025. Okay? I know that this is rage bait. I know that this is rage bait. Obviously. I like to play Magic the Gathering, ideally as an escape from, like, this type of rage bait, right? Because, like, through daily life, I can open my phone right now and I'll see something that some politician said of a percentage scale just like this, right? Where it'll just be like, oh my god, all like just 2,000,000% of crimes are committed by this type of person. The voters said it. They said it. The voters said it. And then and it'll be rage bait. It'll be stupid. There'll be arguments, comments, whatever, right? And just Gen Z versus Gen X versus millennials versus boomer, like all of that, right? We would find the same type of thing on Twitter where it's like 20% of, like, we polled people who knows where, right? And 59% said Gen X is responsible for all the world's ills, right? And it's like, okay. And then 49% say that it's all millennials. And then like 5%, I don't know how that math works out, but like, okay, say that it was the just the Gen Z stare in general. It's not even Gen Z, but just specifically the Gen Z stare, right? Like, that's rage bait. And it just makes people go, yeah, Aether Drift is bad. And I've also only played Magic for 2 days, but everyone says Aether Drift is bad, so I agree. And then like they like and share, right? And then it's just like, oh, then their other crowd is just like, oh, well, the only reason people hate Universes Beyond is because they're old fogies. And then like the other crowd feels good. And it's just like, they just don't need to do that. You know? It just doesn't need to. I don't like it. I mean, I just don't like rage bait, and I just don't think Magic necessarily needs rage bait. It doesn't need it like this. Not from EDHRec. EDHRec is respectable. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they're better than this. And it doesn't lead to anywhere either. Again, it doesn't lead to a video. It doesn't lead to a video. It doesn't lead to an article. It doesn't lead to anywhere. It has just made discourse for its own sake. And I just don't know why. That's just not me. That, like, it's just I just don't get it. And pointless discourse in the year of our Lord 2025 is not okay. It just isn't. It just isn't. Discourse is engagement. But where is the engagement going? Ambassador Tony, where is the engagement going? There is no article. There is no YouTube video. It is likes and shares on Blue Sky and Twitter. Where is it going to? Yeah, bouncing off the walls, sure. And who provides us with this epic bouncing off the walls moment? EDHRec. Cool. Let me go to the website to see if they also agree with me that let me see. I'm gonna go. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to go to this website right here and see if they also agree with me that all Universes Beyond sets are the worst thing I've ever seen in the world. All Universes Beyond is bad, because I agree with that mindset. Okay. Oh, there's Appa, and it's a deck tech. Okay, well that doesn't really fit my narrative. Okay, more narrative doesn't fit. Okay, more narrative doesn't fit. And then more narrative doesn't fit. Okay, so like, even people who are just like, yes, Universes sets are bad, they're rage baited. They got nothing from this. Okay, cool. I'm a new player. Aether Drift is the worst thing I've ever heard of because just my experience in Magic just isn't that long. Okay, well, let me go to this website. Oh, Appa. Okay, I'll look at the Appa deck tag. Maybe that? Is that it? Was it just trying to get to that 16% to look at the website? There's better ways to do that. I don't know. Again, I'm not immune to propaganda. I am not immune to it at all. I am folding right into the rage bait engine. I get that. I'm putting my spin on it though. Like the Kuro Hitsuki response to this, it's not just me going. It's not me picking a side per se and saying like everyone with this opinion is dumb and bad. Everyone with this opinion, dumb and bad. Everyone with this opinion, objectively true. Objectively true. Dumb and bad. Should have been higher. But like none. Like I'm not doing that except for the Spider-Man part. That's the only one I'm putting my foot down on and being just like that's actually insane. That's a failure of character. I'm trying to like break it down with people and have like a real as much of a discussion as we can on it. Also, just a Monday stream. Come on. Maybe it was just a slow Monday and some social media manager felt like stirring the pot. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, obviously this was like a goal on purpose, but free material for the content creators, free chum in the waters. Sure, and I ate it up. I just think that it could have still led to something. You know what would have been even better? If it led to an article or a video, because then that would make content creators read that article and video on your stream. So then people would see EDHRec and then go like, oh, what's this website? Maybe I want to dive in. I don't know. But the discourse is happening. And hey, I'm talking about it. Discourse is happening. Yeah, I mean, I know Pleasant Kenobi will. I know MTG Historian. I mean, like, everyone will. Everyone will. It's fine. I'm doing it. This is my first type of thing like that. I'm doing it. And, like, it's fine. Discourse is engagement. It is. It is engagement. But they could do better. Also, you have to imagine part of Spider-Man being there is the start we get Avatar spoilers before Spider-Man is fully revealed, wasn't it? So, my argument, Maston, for Spider-Man, if someone, trying to put my brain into the body of someone who says that their one vote for worst set ever is Spider-Man, the only way I could do that is by, if I was someone who saw the starter deck cards, I thought they were bad, so like, hey, the first Spider-Man card I saw was this Spider-Man right here. I saw this Spider-Man. Someone said, hey, they're, hypothetically, oh my god, Spider-Man's out. And someone's just like, whoa, wait, Spider-Man's out? What do you mean? And they saw this. And they're like, okay, this is a 4/4 with flying. For some reason, they're telling you how flying works, so that doesn't ring any doorbells. Whenever you gain life, put the counter on it, gets indestructible. Wow, this card's bad. That's it, right? Like that's it. You just go like you just go boom. Oh, this is a Spider-Man card? The new Spider-Man set's out? This is all that Spider-Man does? This card is trash. This whole set must be trash. Mary Jane, she's just in a Johnny's Pride mate for 3? Trash. Blue Spider-Man? Trash. Doesn't do anything. Venom, whenever a creature dies, a counter on it, and if it's a villain, draw a card. There's only like 2 villains in all of Magic. This card is trash. That person then proceeded to write off the entire set. Proceeded to just be like, you know what? The whole set's bad. The whole set is garbage. There's nothing redeemable about it. I won't look into anything more. Right? So they left the room before I personally kicked in the door and said, guys, if it has this set symbol, it's from the mainline set. And if it's this symbol, it's from the starter deck. It's fine. It's literally introductory product. It's supposed to not be good because it's teaching people how to play Magic the Gathering. That's why it tells you what Vigilance and Trample do. They left before that because they just looked at this card that was a 6 mana 5/5 that didn't immediately win the game and said, set's garbage. And then for some reason, those people got this letter in the mail that said, vote for your worst set. And they're just like, that one, Spider-Man. That one right there, worst set of all time. That's it. This Venom card, the worst card I've ever seen, because there's only 2 villains in all of Magic. It's not like they're going to print anymore. No, that doesn't make any sense. I can't build this deck right now because there's no villains. So therefore the set's bad. Those are those people. So yes. That's the mindset that I have to put myself in. How long have I played Magic? 2 days. About 2 days, give or take. And then how invested am I in it? My much older brother plays, and I heard him complaining about Universes Beyond. So when I got this letter in the mail to vote, I just said Spider-Man's bad. And that's it. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's the mindset. Announced we were getting avatars. No, yes, part of that is the whole like the marketing shuffle of things like just yes. No, you are right, Masson. The marketing shuffle of advertising X, Y, and Z before 2 sets before it's out, a set before it's out. Yes, that does have a factor in it, right? I don't necessarily see how that's Spider-Man's fault. Like again, like I don't see where like how that would make someone vote for Spider-Man being the worst, you know? I don't get. So like I don't get. But anyway, I have fed into the content machine. I mean, hey, listen, this could just turn out where like EDHRec was just like trolling, right? Which I mean, hey, listen, it's not April 1st, whatever. I ate it. That's fine. It's even if it's funny ha-has, even if it's a troll, it still will make discourse that I don't think necessarily puts people together. Like, this could literally just be a troll. I completely get that. I 100% agree. It could just be a troll. But, I mean, hey, I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy that it didn't lead to anything positive whatsoever. Nah, I wouldn't even say that led to that much engagement, my dude. Like, they didn't direct, correct. They didn't direct anywhere. It was kind of a post. It's like, all right. I mean, whatever, dude. Fine. Hey, Sagi. All right. And someone in chat says, like, I'm surprised 30th anniversary. That is also, yeah, on our own personal list here, like, we added these. 30th anniversary is part of the, like, if we were to make this, spelled anniversary. Before we end the night chat, I want to know what you say are the worst sets, right? Like, if you were handed a letter in the mail, it's just like, vote for your least favorite Magic set. Vote for the worst, not your least favorite. Take that out. Not the least favorite. The worst. Your opinion of the worst Magic set. What would you vote for? Karlov Manor, hands down. Fair. Velvasa, yep. Fair. Love Aftermath, Wadana Aftermath, KLM, and okay, Nolan, what is the worst set? What is the worst set? 30th anniversary? I'm feeling that. How's it? I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well. Alpha, I have thousands in my pocket if that set never happened. That's funny. And I agree. 30th anniversary. All right. Anything else? Dragon's Maze. We have. Yep. Dragon's Maze was on the list. Yep. Anyone that played in the second Renaissance, says Dragon's Maze. Yeah. 30th anniversary or double feature. Yep. We have double feature here too. Already. Spider-Man. I mean, no. That's just not a real answer. That's just not a real answer. It was embarrassing, soulless, watching it end up in the garbage dump was, yeah. Sorry, then 7th, gotta look back, yeah. Objectively, like, Homelands and something, yeah, yep. Which, Homelands, Fallen Empires, right, like, number 4 and 9, I put together in the same, like, I combine those two numbers. I combine 4 and 9, because they were both like together. They were both just like the worst thing. You know what I mean? Like they're both for both reasons. Cold Snap. When was Cold Snap? When was Cold Snap? Am I past it? I don't know when Cold Snap was. Free Time Spiral? Did I pass something? I don't know. Either way, Cold Snap. Someone would say. How many people say Cold Snap? Does Brawl have a hand smoother like Best of One? Almost seems smooth. Bleh. Almost seems that the curve is perfect. It might be. Cold Snap was like 20. Okay. Well, only one person saying Cold Snap. Lev, you're saying Cold Snap? Gotcha. I mean, I definitely say double feature. Or if I, well, no. I mean, my vote is still Dragon's Maze. But that's like more of a lived through thing. Like I lived through every aspect of it, and it's just like, yeah, Dragon's voice resurgence was yeah, all of it. Double feature was like, yeah, really fucking bad, right? Double feature, just art treatment was not universally liked at all. The whole block, the block was made bad with Dragon's Maze, but the block itself was good. RTR was great. I'll fight you. What makes double feature the worst? Yes, I mean, just literally all reprints. Literally all reprints. Literally all reprints. None of them of standard stuff, like literally the set before, right? Like of the sets before. No, yeah, reprints aren't bad. It was just reprints from the other day. From 2 days prior. Reprints are not bad. Like, remasters are fine. This was not like that, though. Not really. They made us draft with it. They made us draft with it. They made us draft with these cards. You know? Like, it wasn't... They tried to make us draft with it. I'm gonna say they made us. Double feature was essentially a block draft that fudged with the execution and presentation. Yes. Poorly executed. Literally giving the same... Oh my god, like, I mean, also the two sets themselves had, like, duplicate cards. You know what I mean? Like, there were some cards that were in Crimson Vow and Midnight Haunt, and then for double feature, they just slapped the two sets together. So you would get multiple copies of the same card. And I don't mean just like a foil of one and a regular. I mean like just two of the same card. Yeah, dude. Premium pricing? Was there premium pricing? Oh my god. Marching's Aftermath was bad in the same sense as trying to... Right, which is why Aftermath is on here. It is on here as a vote. That is like super fair. It's probably why it's called double feature. Yeah, and it was bad. Draft boxes were $150. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. But yeah. So for the reason why one would vote for double feature being the worst set, I mean, art treatment was not universally liked. It was not a universally good art treatment, right? Like really, it was not. Why the hate for Aether Drift? A bad sample size. A bad sample size and recency bias. Crewing goes nuts. It's all right. It's all right. I mean, our answers for why people would vote for Aether Drift personally, we would say like silly theme, mid cards, the chase cards were PP gold. There were better sets surrounding Aether Drift, so it makes Aether Drift being not the best more glaring. parasitic mechanics that weren't like really aren't that great or fun. And if you don't like loot, you're not gonna like Aether Drift. That's just, I mean, that's just true though. Like the new Tarkir set also has some bad artwork. Well, that's a different story for a different day. But yeah, that's a different story for a different day. We can revisit Tarkir's return, revisitation later. But it's definitely not. I mean, Tarkir 2 does not belong in worse. That's for sure. All right, anything else with double feature? Block Giraffe reskin of 2 mediocre sets with a camera filter. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Calling it an art treatment might be generous. It was a black-white filter on previously used art asset. You know what? Yeah. Art filter. Can I... Is it even like... Was universally hated? Like, honestly. Art filter was universally hated. Literally all reprints of the set before... They made us draft. They tried to make us draft that stuff. Poorly executed, premium pricing, universally maligned. Yeah. It's just the first that I got into Magic and really only got understood the crewing. And Craven and I, welcome to Magic. Like I hope that you enjoy it here. I do hope that you don't take too much stock in this sort of list here of like why like people hating Aether Drift that much. Like, enjoy what you enjoy. Right, like enjoy what you enjoy, and yeah, sure, people will like bitch and moan or whatever. They're bitching and moaning not because that like the reasons you like Aether Drift are just not the reasons they like Aether Drift. Like it's just liking it for two different reasons, and that but like you liking it and appreciating it as you do is all that matters, right? It's all that matters. And as much as people are saying that Aether Drift is the worst set of all time, it honestly is objectively not true. It is just objectively, for the definition of worst, as in like something that could have actually like killed Magic, it's not true. It's not true. It didn't make people leave Magic the Gathering in mass exodus droves like other sets have. It's just like, it's just people's least fun set of 2025 or whatever. And like, okay, sure, fine. And it's recency bias, right? But don't take this too seriously. Don't take this to heart, and definitely like just enjoy as you like. Thank you for the follow. Dragon's Maze Dethroned, crazy work, right? Crazy work, Schlem. Not much into much of the Aether Drift. I feel love with Outlaw though, and people didn't like Outlaw though either. And hey, they're also wrong. Outlaw's fine. Take with a grain of salt. I mean, don't even believe in the list, honestly. Don't believe in the list until they give us their data, until they give us like an actual context for everything here. They just said words and posted a picture to cause uproar. That doesn't lead it anywhere. Okay, but double feature. Any other reasons why double feature would be voted for the worst set? Because I mean, I think it's fair. Financially ruinous for WotC. Financially ruinous for WotC, dude. Like, double feature was not a good thing for WotC. It was not good. Like, not good. And not for good for stores either, right? EDHRec, no. That's, we are not of that, mindset here, Zerg. People use it, like, you know, too much of a crutch sometimes, but no, it's definitely not. For WotC, and game stores. I don't care how bad it was for WotC. I mean, yes, Sparks, yes, and game stores, yes. I figured that would be like implied, but like yes, also yes, financially ruinous. Yep. Nope. Double feature was really bad. Okay, so if we had our own list, you know, we'd be voted. And then Magic 30, right? So like Magic 30, why will we say that Magic 30 is the worst? Is our vote for worst set? Because it definitely is. Soulless cash grab. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Overpriced, yeah. Randomized boosters? Was it random? Yeah. Not even set value. I mean, like the value in the set was like all over the place. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, literally unplayable. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep, literally unplayable proxies. Value was random and very low, right? Um, Playable in zero formats made for spectators and investors. God, and a celebration of like literally Magic's 30th celebration that celebrated nothing. It celebrated nothing. 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 The same times Yu-Gi-Oh was celebrating. Oh yeah, that's right. Yu-Gi-Oh was also celebrating its what 25th, and had a box of legal reprints of the first 6 sets, like 6 boosters, 3 promos for $30. Crazy work. Yeah. How long have you played Magic? For all time, right? For all time, and I would still say that this was the worst. Put Keeler Olivia on the crosshairs with the advertisement. They live. Wait. Oh, did they advertise? Wait, what? Did they have to advertise it or something? Interesting. Yeah. They did a commercial for it? Gotcha. I mean, listen, the bag was there. I mean, shit, I would have also done a commercial, and I would have been like... I would have had a stream later and just been like, chat, we got some stream upgrades, which is cool, but like, come on. Get your bag, but have your scruples. I mean, in fairness, the set was so unpopular. Like at a certain point, and this is and as far as like creators go, there's always like there is a give and take, right? Of just like, even though something is so unpopular and so bad, where like no one's gonna buy it, so like it is like free 99 money, but still the principle is there. It's like, yeah, like I get it, and in hindsight, having full knowledge, it's easy for me to say like, yeah, I would have done it because I would have just made money and it would have just like flopped, and like everyone would know that like I'm not serious about that sort of stuff, blah blah blah, right? Like in hindsight, I'm thinking I'd be invincible, but yeah, it'd probably be bad or whatever, but yeah, it's all good. It's fine. Here's a great set. Here's a great bad set. Hour of Devastation. No, it was fine. It was alright. It was okay. The story was dope. The story was sick, actually. Story was sick as fuck, though, actually. So, nah, that's all good. Story was good. Story's good. Only available through website. Yeah, right? Only available through... So like even well, I mean, luckily stores wouldn't be stuck holding the bag, right? Because that would be even worse. That would be even worse. If stores were stuck holding the bag, that would be worse. But also, it's just a product that shouldn't have been made in the first place. The card quality was actually worse it ever was for our or for Magic Anniversary. Because yeah, I would say it was the worst it ever was because it wasn't even real cards. Got them for free, but in most cases it was 1 to 4 packs each. If someone wants it that bad, I guess. Someone wants it that bad, go off. I think stores got a very small amount of it. Yeah, it looks like WPN stores got like 1 to 4. Which, I mean, hey, listen, if they're free, that means that stores could just like open them and hang them around the store for memorabilia. Or someone says, I want to, a whale comes in and says, I want to pay $1 million. And you're just like, all right, say less, whatever. I mean, I'm glad the stores got it for free. That's the only thing that, like, would makes it not the worst thing I've ever heard. It's just bad. The marketing for it was off. How so? I'm also re-sleeving my Merfolk Commander deck. Dragon Shield just came out with new... Oh my god, you can't see it. Dragon Shield just came out with new sleeves. But I have my green screen filter on because I'm a big Dumbo. I have to upgrade this deck. I need, like, Raise the Palisade. This is not good. I just need Cyclonic Roots instead. Everything about M30 was just sus or gross. Yeah. Solo's Crash Grab. Extremely expensive. Unplayable. Literally unplayable proxies. Value was... I mean, honestly, yeah. Yeah, sure. So celebrated nothing. Only available through website. Joe the Archmage Dragon deck? That's crazy work. Raise the Palisade is fantastic. It is too slow for Merfolk. It's too slow for Merfolk. Merfolk has it's too mana intensive and has too much going on. It does not have the ability, or it struggles to have the ability to make that, like, to make the big bounce worth it for just a creature type. Cause barriers and frustration with players, but yeah, like the social blow was palpable. The social blow was a lot, right? Like the trust between players and company. I mean, was there a I mean, the blow between company and consumer for the 30th anniversary of your game, right, is irreparable for something like that, right? Like, does that make sense? Where it's just like, hey, 30th, like, dude, happy 30th birthday. That, like, hey, that's a milestone, dude. Like, all right, let's celebrate, you know? Like, let's celebrate the history of Magic. And that's what they came up with, right? I mean, that's just something that you Tyrone. That's just, like, that's not okay, you know? The fact that Rossi had to go to Ruxin, YouTube unbox to find a content creator willing to touch 30 is insane. It is. I think it was the catalyst for a major uproar in the community, a start of a sort of line cross, and people started to see the consumer company relationship. Yeah, I would say so, Sparks. I would say so. I would say that was maybe like the beginning of people really realizing where they are in the company consumer dynamic between, I would say, more like Hasbro and the consumer base, right? But, like, yeah, I would say so. I would say that was maybe one of probably the biggest. That was probably just, like, the biggest single situation, right? I can't think of, like, one that was a bit more glaring, just not currently. Oh, maybe the greed spam and WotC streams, maybe so. I'm not sure, but I can't think of, like, something as big in regards to 30 Magic 30 celebration. Yeah. Like I can't think of a time more recently where Magic was like, everyone, like, woke up and it's like, wait a minute, we're just cash cows to them. Alrighty. Social blow is palpable and irreparable. I don't think we can ever go back to OG cons. You know? Kind of weird because on one hand we had M30, on the other hand there was a 30th anniversary showdown secret lair kit. They're all over the place. Alrighty. And then if we were to say, which of the Horizons set is the worst, by the way? I want to know what you would declare as, like, the worst Horizon set. Would you say Modern Horizons, like the start of it, MH2? Would MH2 be it? Fury, Grief, Ragavan? Damn, that is true. MH2? People feeling the MH2 train as, like, the worst one? Yeah, because that was, like... Because, like, Modern Horizons, the first one, I mean, that did have changes. I mean, Hogak and everything, right? But, like... Um, got the 30th anniversary secret lair at a discount. Chromox plus 29 more cards for less than 100. Damn, Lalo, nice, very nice. Yeah. What are you doing with it? I want to know, Lalo. What is your plan with it? What is your plans with my daughter? If I had to put an MH2, probably MH2. Yeah, Hogak was quaint, but that was relatively short-lived. Right, exactly. Like, you know, you can go through one band, but when you just kind of like change all of Modern forever to where it's like unrecognizable from what it was before. Yeah. Your least favorite part of M30 was that it could have been really cool, but was fumbled. Agreed. Agreed. Right. Agreed. Agreed. 100%. Right. Again, like it's Magic's 30th celebration has celebrated nothing. Yeah. So Modern Horizons 2 is our title for worst, and we said the changed Modern forever. I mean, literally changed Modern forever. Apropos of nothing, right? Like just the set comes out and Modern is just not the same thing. Nadu is not MH2, was it? No. Oh, MH3 with Nadu and Boros Energy? Nah. I think that MH2 has more longer lasting consequences. I traded a lot of them. My friend really liked the Sun Titan art. Got Chromox in the Ur Dragon deck. Nice. That's pretty cool. You have the Dragon Mox in there too. Yeah, no, Nadu. I would agree that Nadu is more of a recency bias thing. That's not like enough of a reason to say that's like the worst set for sure. Got putting staples at Mythic Rarity and MH2. It seems. Yeah, let's look at MH2. This is hard to read. Modern Horizons 2. EDHRec, maybe? Oh, this is where this art came from. Cool. I mean, it reprinted the fetches, which is cool. Oh, Esper Sentinel. Yeah. Well, this is the EDHRec score. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but Esper Sentinel, yeah. Urza Saga, yeah. Did this card not exist before? Oh my god. This card, oh wow. This card came from that? Yeah. Yeah, Ornithopter. No, this was not from. No, this is from Strixhaven, right? Oh. I thought this was from Strixhaven. Wait, there's no clues on Strixhaven or food. Well, no, there is. No, there's not. Huh. Wow. Yep. Okay. Wow. Ragavan. I mean, damn is just good though. Dothy. Dothy, dude. Dothy. Dothy. I keep forgetting that this card was printed in MH2 because I keep thinking it's like been there forever. Reprinted Imperial Recruiter, but that's like fine. Sanctum Weaver's new? Is that new? Huh. Really? Okay. Reprint. Harmonic Prodigy. Sword of Hearth and Home? Oh my god, that was from here, wasn't it? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Thought Monitor. Oh god. And Seth. That's crazy work, dude. That's, yeah, MH2 was kind of crazy. It's kind of cracked, actually. Archon of Cruelty. Strike it. We're Unmarked Grave. Yeah. 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 This is Yeah, DRC. Oh, yeah, dude. DRC's kind of. What is this from? Holy shit! What? Which one is this from? Creature type deck matters. We're dealt a heavy blow in MH1. Really? Oh, Plague Engineer. That's fine. Merfolk got around it. Yeah, DRC, yeah, this is... What is this from, though? Like, no, honestly, though, what art is this? Is this... What's Secret Lair? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever Secret Lair it was, I'm sure it's sold out, so it doesn't matter. And it's too many dollars for me to worry about. Too rich for my blood. Reprinting Quarian Ranger is crazy work. Cursed Totem, Scurry Oak reprint. Oh, Solitude. Yeah. 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 MH2 is kind of fucked, actually. Jesus Christ. Wow. Yeah, this sounds kind of great. Oh, Sveilun of Sea and Sky? Put Merfolk back on the map, actually? I might take everything I'm saying back for my own bias in saying that this was perfect and goated. I might just do that, actually. You hate free spell cycles? Yeah, I like the commander ones. Oh, God, Lannis. Yeah. I've never seen this card. It's just a 2-mana lord. Suspend is cool. Out of time. Problem. Subtlety. How much is subtlety nowadays? $5, huh? Huh. Is it, like, not good anymore? $5? Like, really? Yeah, it's amazing. Is it not good anymore? Is it banned or something? It's just not good? No. Wow, that's kind of crazy. It's wild. I mean, shit, I could buy it. I mean, I'll get a subtlety for $5. Jeez. Braids the Penta makes colorless Thopters like a coward. Yeah, okay. I know I'm like losing focus here. This had 2 arts? This art's like way better. Huh. This art's pretty cool. What's it from? Is it just from the set itself? No, this is the intro. This is the promo for the card for the thing. Shardless Agent with beautiful art. How the commander free spells are one of the major reasons in Ornithopters frequently in contention for strongest commander in the format. Yeah. Bundle promo? Yeah. I like Terminal Agony a lot. Grief is banned and things. Yeah, banned in Modern Legacy. Yeah, I mean, Grief is just like a fucking awful card. Awful card. Okay, so yeah, I think it's fair to say this is one of my favorite arts. Not this art for Sanctum Prelate. It's the OG. This is one of my favorite arts of all time. And it like not just the art itself, but the art plus like that mythic symbol in the corner. Like mono white cards with like heavily white like just like actual art with the mythic orange mythic in the corner is just like that shit gets me going. That shit's like so beautiful. Same with like Elish Norn. Yeah, so this set was insane. And not okay. So we're gonna put this in the not okay category. So yeah, Modern Horizons 2, change Modern forever. Yeah, unrecognizable from how it was before, which is not what Modern's supposed to be, right? Until Modern Horizons 3. I mean, yeah, it just changed it again, but like Modern Horizons 2 Like, I mean, it's just like how many just decks just like from OG Modern just stopped existing, right? Like just straight up just stopped existing entirely, and it just ruined the whole like kind of power crept a lot. Yeah, power crept out a lot of popular archetypes. Yeah, that would change Modern forever, right? Talk about Ice Age. Well, Modern Horizons 1 did it first. Why do I feel like 1 was less of the thing though? Modern Horizons 1 time shifts. There we go. What's bad about powerful cards? That is a fair point. Welcome back, West Coast. I mean, reprinting the talismans was great. Like just perfect actually. Prismatic Vista's great. Force of Negation. That's fine. I mean, versus Subtlety? I don't know. I feel like I mean, Force of Negation versus Subtlety has to be like way worse, right? Like Subtlety must be like way worse. Hogak for a bit, yeah. Hogak was like a Hogak for a bit. Plague Engineer, yeah. People, oh my god, Changing Outcast is from here? No, it's not from here, right? Reprint? Changing Outcast is from here? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I just forget how old and how new some of these cards are. Ranger Captain of Eos, Springbloom Druid, Urza, Yawgmoth. But like, that didn't ruin things though. It made things like, things changed, right? Like things reacted. But, I mean, for Force of Vigor, yeah, like the Force, that Force sub is pretty not great. Giver Runes, Soul Hoarder's a reprint, right? Soul Hoarder's a reprint, right? Oh my god. Okay, that did come out here. That's crazy. I've been playing Magic for too long. Sort of. No, that's Truth and Justice sucks. Collector. No, this is a 9. I know this is a reprint, right? No. I thought this card was super old. Oh, all right, whatever. Ephemerate. Ephemerate's not new, right? Ephemerate's not new. Hey, West Coast, what's up? Commander was booming and MH2 gave us what we wanted. It was, and it did. Ephemerate was MH1. Brand new in MH1? Damn, this set was sick. This set's kind of cool, dude. I don't know. Okay, on a modern perspective, what did this set do? Did this set like ruin modern? Like, okay, I know the force ofs, right? Like, you know, that has something to do with something. But like, I mean, when everything gets changed, is it really that bad? When everything changes, it changed standard. Or sorry, not standard. It changed commander. It changed modern. It changed legacy. It changed all of Magic. Is that such a crime? Everything but standard. Is that such a crime? This might go in Eggman. Maybe. Nah, probably not. Hey, I have never seen this card before in my life, and I feel as though there's something crazy we could do with this. Why do I play that Grizzlax card? That one the horror from Baldur's Gate. Why do I play that when I could play this for 2? Why do I play Grizzlax? Standard took a loss. Oh well, that was not in standard. This wasn't in standard, so. Matt. Oh yeah, Running 6. Yeah, Running 6 was big. Running 6 was big. Yeah. Ranger Captain. MH1 literally destroyed Modern. Like literally, it did not exist as it was founded to be anymore. They had to create Pioneer. Oh, that's true. That's true. They did. They did have to make Pioneer. Oh, God, I played Aria of Flame with Phoenixes though. That was fun. No, yeah, you're right. They did have to. They did do Pioneer. That's actually. You know what? No, no, that's true, Wobbler. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. I like I like the attempt at a lot of what I'm seeing right here. I know like Hogak was crazy work, but like I like the attempt in a way, but at the same time, you know, the execution didn't fully land. I'm seeing slivers here, and I'm like not even registering that slivers were in the set. Diabolic Edict is a reprint, right? Okay, thank you. Well, they really did like add a lot of slivers, and I just don't. I don't think have I ever fought against MH1 slivers. When was the last time I fought against a sliver deck? Like forever ago. That art's sick though. Astrolabe ruined every format. Ooh. Ice Vein, Colo, and Hex Drinker are big at different points too. Yeah, there's a Plague Engineer. Well, Merfolk are all like 2/2s anyway, so we don't really care about such of a thing. Such a Plague Engineer. This engineer should not plague us. Endling was nothing. Slice your skill. Should be a Phyrexian Golem, right? Phyrexian Golem. Alright, sorry. I know. Let's get... Oh, First Fear Gargantua? I kind of really liked this card, though. Force of Red... Oh, yeah, this is the Red Force. How bad is this? Wow. 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 I mean, that art's really cool, which, like, that sucks. It sucks that the art's so pretty cool, but Jesus Christ, that's bad. Wow. I like Cabal Therapist art. Yeah, okay, so Modern Horizon... Oh, I played Dredge. Modern Horizons 1 is pretty crazy. And yeah, it did definitely change Modern to the point where they had to make Pioneer. Which one is worse? Modern Horizons 1 or 2? I'm feeling like such a harder affinity for 1. Or, sorry, for 2. Garbaggio. The Master Multiplied could cope with it. Want to talk about Red getting shafted cycles? Force of Rage is a good starting point from? Correct. Given the choice, MH2 was worse. Are we kind of feeling MH2? How did the Astrolabe break things? I know the Astrolabe, like, froze. I mean, shit, dude, they got banned. How did this work again? Like, what made it the worst? As someone who doesn't play Modern, I just see, like, a goofy little snow card. What's wrong? MH2 will still have a place in my heart since I previewed my first card from that set. That's fair. MH2 brought a fun format with it. Which one was that? 5-color decks played Blood Moon. Got you. Thank you. Say less. But damn it, if it wasn't a Wrecking Ball to the format again, yeah. And it went well with Oko. We don't want to talk about Oko. Okay, so made mana too easy, made blue. Gotcha. So what do we have? Like, what? So what do we say is the worst though? Like, what is the worst? Which one is worse, MH2 or MH1? I feel like I don't know. I don't play Modern, so I definitely do need to... I mean, obviously, listen, I got a lot of Commander goodies out of here, but I'm surprised at FM rates. Wow. I don't know. How bad is this? How bad is it really? Um, Modern Horizons 2. We're gonna nail that. Bloomborough is honestly gas. I mean, there's literally nothing wrong with Bloomborough. Like it's just great. Actually, sorry. The only thing wrong with Bloomborough is the commander decks were completely just not Bloomborough centric. I used to think Chandra and Jace were the biggest rivalry in MTG. No. I mean, they used to. I mean, when Magic's story was a bit simpler, and it's just like red versus blue. One does water and mine stuff. The other one is a fire lady. Blah. But I mean, they used to if you wanted to go that far. But then they made them work together pretty quickly. Anyway. All very good commanders. The commanders are good. Their decks don't feel like they're from Bloomborough because they put too many humans in them. The decks don't feel like they're from Bloomborough. The commanders are great. The decks don't feel like Bloomborough, except for maybe the obviously the squirrel one is all squirrels, but okay. We're set. Modern Horizons 2 changed Modern Forever to an unrecognizable state from what it was before, which was already changed with MH1, right? But this just further doubled down on it. Modern Horizons 2 proved that you couldn't even get used to Modern after the changes from Modern Horizons 1, right? You know what I mean? Bad for the format. That's true. That's true. Showed that we couldn't get used to Modern even after MH1's changes. Yeah, I mean, it just ruins the just fully ruins the comfortability with Modern, right? Of being a slightly eternal format. Completely uneternalize the format. "100% MH sets were mistakes." Not everything about it, just half. Half and half. Okay. It's bedtime. It's 11:32. It's bedtime. Okay. So, to wrap all this up, how long have we played Magic? Enough to be in MH1. Long enough, Gandalf. Since start of Modern. How invested? Modern level invested. Which is competitive. I mean, especially back at that time. Basically just saying competitive Magic, right? Alright, so our global response. Our global response to EDHRec's worst Magic sets of all time, which could just be a troll. Could just be, I sure hope all these numbers come together, but could just be a troll, could just be a rage bait, whatever. If you were to vote Aether Drift to be the worst set, right? If you had a vote and your vote was worst set was Aether Drift, it would probably just be because of the silly themes of Aether Drift that just did not land super well. Mid cards, the focus on vehicles that just didn't really end up mattering, just kind of makes the whole set feel a bit moot. The chase cards are PP gold. There are better sets around Aether Drift, so it makes Aether Drift kind of a glaring issue. Parasitic mechanics of Starter engines and speed and exhaust just aren't really that fun. And loot centric, right? If you don't really like that main character, you're just not really gonna like it a lot. Correct, Sparks, all of that. If this is the worst set that you feel, you've probably started playing Magic within 2 years. For you to say Aether Drift is the worst, you know what I mean? That's kind of the vibe there. You're a newer Magic player, which is not a bad thing at all. Not a bad thing at all. It just for the rest of the list, right? For the rest of this list, I believe that your allowance of like what you actually consider the worst changes based on your experience with Magic. Um, so probably within like the past 2 years. And then how invested are you in it? I mean enough to play. Invested enough to play. Um, I'd say invested enough playing standard. All right, Dragon's Maze. If you were, we skipped two because all Universe Beyond sets is a completely different discussion. Dragon's Maze. You are like me. You started playing Magic in 2011. If you declare Dragon's Maze your worst set, it's probably because, I mean, you were there, Gandalf, 10,000 years ago. The chase cards in the set were shock lands, and they were at like less of a 10% chance to get them, like for every box. It made the draft experience of Return to Ravnica, which was an exciting draft experience, it made it so much worse. They did literally apologize for bad cards in Dragon's Maze. Voice of Resurgence, especially for me, like I know people nowadays see Vivi and Shieldred. Voice of Resurgence was the Shieldred for my standard experience. Like the one card that the entire format warped itself around and was just like 2 mana, just unstoppable, so hard to interact with card. Which makes it a bit different from Vivian Shieldred because this is like not a legendary, right? And then the sets that were before and after Dragon's Maze were godly. Return to Ravnica, Gatecrash, and then the Theros block after it. It makes Dragon's Maze flop like just that much more glaringly awful. Heavily invested in drafting standard at the time. If you are someone that says Fallen Empires is your worst set, probably because you were there also 10 million years ago. You understand that it led to an increased they mass produced the set by like a lot, which led to the value absolutely crashing. Like, hey, even if the set had good cards in it, which it did not, right? As we see here, low power level set. Even if the set did have good cards, they printed so much of that set that stores and the company were losing massive amounts of money. Stores can even give free packs away. All the sets before it, you know, the earliest sets in Magic were kind of bangers, so this was kind of like the first major flop. They, in order to pad the set out, they reprinted the same card multiple times with different arts. I'm talking 4 of the same common with 4 different arts. No different treatment or anything, just a different art in the screen to pad the card out. Not good. And then, because the set was selling so poorly, right, and things were going so bad for card stores and for WotC itself, they forced people in Standard, people who were playing Standard, they had a 5-card minimum of cards from Fallen Empires and I believe also Homelands, in order to like play in competitive tournaments, right? Luckily, you were able to put them in your sideboard, but you still had to find 5 cards from the newest Standard set, Fallen Empires, to put into your deck. That's bad, right? Like, that is bad. If you have been around from the early 90s, right? From the beginning, and you say, like, you're saying that Fallen Empires is the worst Magic set? Yeah, because you saw it almost kill Magic the Gathering. You know? That's saying a lot. Next. If you say Final Fantasy, if you are amongst the 5%, allegedly, that said Final Fantasy was the worst set, chat was not able to understand, right? We actually, no one in chat said and agreed that Final Fantasy was the worst set. So it came more down to if we could try to put ourselves in the mindset of someone who did say that Final Fantasy was the worst set. And we just kind of listed the problems about Final Fantasy. Mainly just the price of the product, having to deal with scalpers on their too unforeseen level. It was the first Universes Beyond set in Standard, so you got the growing pains there, and then VV, right? Just like the current modern day issues with VV, which is heavy recency bias, right? Voice Resurgence was scarier. How long have you played Magic? You could be brand new, like literally brand new. You could be playing it from the beginning, or you could be anywhere in between, and you would still just be like, yeah, the real biggest problem was the price, the scalpers, Universes Beyond the Standard, Vivi's annoying. How invested are we? Honestly, it's not even actually grossly invested. You could be from casual investment to higher. You're still affected by the issues of Final Fantasy. Hindatoric was good, just came in like 4 different art styles. Correct, Ryan. Correct. Final Fantasy and the future Spider-Man, most people see as new reserve lists, just like the Walking Dead Secret Lair. Oh god, we gotta get over that at some point. Oh, I know, like, yes, like, I'm not even saying like we gotta get over it in terms of people are wrong. They're right about it. Especially about the Walking Dead Secret Lair. They're right about it. I'm just like over it. They did reprint them. Like they do have reprinted cards in universe Magic reprints of them. So it's like they could just reprint them at any time. The Walking Dead Secret Lair style ones. And they should, because they're expensive. Spider-Man in the we'll have to see. We're not far enough away from, I mean, even Lord of the Rings, right? But like we're just not far enough away from these standard sets to see how much it matters. Like new reserve list wise. All right, back to this. If you voted for Karlov Manor, right, to be your worst set. Hold on. It still doesn't even add up to 100%, chat. Anyway, if you were to say that Murders at Karlov Manor was your was your least favorite set, right? And I think that there's a case for it. Quite frankly, I think that there's a case for it being your least favorite set, or just like the worst set. It's probably because you call it Markov Manor. I mean, we gotta be honest with ourselves. The naming convention was not good. It was just the worst name of any set. Markov Manor, the hat set is literally the hat set. The lore is dreadful if you're the type of person that cares about it, like I do. The lore is dreadful for you. It's because you have bad taste in hats. I do. Ravnica was not the OG. So, Ravnica was not the original setting for like detective set, right? Ravnica was not the original setting for the detective set. It wasn't. It was supposed to be New Capenna, but obviously New Capenna took a completely different spin. So trying to fit this into Ravnica led to just like a weird, wacky sort of humbop. I guess, sorry, it's fine that, I mean, this could still technically be a real list because it's just the top 10. The top 10 adds up to 61%, and then everything else is just under it. That's all. So, yeah, this trying the stuff in the Ravnica wasn't good. And then derivative mechanics, right? Like, Disguise and Cloak. We lost a second Capenna set, travesty. Maybe original Capenna set. I don't really know. Derivative mechanics of Disguise and Cloak. Morph is fine. I have no issues with Morph. Morph with Award 2 is just whatever. You know, like just whatever. It's whatever. Whatever. I don't personally know what it did for anyone. Like, I just don't know what it did for anyone. I don't know how, like, I mean, I was there during Khan's block, and like removal on face down creatures. I'm just trying to think about like how often that was like the thing that ruined me, and I don't really think it was that crazy, but whatever. But yeah, it's mainly for, well, I mean, no, I think like Karlov Manor has a lot of reasons to hate it. The set itself, like the actual card mechanics, the lore, the setting, the what it means for Magic. I think there's a lot of actual like real reasons for Karlov Manor being on this list. How long have you played Magic? Well, if you care about Ravnica and think Ravnica's about the guilds like I do, probably 2011. Next for Aftermath. Chat didn't say that Aftermath would be their least favorite set, but in terms of problems with it, right? Like problems that Aftermath had, undraftable mini set with like normal pricing, like you're paying regular set, like full price for just not a full set, not full packs. Literally, it's 45 cards big. The lore is lackluster. I mean, people were pretty invested. Like, even if as a casual Magic player, you could still be semi-invested with, like, the whole big hubbub about what's going on in Magic, and then it just ends in a wet fart of just, like, oh, the Planeswalkers lost their sparks. It's like, alright, that's cool. Anything else? Man, you know, people are alive, I guess. So, kind of a wet fart. Should have been big. Should have been the big score type of set. Well, the big... Okay, hold on. Master Tony, the big score is literally what their fixed version of Aftermath. You can't, like, come on, what? The Aftermath becomes before the big score. There is no big score without Aftermath. But yes, they should have done Aftermath better, so we didn't even have to have a big score. I guess. It's, like, literally true. So yeah, how long have you played Magic? Anyone can be disappointed by Aftermath. All time. How invested? Anyone with a passing investment in Magic. Whether it's from the lore, whether it's the game, Aftermath was not good. Assassin's Creed. If you said Assassin's Creed, which is number 8 here, was the worst set. This is another, like, just problems with the set sort of thing. No one said that Assassin's Creed was the worst set. So it was more just problems with it. Modern prices for what's literally just Commander product. Not draftable, Aftermath style. You know. Same thing here. Of just like a passive investment. You're just like, I don't even know what Assassin's Creed is. Do I need to buy it? No? Okay, then I won't. It's like, okay, well then people just like ignore it. Which is not good. Homelands. People have said that Homelands is the worst set. I have basically combined Homelands here, right, with Fallen Empires, right? So Fallen Empires at 4, Homelands at 9. I basically combined those two together because both in tandem were like the early sets that almost killed Magic, like together. You know what I mean? Hand in hand. But Fallen Empires being like the first one is a little bit more significant. But people have said Homelands, and it's basically because like super low power level, just no playable cards, just no cards playable from the set. And then also still subject to the 5-card minimum, even though nothing was playable. Not good. Same from early 90s for sure. It made people invest less as well into Magic, which is bad because that means Magic almost dies. And then lastly, the last thing we have here, Spider-Man. This is the one I took the most umbrage with. If you said that Spider-Man was the worst set, I don't know why you would, but to try to put myself in your brain, my brain in your body, you would choose it because you saw the starter decks, like this Venom here. You read this Venom, you see that this Venom it's a 6 mana, 6/4, which is whatever. When a creature dies, it gets bigger, and if that creature's a villain, you draw a card. And then you went to EDHRec and typed in villain and saw that there were no like villains, right? Like there's just no villains, no villain creature types in Magic because they just haven't made them because they're gonna come out in the actual set. right? Like that's that simple. It's a new set for a new type for a new set. But you simply saw them once and said, you know what, Spider-Man is bad and awful. And then the very next day, 2 days later, EDHRec asked you to vote on the worst Magic set, and you said Spider-Man because you simply remembered the worst cards you saw as of 2 days ago and said, "Yep, that's gonna be the Spider-Man set," and that's it. That's the only way I can imagine you would believe that Spider-Man is the worst set. Because like you can't even say it's like, oh, it's bad because it's in standard, but like Final Fantasy did that. Final Fantasy is the first Universes Beyond in standard, and the ceiling hasn't fallen yet. So it's just like you can't say, well, okay, but Spider-Man will be the one that breaks the camel's back. It's like why would you even think that? So disrespect upon those who say Spider-Man is the worst. How invested? So yeah, how long have you played Magic to have this opinion? Literally 2 days. How invested are you to have to simply see a starter deck and go like, this card's bad, and then inquire no further and then vote for this set to be the worst? You're not invested. Your older brother is, and you heard him complain about Universes Beyond, and you said, you know what, I agree, all Universes Beyond is bad, but especially that Spider-Man one, and that's it. And that's how your opinion became the 3 percentile here. No respect. Super friends, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. We're just finishing up. We're going over this here. We're going over this here. Spider-Man? Yeah, people said Spider-Man's gonna be the worst set. Isn't that unhinged? Isn't that just crazy? Doesn't that just not make sense? Well, you got no. This wasn't me. I don't play Magic. Well, it's okay. People are gonna love it. It's gonna be a really good set. Similarly, you might get into Magic through it. Maestro, it's good to see you, friend. Appreciate you. You're just confused. Spider-Man is literally not out yet. Like the set of Spider-Man is not out. But according to this poll, people said that 3% of people said it was the worst Magic set of all time, and that doesn't make any sense. And I have no respect for anyone who put Spider-Man as the worst set. I just don't. And I was just defending it. I was just defending it how like it's just not a real vote. I feel like that 3%, no offense. Agreed. So yeah, we're just finishing up, chat. So we just went through every reason here except for number 2. That's a whole different conversation. But we went through all of these, and now, seeing as how we don't really agree with quite a couple of these, if chat throughout the day, throughout the last 5 hours, 6 hours, were to put their own list forward as for what the worst sets would be, we have our own 3 additions. Double feature, the Innistrad double feature. Reason we chose it, the art filter is universally hated. Nobody likes our art filter. It's literally all reprints of the set that just came out, of the 2 sets that just came out. They tried very hard to make us draft with double feature, and it was a bad draft experience. Poorly executed on just about most all levels. Premium pricing. They made you pay more for bad art filter that was all reprints. It was financially ruinous for WotC and game stores. It was bad. It was bad for game stores who have that thing in stock and just rotting on the shelves. It was bad. Thank you, West Coast. I did just get my hair did. I don't know if I agree with this poll. You shouldn't. No one should. So double feature is like we would put double feature on this list of worst Magic sets of all time. Next up, 30th anniversary. Yep. Why would we say soulless cash grab? Extremely expensive. Unplayable proxies. You were literally buying unplayable proxies that you could not use in any tournament. The value on it was extremely random. You could spend so much on a pack or whatever, and you just get like a Sarah Angel, and it's like, cool, that was it. Great. It was Magic's 30th celebration that just celebrated nothing. Just nothing real about Magic was celebrated, other than just money, I guess. Only available through the website. Some WPN stores got it for free, but only like, 4 each. I miss you when you're on your work trip. I'm sick, so I get used to my routines. West Coast, I appreciate you sharing that, actually. That is good to know. I try to keep to a routine. And then life. The social blow due to the backlash from the 30th anniversary of Magic was palpable, right? If celebrated all of those times in Magic's history that Wizards of the Coast sold packs of fake cards for $250. Remembering them? Yeah. I remember those, Armadillo. Double feature aftermath, maybe MKM 30th anniversary for certain. Yeah. Aw, I appreciate that, West Coast. I like to be up there with YouTubers. Goddamn. Casey, can't wait to meet you at MagicCon 2. Be sure to come through and say hi for sure. So yeah, 30th anniversary, the social blow, like the relationship that between Hasbro / WotC and the consumer base became very clear, right? Like very clear to the player base when like 30th anniversary came out. Like, listen, it's always been a capitalistic relationship, right? But just how deep we are in that relationship, I think 30th anniversary was like the most glaring turning point, you know what I mean? To produce a product that was supposed to be sold as a celebration that would only be sold to whales is like not like, was not a good look. And I think that the relationship between players and company has not really like gone back ever since then. We're just more aware of just like how much all of this is just kind of like, yeah, how long have you played Magic? Any and all time to see that 30th anniversary was bad. How invested are you in it? Not invested enough to buy the 30th anniversary. And then lastly, if we were to add a set to this list of worst Magic, like the top 10 worst Magic sets of all time, like if we really voted for it, Modern Horizons 2. It was definitely... No, you're good, West Coast. 100%. 100%. The tie, it was kind of a tie between Modern Horizons 1 and 2, but we kind of landed on 2 being like the worst one, because like, yes, Modern Horizons 1 did change Modern, like it did, right? Like Modern looked very different from how it did before, but at the very least you could say like, hey guys, we made Modern Horizons 1, we changed up Modern, it made you not feel like it could be like an Eternal format as usual, it's not going from standard to Modern and stuff. If it stopped there, at least we can get used to a new standard of Modern. But then Modern Horizons 2 comes out and changes everything from after the aftermath of Modern Horizons 1 even more, to now just make people not feel like Modern is ever going to be like the Eternal format anymore, right? Like, just truly, it's just, there just could be another Horizon set and it's just a new format. I think it like kind of firmly solidified the fact that the ground was not solid in Modern, and I think that I think Modern Horizons 2 is the worst set because of that, just straight up forgettable set. Good cards to clip up the spokes of your bikes as a kid in Homelands. Yeah, there's some cards coming in package toys for Spider-Man. Yes there is, Ryan, and I think that's cute. Personally I find that cute, and it's just the these cards, right? Like, it's just the character cards. It just means that the character cards, like Spider-Man, right? Like, this Spider-Man is going to be packaged with a Spider-Man toy, which just means that, like, every person's going to have a Spider-Man. Like, okay, cool. That's cute. Hey, Cade, how you doing? Cade, how do you feel about this? New discourse just dropped from EDHRec. New discourse just dropped. How do you feel? How do you plead? I get the same for the Modern Horizon set, because it's like trading up for an iPhone once the firmware becomes obsolete. Right, Smith, absolutely. Aether Drift is interesting at the top. It is. Now, I also want to add, Cade, and this is the part that gets me nettled the most about this list. It's not the list itself. This list was posted with no link to an article or a YouTube video that further explains like any context, right? It doesn't say how they tabulated the votes, if it was like a ranked choice vote sort of thing, if it was just one ballot to be cast, just no context. None whatsoever. It's just, here you go. Also, the percentage is on the wrong, yes, like, I don't know. Even if this is rage bait, and it probably is, even if it's rage bait, the rage bait doesn't even link you to EDHRec's website or YouTube channel, right? So you're just rage baited on the post, but what did that do for you, you know? From when I say Spider-Man seems to be the worst universes slop we've seen so far. It is midnight, so we're not gonna dive into that yet, Cade, but the spoiler season starts next week, like proper. So I guess like reserve the judgment, I suppose. We'll all see, right, when we actually start seeing cards from it, like real cards. And what do you mean Dragon's Maze is a stupid answer? You remember Voice of Resurgence? That shit was awful. Voice of Resurgence was awful time. My vote's Voice of is Dragon's Maze personally. I feel like you should throw the Forgotten Realms in there. Nah, that was alright. That was like a Commander set, wasn't it? I forgot which D&D set was Commander or not. Anyway, yeah, so that's why we're like, if we were to add our own 3, it would be double feature M30 and Modern Horizons 2 as like what should really be in like the top 3, like not the top 3, but like in the top 10. Double feature M30 and Modern Horizons 2 specifically, for how damaging they were to Magic, whether it's like the company as a whole, the relationship between the consumer and company, the formats that they're affecting and everything like that. These 3 would be like worse. Like someone could vote these as worse and it would make way more sense than Spider-Man. It's not even out yet. Now this is the worst set ever. Exactly. Okay, chat, it is midnight. It is time for me to bid you adieu. Thank you very much for engaging in the discourse with me. I really do appreciate it. I don't do a lot of discourse covering here, so, you know, it's not going to be... I promise it's not what this channel is turning into or anything, but, like, this one just kind of really jumped out at me, you know? It just kind of really jumped on in there, and it was just like, all right, we gotta do something here. We gotta talk about this, and chat was pretty good with it. All right, let's go over to Benji the Brewer. Benji's playing Magic. All right. If this is included, then all supplemental modern sets would be included, I feel. Yeah, the reason that we said Modern Horizons 2 specifically was that, like, it firmly... Like, Modern Horizons 1 changed Modern, right? Like, more than Modern was supposed to be changed. But at the very least, you could say after 1, maybe you just get to, like, used to a new paradigm, and then Modern Horizons 2 hits you to make you feel like it's never safe to, like, permanently buy a Modern deck, right? I think, like, the 1-2 punch, the second punch is what knocked you out. The first one started the fight, but the second punch is what knocked you out. That was, like, what went too far. And that's why, like, I think, like, Modern Horizons 2 would be, like, the worst one. Yeah, that's the main thing. Pioneer's a new natural Eternal set I play. Yeah, I do. I kind of wanted to get into Pioneer when it reached Arena. but like it's still not fully arena or something. I don't know. I'm kind of like lost on it. Sequels were never a hit. True. Sometimes it's worth discussing to dissuade the rage bait. Yeah, the goal was to go over the rage bait in a pretty concise manner. I think we did. Show this image to Benji. No, Benji already saw it. All right, chat. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Either gameplay or yapping tomorrow. I'm not sure. It's probably going to be yapping. It'll be yapping because Wednesday and forward I'll be at PAX West. So I'll be off of stream from Wednesday till... Actually, Saturday I'll be streaming because I'll be doing a live from the floor, like charity stream. So be sure to tune in for that. But yeah, follow me, chat. I'll be at PAX West. I said PAX East. PAX West in Seattle doing some cool stuff. Probably playing some Riftbound, maybe? But yeah, chat. All right, I'll see you around. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Bye-bye. All right, TikTok. Have a good night, buds. Oh yes, you're over here. YouTube, good night.